Well, it's been a long time coming, but I'm finally done with my Fire Emblem Engage spreadsheet, and I'm glad to finally be able to show it off here. I've been working on this since Engage released, and I always make a Fire Emblem spreadsheet for any new Fire Emblem game, and try to determine optimal builds, figure out exactly what class I'm going to have everyone in, how I'm going to build them up, and so on and so forth. And here's my one for Engage. So in case anyone is interested in learning either how the game works, or wants to make some builds themselves, or maybe even just like take my word for it that this should be pretty solid, then hey, here's this resource for you, and you can find the spreadsheet in the description, and we're gonna go over it here and discuss some optimal builds for every character in the game, so this is gonna be a long video. This video will be cut up into chapters, which you can find in the description below in case you want to jump to anything specific, because there's going to be a lot of different things that we're discussing. Which, there is some framework that we need to go through first to make sure that the stuff that I go over here is understandable, so we will be discussing the mechanics first. So, in case anyone already knows perfectly, like, yeah, I know what all these numbers mean, I know how this all works, then, you know, just skip ahead. But for those that don't, we'll be going over it here. And in case anyone just wants, like, the spreadsheet in the description, I also outlined, like, some important mechanics in here. But we'll be going over them here anyway. Also, keep in mind this is going to have spoilers because it's going to show every character that you can play as in this game, you know, evidently. Every character is going to have a personal skill that is unique to them. They're going to have their own innate proficiencies. They're going to have a class that they start out with, potentially unique classes for some characters. They're going to have their own unique growth rates and maximum stat modifiers, and it's probably important to discuss what these are. Let's start out with the growth rates, how about? Growth rates are a pretty staple thing in any Fire Emblem game, and this is essentially your percentage chance of that stat going up when you level up. So when you get a new level up on Alear, for example, there's a 60% chance they increase in HP, there's a 60% chance, there's a 35% chance that strength goes up. Apparently I don't know what numbers are. There's a 20% chance that magic goes up, so on and so forth. For Vander, it's going to be a little bit different, 60 in HP as well, but when leveling up, he only has a 25% chance that his strength stat goes up, and only a 10% chance that his magic goes up, which I'm surprised goes up at all. But growth rates aren't only affected by the character themselves. This isn't going to be your final growth rates. Growth rates are also affected by what class you're in. So on the classes sheet here, you can see all the promoted classes. I didn't include any of the unpromoted ones since I figured we weren't too worried about growth rates here. This is more so just about what kind of promoted classes are going to be important to... I'm bashing my mouse all over the place. What kind of promoted classes do we want to go into? Once you're in a promoted class, there's basically no reason to ever go into an unpromoted anymore. So the sheet doesn't list this, but if you want to check out the unpromoted growth rates as well, you can check out sites like Serenus Forest, which I'll also link in the description below. But here we can see in terms of growths for Divine Dragon, HP is 10, Strength is 10, there's nothing for Magic, there's 10 in Dexterity, 15 in Speed, which means let's take this 15 Speed and add it to the 50 speed that's here. That would mean that in Divine Dragon class, Alear actually has a 65% chance of increasing speed on level up. Or what about Dexterity? It's not going to be 45 in that class, it is actually going to be 55 because we add the 10 here. But let's say Alear's not in the Divine Dragon class. Let's say that Alear is actually in the freaking Warrior class here, like some kind of maniac. Then we would take 20 Strength, for example, and add it to this. Not 60, the 35% chance here for 55, so a warrior Alear would have a 55% chance of increasing strength, so on and so forth. You add those. So potentially, if you want to patch up someone's weak stat of some sort, you can put them into a class for a little while just to have them gain levels and get like more growth in a certain stat that you want to patch up. Like, let's say Alear's res just really sucks. You know, defense is 40, resistance here is only 25% chance of increasing on level up. And let's just say that you've been getting such bad RNG, you have not gotten res up a single time, you really need to patch up Alear's res. Then you might want to slap Alear into a promoted, like, magic class or something like that. That's probably going to have a good resistance growth rate. Like, let's see here. This isn't even a magic class, but Wolf Knight has a pretty good resistance growth rate, 20%. Like, that's pretty nice. Here, Sage is 30, that's probably as high as that goes. You could also do High Priest, and that's another 30. Though, you know, Alear might kind of suck in a fully magical class, but hey, I don't know, slap Alear and Wolf Knight for a little while and patch up that res. There are things to consider when you're thinking about growth rates here. Like, it is also worth noting that build, for example, something that is really low percentage chance to go up on a lot of characters, like 5% on most. There's a few characters in the game that just straight up have a 0% build growth rate. And if they promote into their canon classes, like, let's say you start a Martial Monk, so you would be going into Martial Master if we're going with, like, the canon route. Martial Master is over there. Yeah, that also has a 0% build growth rate, which means that if you keep Framme in Martial Monk / Martial Master, you could level her up infinitely and she would never increase build. So if you want to have maximum stats with Framme or anyone else with a 0% in build, you might want to slap these characters into a different class temporarily to level up their build. This is the kind of thing that you probably really don't need to worry about if you're just doing the main game, but if you are trying to make like a perfected team, then that's something that you're going to want to keep in mind. Next up, the other number over here, maximum stat modifiers. Every class in this game is going to have maximum stats, which means that is as high as the stats get. It's not going any higher than this, no matter if you level up more and more. You'll tell that a stat is maxed when it's green in the game. Like, if a stat shows that it's green, then that's not going up anymore. It's been maxed out. So, let's look at Divine Dragon here, for example. Divine Dragon will cap out at 68 HP, 41 Strength, 25 Magic, 36 Dexterity, so on and so forth like that. But there is a little bit of wiggle room in these maximum stats, namely the maximum stat modifiers, which do exactly what they sound like. They modify your maximum stats. So Alear's maximum stat modifiers, for example, Alear doesn't have any negative MSMs. We're just going to refer to them as MSNs because it's shorter and quicker, and sometimes I might randomly say maximum stat modifiers still anyway, but we'll see. So, 1 in strength, there's nothing in magic. If there's blank, just imagine it's an invisible 0. 1 in dexterity, 1 in speed, and then nothing in defense or resistance. That means that Alear's maximum stats is actually going to be 1 higher in strength, 1 higher in dexterity, and 1 higher than speed than it would normally be. So strength, dex, speed. Let's have a look at Divine Dragon. That means that Alear's actual maximum stats here are going to be 42 strength, since 41 plus 1. They're going to be 37 dexterity and 44 speed. But let's say we actually put Alear into, I don't know, Wolf Knight here, I guess. That would mean that Alear's maximum stats would be 69 HP, 41 strength, since 40 plus 1, 29 magic, 42 dexterity, 46 speed, 27, 33, 34, so on and so forth. There is also no maximum stat modifier for HP or build, it is worth noting, or movement. Now, Alear as the playable character has no negative maximum stat modifiers. Pretty much everyone else is going to have some negatives. So let's look at Vander here. His strength is a little bit better. He'll get +1 in what the maximum would normally be, but his magic is a little bit sucky. His is going to be 1 less than what it would normally be able to be at maximum. He has a little bit of extra dexterity, 1 more point. His speed, he's a little bit slow. So if he's in something, even a fast class, if he's in something like Griffin Knight, if I want to go over to that, with 49 speed, he's not going to be able to get 49 speed. He'll only be able to get 47 at the most, which is still insanely high. But, you know, he's a little bit slower. He's really defensive. You know, it's going to be 3 points higher than it would otherwise be. So let's say he's in Griffin Knight. His actual maximum defense is going to be 30, but his maximum res is going to be 33 because of the -2 there. Hope that makes sense. So you'll typically see it that a lot of physical characters will have positive maximum stat modifiers in strength, and negative maximum stat modifiers in magic and sometimes resistance. And same with vice versa. Like Céline over here, even though she's mixed magic physical, she has negative in strength but positive in magic. She's a lot more magically inclined here. Or if we go to a magical unit here like Citrine, big magic, big bonus there, but she's not all that great in strength. Or let's see here, where's Pangeo? There he is. You do not want him doing anything physical. He only has a 5% chance, like outside of class, of leveling his strength. And his strength is gonna be 3 less than it could normally be. Like, that's not great, but he's a bit more magically inclined here. He's definitely someone you want to keep as a magic user. Maximum stat modifiers, honestly, do not matter for the main game. Well, maybe a little bit, depending on what classes you're going into, but you're probably not going to be maxing a lot of stats during the main game. I maxed some when I was playing. There are definitely some stats that you might max during the main game, like Anna here, who doesn't have any MSMs in strength, but she has 1 in magic, which means she's technically a bit more magical than she is physical. And same with her growth rates here. Only a 15% chance to grow in strength, but a 50% chance to grow magic. I don't know why this little gold munchkin has just like one of the best magics in the whole game. I'm pretty sure she's tied with that growth rate. So I just had her in a physical class. I use her as a sword fighter in my playthrough, and you know, she got her magic up still because her magic growth is insane, but sword fighter is not going to have like a super high magic cap. Like, where's sword fighter here? 25, gonna be 26 for her. I'm fairly certain that she capped her magic and it couldn't go any higher, while strength could, even though she was very rarely leveling in strength. So there are some stats that you might see maxed if a character just has like really awesome growths for it, and maybe they're in a class that, you know, doesn't get it all that high. But usually, if you're just playing the main game and trying to beat the campaign, typically you don't really need to worry about maximum stat modifiers. You usually just need to worry about if you're trying to like make some perfected builds. But there are some rare cases where you might want to take it into consideration. All these builds that I've concocted here on this sheet are from the perspective of just like best builds at the end of the day, being able to do like the Tempest trials and stuff like that. This isn't necessarily what's going to be absolutely best in the main game. So for example, your better magic users would be other characters, but if you're just trying to go through the main game, then you could absolutely slap Anna into a magic class and have her get like insane magic stat and sweep things up. But if you're trying to use like the best characters at the end of the day at max stats, Anna's probably not gonna be your gal for that anymore. You're probably gonna want someone that has like some higher maximum stat modifiers in magic. Also, apparently going over spreadsheets makes me warm. What the heck? I gotta take off my scarf. Alright, now how about those proficiencies? So classes work in an interesting way in this game in terms of how you get into them. You need to have the required weapon proficiencies to be able to enter that class. For example, let's have a look here over at Hero. These are the prerequisites to be able to enter the class. Hero is going to need a proficiency in sword and a proficiency in either lance or axe. Because if you have a lance proficiency, then you can go into sword hero with like the lance backup, or if you have axe proficiency, then you can go into sword hero with axes like the secondary weapon there. Or if you have proficiencies in both of these things, then you have the choice. You can either go into hero with sword and lance, or you can go into hero with sword and axe. The choice is up to you. Or let's say you want to get into the sniper class. You just need bow proficiency. There are some ones that get a little bit weird here, like Great Knight, for example. You're always going to have two weapons, sword lance, sword axe, or lance axe. So you need two of these. Also, these starting classes under prerequisites is just if you're going from unpromoted to promoted. Your options are a lot more limited when you go from an unpromoted unit to a promoted unit, but once you're in a promoted class, you can just go ahead and reclass into whatever the heck else as long as you have the proficiency. You don't have to reclass into the unpromoted thing. So for example, Jade that starts in an Armor Knight class here, she's initially only going to be able to promote into one of these couple things, but then you can reclass her from there and reclass her into whatever. Or you could even just reclass her unpromoted class into something like, I don't know, Archer, and then you can promote her into Sniper. You know, those are options that you have. Like, just assuming you're willing to put in the time and levels and all that, you know. Every character is going to start out with some proficiencies. For example, Alear is going to start with sword and arts. So any class that needs swords, like Sword Master, Alear can just switch into that. No extra work needed, you can just do it. After you're already in a promoted class and can switch over, that is. Vander, he starts with axe, Clanne, Tillman sword, Framme, art staff, so on and so forth. Everyone starts out with some proficiencies. So a few characters will start out with 3, not a whole lot, but there's a few. How you unlock more proficiencies is through emblems. You get your bond level up with emblems. So for example, the proficiencies that Marth can grant is sword proficiency that he grants at rank 8. Once you get up to bond rank 8 with Marth, he's going to get you sword proficiency. If you already have a sword proficiency, it won't do anything. But if you had Marth on someone like Boucheron, for example, that just starts out with axes, once he gets to rank 8, he'll know how to use swords. Marth showed him a thing or two about that. What about Celica here? She'll give a tome proficiency at rank 6 and a sword proficiency at rank 9. Most emblems in this game use swords, just, you know, the fate of being Fire Emblem protagonists, I guess. So, you know, you can get sword proficiencies pretty darn easily by equipping most emblems, honestly. The other kinds of proficiencies are a little bit more difficult to get. There are clearly some emblems that are all about just teaching like a bazillion proficiencies. Like, look at Leaf here. He can teach axe, bow, knife, staff, lance, and sword. Like, he's got so many things down. There's a few characters that can teach a bazillion different things. But, you know, not a massive ton. You are going to need to equip emblems that have the proficiencies that you want. So let's say that I wanted to put Alear into Lance Hero. Well, I already have sword, but I'm still gonna need that Lance proficiency. If I want to go into that type, I could always go with the axe instead. That means I'm gonna need to pair up with someone that I can learn Lance from. It's not gonna be Lucina. It's not gonna be Soren. It's not gonna be Byleth here. Let's see here. It could be Rivals. It could be whoever the heck that can teach it there. Or you might not even need a battle alongside, and you can always use bond fragments and just get stuff up that way. Is up to you. But the most important thing when it comes to proficiencies is the innate proficiencies. So every character is going to have one innate proficiency, which I've marked on my spreadsheet with light blue here, because that's what it is in game. It's signified by light blue. Whichever one on the chart is light blue, that's your innate proficiency. So it's light blue here, in case anyone is colorblind, you know, I have it underlined as well to help set it apart. What an innate proficiency means is if you go into a class that specific proficiency can be boosted, if you have an innate, it'll go up to 1 weapon rank higher than it would otherwise be. So, all the unique classes here, there's nothing like that since there's only one person that can go into all the unique classes anyway. But let's look at hero. So, what this means, this little symbol at the end here, I just use like the same format as Serenus Forest did there. It essentially means that if you have an innate proficiency in this, it'll go up to 1 rank higher. So any Joe Schmo that goes into, say, Lance Hero will have A in Swords and C in Lances. But if someone with an innate proficiency in Lances goes into Lance Hero, then they'll instead have A in Sword and B in Lance. They'll be able to wield some higher level weapons. So for example, Lances that require B rank, like Silver Lance here, they'd be able to wield that, but any other Joe Schmo that goes into Lance Hero would only be able to wield up to Steel here. They wouldn't be able to wield that Silver Lance that someone with an innate proficiency would be able to. Or let's have a look at Great Knight here, that has to wield 2 of any of the 3 main types of weapons. If you have an innate proficiency in sword, and then you go into one of these types of sword, then your sword isn't going to be B, it's going to be A, and then your secondary one is going to be B. So, you wouldn't want someone with a sword proficiency going into lance and axe and have them both at B. No, you'd want to have them be one of these sword types because they can boost it to the next level. And then they can wield those awesome brave weapons and stuff that they wouldn't be able to in any other thing. So, innate proficiencies can be handy. There are some classes that do not care about innate proficiencies, typically being the ones that just master 1 weapon, like Sniper, always gonna have S in bows. Berserker, always gonna have S in axes. All the ones that have just like 1 weapon that they master is always going to be the highest rank no matter what. It is not going to care about innate proficiencies. Pretty much everything else, apart from unique classes, is going to care about innates. And usually, not always, but usually it's in the secondary weapon that they care about innates. Like, here's an exception here, Wolf Knight. Wolf Knight is going to be able to wield knives or daggers, and then one of these 3. That's what the little swiggly tilde, whatever the heck thingamabob here means, is you have to choose one. That's the way that I've signified on this spreadsheet. So, if you have an innate in swords, and you go into Sword Wolf Knight, then you'll be able to wield knives at A and swords at A. But if you have an innate in knives, then you're going to be able to wield knives at S, and then swords at B, or whatever the heck else. Then you can basically choose whichever of the 3. It's not that big a deal, since it's not like the rank changes if you have innate in knives. But if you don't have an innate in any one of those, then why are you going into Wolf Knight, you maniac? Yeah, here's an example of a secondary. Sage is always going to have S in tomes, but they can also wield stabs. They can get stabs up to B, but if you put someone in that has an innate in stabs, they'll get stabs up to A, which can be pretty nice. Or Mage Knight over here. It's the secondaries. They're always going to have tome at A, but you kind of want to put someone that has an innate in one of these main 3 into it. Someone that's not as magically inclined, just so they can wield all the way up to brave weapons that someone that, you know, started out with magical stuff and does not have one of these innates would not be able to wield, you know? So the way that I have all my units planned out across this sheet is either making use of their innate proficiencies or putting them into a class that doesn't care about innates. I refuse to see anybody put into a class where their weapon rank is not as high as it could be. That is just unsatisfying and wasted potential, and I am not about wasted potential. So what about those emblems now? How about? Emblems you can mix and match across any character. It's not like Awakening or Fates where, you know, you're locked in when you do pairings. And I think that's a cool design decision. It means that you can mix and match and try out all sorts of different things. Once you get up to rank 5 with each emblem, then you can start inheriting their skills by redeeming your SP, your skill points that you get as you continue to battle enemies. And there's a bunch of things that all the emblems share, like rank 5 skill inheritance. They get their emblem weapons unlocked or their engage weapons unlocked at like the same ranks of, you know, 1, 10, 15 and all that. At the end, you'll be able to get like the deep synergy and stuff like that. Yeah, I kind of ran out of space here if I wanted to be like 50 long for each of these. So, you know, Units engaged meter shortened by every step, yada yada. All the emblem weapons are here if you ever want any details on those, where these are the initial starting values, but if you take the time to really grind it out and max them out by getting those gems that you can infuse them with, and these are their max values. And this is the cost for upgrading the weapons. This is probably something that you won't touch at all in the main game. I know I didn't. Actually, wait, maybe I did slightly, I don't remember. It's the kind of thing that you only care about, like, you know, post-game, pretty much. Some emblem weapons will come with slayers, something that they're effective against, like the rapier here is going to be effective against cavalry and armored. Anyone that doesn't already have a built-in slayer or bane, you can put one on if you'd like, so I have, like, my recommendations here and potential, you know, explanations in case that's important. Every emblem is also going to have an engage skill and an engage attack. An engage skill is going to be a skill that is only active while you are currently engaged with that emblem, so not having them equipped, but actually engaged with them. And the engage attack you'll only be able to pop once, like, per engage cycle. And these are things that are augmented depending on what type of class you're in. So I guess we should talk a little bit about class types. So here are the different class types here. Dragon is what our main character of Alear is in, along with Vale, and I guess I should add the DLC characters here, because this was made before the DLC characters initially came out. It's been a while since I've tinkered here. But dragons always get, like, pretty generous bonuses when it comes to emblem stuff, so that's what happens if you're in Dragon. If you're in a backup class, then the user can offer chain attacks if an ally attacks an enemy that the user can target right from their current position, which can be a nice way to accumulate damage. I'm not even streaming right now, I'm recording, but I appreciate the follow there, Emerald Finder. This is just like my normal streaming layout, so like my alert box is still on, so hey, thanks, I appreciate it if you're seeing this by some crazy twist of fate. So yeah, that could be a handy thing to accumulate little bits of damage. Like, backup is a pretty nice class there, in my opinion. And then I always list what classes are that type. So Successor and Picket can only be Diamant and Tamaric since it's unique classes, but in terms of classes that anyone could go into, here's ones that anyone could go into that are backup classes. Key Adept type classes, there's not a whole lot of, there's just a few here. There's the unique class of Seedal, the Dancer, and then there's Martial Master and Enchanter. What Key Adept can do is using Chain Guard, which can be a really handy skill, where it's like you will take a hit for an ally and just lose like 20% of your HP. You can only use it at full HP, but it can be a handy skill. I mean, if that enemy is doubling you, then you'll tank one hit and then your ally will be hit by the other, but Chain Guard has helped me in a lot of situations. It is nice to be able to use. But yeah, when I was playing through the game, I'm pretty sure Seedal was the only one that could use it, so I wasn't using it a massive ton since I would just have him dance for other allies. But if you bring a Martial Master in your team, or you go DLC and try using Enchanter after beating the Fell Xenologue, then, you know, try it out. Cavalry. They get more movement. They can go a little bit farther. Covert. There's not a whole lot of them. There's Ulcris unique class, which is basically like a pseudo sniper anyway. Then there's Sniper and Thief. This is going to double the user's terrain bonuses. So let's say you're on a tile that gives you plus 30 avoid. It's going to really help you dodge things. Well, if you're in a covert class, that's actually plus 60. You know, it can be very handy. It's especially handy on thieves that you want to shove in like some force tile, have them dodge a whole bunch of stuff, and then they'll just be really, really difficult to hit considering covert class stuff. Snipers is probably more so just having like Corn's Fog or like some forest that they're chilling in with a wall of allies in front of them. Like, you probably don't want to be putting snipers in the fray anyway. Thieves are more so the ones of like, hey, I'm gonna dodge things by making use of this, it's gonna be great. Armored units, they can't be broken. The new break system that was implemented in this game, they can't be broken. So even if you have a weapon advantage against a general, they're not really gonna care all that much. Flying is also gonna have the 6 movement, but they're unhindered by terrain bonuses. That should probably say effects. That would probably make it a little bit easier to understand. Terrain, they just don't care about it. They can fly wherever the heck, but it means that they may also not be receiving like the bonuses. Or the negative effects either, so that could be pretty nice. But they are weak to arrows. Should I include that here too? Meh. Everyone that's played Fire Emblem knows that flyers are weak to arrows. And then we have Mystical. Mystical? I can't words. Mystical. My goodness gracious. Ignores foes terrain bonus when using magic. So if there's some pesky thief that is chilling in a forest and your other allies can't hit them, just use some mystical unit and, you know, get them with magic. You know, that's something that you can do. So back to the emblems here. There's going to be these bonuses based on unit type to both engage skills and engage attacks. There's a couple, like, exceptions, but not a whole lot. So, for example, if you have Marth on one of your dragons, then as long as you're engaged, then you'll recover HP equal to damage dealt by the extra attack that, you know, the engaged skill divine speed grants, where you perform an extra attack at 50% damage in combat. Yeah, if you're a dragon, that extra attack, you will get that HP back that you grabbed from the enemy there. And if you're doing Lodestar Rush, which is the 7 consecutive attacks at 30% damage, it'll actually become 9 if you're in a dragon class. Let's say that you are in a backup class then you get no bonuses for divine speed, but you do get an extra attack for Lodestar Rush, so it's going to be 8 attacks instead. Let's say you're in a mystical class. Now the damage for Lodestar Rush is going to be based on magic. Or let's say you're in Covert. If the extra attack hits for divine speed, it's also going to poison a foe. If you're in any other kind of class, like let's say you're in a flying class and you equip Marth, you're not going to be getting any bonuses here. So in terms of what emblems I try to equip to people in my recommended builds, I try to put on ones that'll have good bonuses here. I don't want to equip somebody with an emblem where they get like no bonuses. It's like, I should have just given that to someone else, you know. The one big exception here to the bonuses is going to be Erica and Ephraim. In terms of Sacred Twins, there are no bonuses. That is the skill that just lets you switch between the two of Erica and Ephraim. Yeah, there's nothing changes there. So basically, if you want to have Erica and Ephraim go to somebody that can make use of like some extra utility for sake of their class, then you just want to do it based off of this, which is either give them to a dragon unit or slap them on a cavalry unit. Every emblem is also going to come with stat boosts that comes from equipping them. When you're at rank 1, it's not going to be this, it's going to be some lower value, which I didn't include here, I just include like the maximum stuff. If you're at rank 20, this is what the stat bonuses are going to be. So this is what I plan builds around, is just whatever the maximum ceiling of potential is going to be. So in terms of deciding who gets what emblems, you may want to consider the bonuses that they get here based on their class, what stat boosts they might get, and what kind of engaged weapons they're going to have access to. And skills, but we'll go over that in a second. So, for example, Erica and Ephraim, there's a bonus to cavalry, so maybe you give them to a Great Knight. But if you give them to a Great Knight, the Great Knight's not really going to be able to make all that good use of the magic there. And the Wind Sword, if we check the emblem weapons here, is actually a magic weapon, which means that you might not mind having Erica and Ephraim on someone that can actually make use of some magic. Like this is a magical sword. These two are based off of physical attack, and this one is based off of magical attack. Which means that if you want to be optimal about Erica, if you're not giving her to a dragon unit, you're probably going to want to put her on a magic cavalier, aka Mage Knight. That's kind of how I would determine what emblems to give to what characters. A much simplified version at least, but that's the idea. Every emblem is also going to have two kinds of skills. There's going to be sync skills and inheritable skills. Sync skills are skills that you have just by having that emblem equipped. Like, they're not like engaged skills, you don't need to be engaged with them, you just need to have them equipped. So for example, Unyielding here is a sync skill, and it actually levels up here at rank 12 and rank 18, so let's just base this off of this. So if you have Marth equipped and you're at least bond rank 18, then at the start of player phase, if HP is 40% or less, then it'll restore 40% of the unit's max HP, just for having Marth equipped. An inheritable skill, on the other hand, is ones that you can only get on your unit. Every character is going to have like 2 skill slots that you can equip with whatever you want. They're going to have their personal skill that they always have. They're going to have whatever sync skills their emblems give them. They're going to have their engaged skill if they're currently engaged with that emblem. And then they're going to have 2 slots. You can inherit sync skills as well, in most cases. There are a few exception sync skills that you cannot inherit. For example, all of the Ephraim skills that come with Erica. I don't know why you can't just inherit one or the other, but you can only inherit Erica's for some reason. You can't inherit any of Ephraim's. It's kind of odd. So by spending SP, this is the SP cost and in total. So for example, if I went right to buy Unyielding ++, it would cost me 300 SP. But if I first buy Unyielding, where is Unyielding 1? There it is. It would cost 100, which means Unyielding ++ would now cost 200, and this one would cost 100. So, you know, this adds up. Or let's say that I inherited a Void +25 here for 3,500. That would mean that it would only cost 1,000 now for a Void +30. But this is the cost here of just if you buy it straight up. So in total, which I feel like is a much more useful number here anyway. So for those 2 skill slots on each character, you can inherit like, you can inherit as many skills as you want, but you can only have 2 equipped at a time that you have to decide before the battle begins. And the inheritable ones are ones that you will only get by inheriting them. So if you want to make use of Marth's Void plus 30 here, you're going to need to save up SP and you're going to need to inherit it. You cannot get that by having Marth equipped. The 6 skills you can get, like, as long as you have Marth equipped, you'll be getting Unyielding, you'll be getting Perceptive, you'll be getting... Does he have anything else here? I know, yeah, up here, he has Break Defenses. Those are things that you'll be getting by having them equipped because they're sync skills, but inheritable skills, no. In terms of planning out what skills you might want to get on your units, on the right side here, if we scroll a little bit to the right, I've listed out several different skills for potential options. Again, you only have 2 slots. You won't actually be able to equip 5, but these are just like several that I think would be good. And we'll be going over all my planned builds in this sheet, but I also have, for anyone that just wants this sheet, I have this stuff here. Alear has like the longest thing about because there's a lot to talk about Alear. Most characters are a little bit shorter. Not as much to talk about with these characters. Just, you know, click on this and then click here and then you can see the full thing because, you know, I didn't want to take up line after line and space out my characters more. So here's my choices for what would be good skills, and I list off why along with, you know, just general character build stuff. But if you want to figure out yourself what skills you think might be good, on this page here, I have listed all the skills that you can inherit in the game. There are other skills as well that are ones that you can't inherit, as I've listed before, like, or as I mentioned before, like, for example, Dragon Vein. Here's a sync skill where you can add a special effect to certain spaces based on what class you're in. That's really cool, but you can't inherit it. So the ones that are on this page are only the inheritable ones. So, you know, if you want to actually figure out what would be good to equip on the characters, like, emblem-wise, then this page might be a little bit better for that, or switching back and forth between the two. So these are the ones that you can inherit. And for whatever reason, there are some skills that are just better versions of other skills, which led me to making this on the side here, where it asks, is this the best version of this skill that you can get? And if yes, then it's like, hey, great. Like, you can go for that if that's what you're trying to do. If it's sort of or no, you should probably look into using some other skills for the build that you're trying to go for. Like, let's say you want to make an Avoid build. Here's a Void plus 30. That's pretty nice. That's the best version of that you can get. But let's say you were going with Perceptive Plus. If the unit initiates combat, grants a Void plus 30 during combat. But Avoid can increase with high speed, plus 1 Avoid for every speed. So, like, sort of, it can, in theory, be more Avoid than just Avoid plus 30, since you get the bonus with speed. But it's only during player phase when the unit is initiating combat. It does not help you at all during enemy phase. This is always, it's during player phase and enemy phase. So I would still recommend like a Void plus 30. So the sort of ones are ones where it's like, you could make an argument for it. If you're going for a very specific kind of build, you could certainly make an argument for it, but you're typically not going to want to be using it. And if it's no, just do not use it, like, at all. There's no reason to do it, unless you're just trying to stack stuff up with other things that have similar effects. Like Sword Agility 5, grants a Void plus 30 at the cost of crit minus 10 when using a sword. Why wouldn't you just use a Void plus 30? It does not make any sense. Like, if you're trying to stack up a Void on a sword user, then maybe you can run both a Void plus 30 and Sword Agility 5 on your 2 skill slots on a certain unit. That's the only case that I could really see it. But there are some skills that are just better than others. So there's a lot of skills in this game that are just straight up worthless. There are some that are only worthless as of DLC. Like, a lot of emblems will have stat boosting skills. Like, here's Celica that can grant up to magic plus 5. But if you have access to the DLC, then why wouldn't you just do magic 5, like magic slash res plus 5 from Soren? I do list here what the better alternative is. If it says no or sort of, here's like my explanation slash the other skill that would be better to do. Like, Break Defenses sounds like it would be really good on paper. If unit's attack breaks the foe, unit makes an extra attack at 50% damage. That actually sounds really good. But in terms of these arbitrary ones that increase damage, I actually did damage calculations at the bottom here to see how much damage you need to be doing for it to be more than the plus 5. So let's say you equipped like strength slash magic plus 5 here to just add 5 to those stats. What would this do to your damage compared to break defenses? Like, if you're hitting for 1 each time, then the break defenses hit is going to be doing 1, and it's going to total up to 3. If you're running strength slash magic plus 5, though, then you're not going to be doing 1 damage, you're going to be 6. You're doing 6, and your new total is 12. So a lot of these skills, you need to get up to like pretty high damage before these skills end up doing more than the +5 skills, you know. And then here's like different scenarios like single attacking, where in single attacking, you know, it's not quite as high of a requirement. Maybe it would be worth it to run break defenses on like a really slow unit that's not going to be doubling anyway, but is going to be doing big damage like a general or something like that. Maybe it'd be more worth it to run break defenses on a general. But you also have to consider that if you have access to DLC, you could just run something like strength/defense +5. And not only are you increasing your strength, but you're also increasing your defense. And then is that really still more worth it than break defenses? So yeah, in terms of, and then here's just more situations. I did a lot of calculations during this to figure out exactly at what numbers things become more optimal for running these skills. So kind of niche damage increasing skills like break defenses, lunar brace, brute force, you probably aren't going to want to be using unless you're going for something really specific. But even then, it might be better to just go for the consistency, honestly. These are still skills that are important to take into consideration as sync skills, like what emblem you have equipped on who. Like, you equip Marth as someone and they'll just come with built-in break defenses. You don't need to waste your invaluable 2 skill slots that you have on a character. As long as you have Marth on someone, they'll have break defenses built in. So it is still worth consideration as a skill from the sense that it'll be built in with Marth, like a little freebie there. But, you know, skills like that probably aren't worth using in your valuable 2 little skill slots. So, you know, you can see that there's a lot of skills that are just like, why would you ever use these? Like, here's Hector's adaptability. When hit by foe's attack, grant defense +3 for a physical attack, or res +3 for a magical attack after combat, lasts until the end of battle or until activated again. Why wouldn't you just run Erica's Gentility to take 5 less damage at all times, as opposed to taking 3 less damage switching between physical and magical? I don't know why there are so many skills that are just completely invalidated by other skills. Or all these guard ones that was introduced by a lot of DLC characters. Axe Guard 5, a foe is equipped with an axe, the unit takes 5 less damage during combat. Why wouldn't you just take 5 less damage always instead of 5 less damage when the foe is specifically using an axe? It's so silly. So, I do really wish in this game that more skills were actually useful. Because yeah, there's a lot of skills that are just utter garbage and are completely outclassed. And refer to this if you want to find out which is which. What else may be important to go through before we get started here? Here's my recommended class for each character, is the way that I form this spreadsheet, where it's like, this is what I do, but here's like some alternatives, or like what I might change it to if, you know, the need arises or something like that. So let's talk about weapons a little bit next. Each weapon is going to have a rank requirement. So D is the lowest. You're always going to be able to wield a slim sword or an iron sword if you have access to that weapon in your class. If you want to wield steel, you gotta be up to C. If you want to wield silver, gotta be up to B. If you want to wield a brave sword, you gotta be up to A. So let's say that we're in Mage Knight. Where is Mage Knight at here? There, the beautiful magic horse with a magic hat. Let's say that you're just a normal Mage Knight. You don't have any innates here. So you have tomes in A and you have, say, lances in B here. That means that you would be able to wield, let's go to lances over here. You'd be able to wield up to silver. You would not be able to use the brave lance. That's not allowed there. You would be able to use spears and javelins and flame lance and all this stuff. You could use a steel great lance. You would not be allowed to use a silver great lance. That ain't allowed there. But if you put someone with an innate in the thingamabob, like let's say Chloé went into it, she's now going to have A in lances. Then this is the skills page. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Then she's gonna have access to the silver great lance as well as the brave lance, the 2 things that you get with A rank in lances. Oh, and I guess Nell's weapon, my goodness, their names are so similar, I'm sorry. So when planning out your build, you do want to keep in mind, again, the innates and the weapon ranks of the class that they're going into, and what their kit is going to look like. What kind of options will they have based on the rank here? In terms of how I formatted this sheet, these are the starting stats for the weapons. If you max them out, this is what it's going to be like. Here's the might, here's the weight, here's the hit, here's the crit. This is how much it's going to cost to upgrade to that point. This is how much it costs to just buy it as is. The description, and how many materials it's going to cost to get there. As I have a little note of here, yeah, some weapons are only in limited supply in the shop. You can get infinite through the well, I believe, with enough good RNG there. Because, yeah, you might have to rely on that if you do want to pass around a lot of the things that there are only a finite amount of. Like, there's only so many brave weapons, and there's only so many of the smashing weapons here. Like, I'm fairly certain even after you beat the game, there's only gonna be a finite amount of silver blades, steel blades, and iron blades in the shop. So, you know, even if you keep on buying iron blades and just upgrading them to silver or steel, you can only buy so many. So you do have to rely on the well a little bit if you want a ton, which is kind of annoying, but that's the way they like to do it in Fire Emblem. Let's just have a limited amount of these things available in the shop, even though you've beaten the game. I guess another thing that we haven't really talked about is the stats, but I feel like if you want to find out how the stats work, that would be something that would be better to check out in another video or another resource. But I will talk about the weight stat, one of the more niche ones that a lot more casual players might not know what exactly that means. So weight is basically how much of a speed reduction it is going to give you. So let's say I'm using the slim sword and it has 2 weight here. That means that it's going to be reducing my speed by 2 when I'm attacking by it. But that reduction is also reduced by your build. So, for example, Divine Dragon grew up to 13 build here. But let's say Alear has 10 build. That means that Alear can wield up to... I'm clicking on skills again out of habit here. That means that Alear can wield up to 10 weight weapons without any speed reduction as a penalty. If I'm using a Brave Sword and I only have 10 build, then I'm going to be getting a speed reduction of 3, because 13 minus 10 is 3, so my speed gets reduced by 3 as a consequence there. If I have my build maxed out in Divine Dragon there, then that means I'm going to have 13 build, and that means that I can wield a Brave Sword with no penalties at that point. Like, it'll take a lot of leveling up build to get there, but eventually I won't have to worry about any penalties. Let's say I'm wielding Khalid here, though. That actually is a lighter. Let's say I'm wielding Georgios here, though, which has a weight of 18. 18 minus 13 is going to leave 5 remaining, which means that no matter what, I'm going to have the speed reduced by 5. The Divine Dragon can't even wield this weapon because it's S and Divine Dragon only goes up to A. But let's just ignore that for a hot second and pretend that Divine Dragon can wield it. There would be literally nothing that I could do to be able to wield this, and I should probably plan out this weapon going to someone that can not really care as much about the penalty here because they have a higher build. They'll be able to wield it a lot easier. There is one emblem that you do kind of want to keep the weight in mind, and that is Hector. Like, you might want to go over the weight limit because of one of his sync skills being heavy attack. When making a physical attack, if an equipped unit's weight exceeds a unit build, adds excess as damage, max +5. Which means that if I'm equipping Hector in Divine Dragon and I'm wielding Georgios there, then that is going to give me a penalty of 5 with the excess weight. But it's also going to be adding +5 to my damage thanks to Hector there. So, in terms of who you give Hector to, you can try to plan out weapons that it goes a little bit over the weight that they're comfortable with and get the excess as damage. Not too much, since it only, like, maxed out at +5. I believe the heaviest thing in the game is the legendary axe here. Yeah, 24. So, unfortunately, you can't just use, like, a low build class to, you know, get some insane damage with that. You'll be able to get +5 at most. As cool as an idea as it would be. But yeah, that's how the weight works. So do keep that in mind when you're planning out what weapons you should be giving to people. Then we have engraving here. Engraving is something that you can do with the emblems that you have available. So once you've beaten the game, you have all the emblems, and if you have all the DLC emblems, then all of these will be possible at the smithy. You can only have one engrave of that type at a time. So if I have Marth's engrave on like some random iron sword, but then I go to do Marth's engrave on this steel sword over here, it's going to take Marth's engrave off of that iron sword. So these are all augments to a weapon that'll change it around in different ways. They're kind of like maximum stat modifiers on a character, except it modifies the stats of the weapon. But you can only have one of each of these. So for example, Marth, he's going to grant an additional point in might, going to grant 10 more points in hit, 10 more points of crit, and a little bit of bonuses in avoid and dodge. There's no downside to using Marths. There are typically some downsides to using other engraves though. Also, you can see I didn't actually fill in a whole lot here. There's a few that I filled in that I was like, oh yeah, that'd be really good. But a lot I was just like, yeah, it doesn't matter too much. But I mapped out where they were in my playthrough here. I can take these off since, you know, it doesn't really matter all that much for when I release this here. Yeah, something like that. There's situations like this where I planned this out where, you know, that's essentially using Hector's heavy attack being like, oh man, that's perfect. But yeah, do be aware of some of the negative sides here. Like with Roy, you're going to be getting a decent bit more damage. You're going to be getting a lot more weight on that weapon though, so is it a character that can deal with it? And you're probably going to be hit by attacks a whole lot more when you're using that, considering the enemies are now going to have a 30% greater chance of hitting you. Or Lynn here. Anyone that's played Blazing Blade knows that her strength sucks in Blazing Blade. I've been playing a lot of Blazing Blade recently. Oh, this is the perfect time to plug it. Go check out my series. No, like, her strength is not all that great. For example, you give Lynn's Engraves to someone, and they are not going to be hitting very hard. But they'll be hitting a lot more frequently, they'll be critting a decent bit of the time, and the weapon will be lighter by 2 points, is reducing 2 from the weight. But there are definitely some Engraves like this, where it's like, is there even a build and weapon that I would like to assign this to, or nah? Or would I rather just not use it, you know? So yeah, keep that in mind when it comes to engraving. Engraving is going to cost more bond fragments based on the weapon rank. So unique weapons that have really low ranks, like Liberation, are still going to remain like hella cheap throughout the whole playthrough. But, you know, putting something onto like a Brave Sword or something, that might be a little bit expensive, so keep that in mind. Over on the grinding page here, I just have a lot of things that are important to keep in mind when you're trying to grind through a bunch of stuff. So, for example, in terms of how SP is gained to be able to actually inherit skills, how it works is if you have an emblem ring on, then you will gain SP equal to the same amount of EXP that you gain. If you have a bond ring equipped, then it is going to give you SP equal to half of the EXP. So if you gain 20 EXP, you'll be getting 10 SP with that. And if you don't have any ring on, then you won't gain any SP. But there's this weird situation going on with the arena, where if you have an emblem ring equipped, like, it doesn't count emblem rings in the arena, but it seems to count bond rings for this. So if you're doing like your 3 per cycle thingamabob in the arena to get 30 EXP, if you have an emblem ring equipped, you get no SP with that. If you have no ring equipped, you get no SP with that. But if you have a bond ring equipped, then you still get the half SP. So you can gain like 30 EXP per cycle and 15 SP per cycle. I don't know why this is the case. Like, I feel like you should just always get 10 SP with it while you're battling in the arena, but, you know, perfect designed game, I guess. And you can also give you know, SP conversion from Veronica if you have DLC, if you want to grind that out. Here are some cool things to keep in mind in case you want to farm a whole bunch of experience, but we don't really need to go over it right now, or you can pause the video and read it and stuff like that. If you're stat grinding, you can always get like Tiki's Star Sphere to increase your growth rates and stuff. Here's the thing about with build that I discussed earlier. If you want to grind out build, here's the ones that increase build. And then this whole situation there, you know, in case everyone wants to read it. There you go. If you want to grind bond, these are some ways that you can do it. There are some skills that you can just spam to grind bond for free. If it's a map where there isn't a finite amount of turns, like the enemy isn't rushing you down and you have to kill them eventually, or I mean, even then you might be able to surround them if they're an archer and then still just grind infinitely. There are some skills that you can just spam and get up bond for free. For example, on Camilla and Corn, you can just spam Dragon Vein, and then that's free bond that you're gaining every turn, and then you max them out like really easy peasy. With Ike, you can do the same with his reposition skill of moving an ally unit from one side to the other side of the one using reposition, and you can inherit that for not all that much SP 250, and then you can just spam it to grind up any emblem you have equipped for virtually free. It's awesome. Dimitri can spam Shield Gambit whenever you want, so you can get, like, if your person using Rivals currently has Dimitri on, and you're not doing anything else with that turn, like you're just chilling out, may as well just use Shield Gambit, and that's free bond. There's how this works. Here's the emblems that you can, while engaged, keep on getting free bond level, and then here's ones that you can continue to get free bond level without even being engaged. You can just keep on spamming these. Hector's Piercing Glare, you do need to be at full HP, so you would need to keep on healing. But, you know, that'd be great if you want to grind Hector and grind like a healer. You know, something like that. And some things to keep in mind with skirmishes. Skirmishes on Maddening were really annoying. I honestly thought that skirmishes didn't even exist on Maddening for so much of my playthrough because they kept not spawning. But eventually they did. Skirmishes do exist on Maddening, and that's how stuff works there. Oh yeah, and it's really annoying to get the silver card if you missed it initially. And if you play the DLC, the very first map, the one with Tiki, has a silver card in, which will have the price of stuff in the shop. And this one glowy tile that's out of the normal bounds that you'd be able to be in. You need to use like a warp staff to get out there. And I thought it was just like a normal glowy tile that just randomly spawned out there, and I was like, huh, that's odd, and I didn't pay any mind, and I beat the chapter. Turns out it's a silver card. And then the only way to get it again later is after beating the game to be able to get skirmishes to spawn out in the Divine Paralogs, and then just hoping that you eventually get it. Just like check back each day or change around the switch clock or do whatever until you get a skirmish there, and then go get the silver card during the skirmish. So yeah, that's a little bit annoying there. Oh yeah, I put a note for myself there to figure out when that re-rolls. When does it re-roll? Let's find out. Okay, here's the thing about missing the silver card. Fast forwarding anywhere between 1 hour to 1 day and going between loading screens. Okay, well, who knows then? They'll re-roll at some point. Just check daily and then you can get the thingamabob. And then if you need a recap on any of the things that we discussed, it's in the mechanics here. So like here's innate proficiencies, we discussed how that works. Here's growth rates. Here's maximum stats and maximum stat modifiers, emblem skills and skill inheritance. Here's emblems and how they go. Oh, here's what the different stats do if you want to know that. The emblem bonuses with the classes. So if you need a recap of anything or just, you know, aren't watching this right now and just want my sheet, then here's places where you can recap that and know how it works. Wow, I've been recording for a little bit over an hour. Most of this is going to be edited down because there's like a decent bit of failed takes of saying things in the mix, especially when I'm doing this unscripted. But man, after an hour in real life time here, I think it's finally time to start discussing some builds. My goodness gracious. Oh, one last thing to mention about builds first. Anyone that has a unique class, I try to put them in that class. The way that I form my teams is I try to have at least one of every type of class. So you can see like my units that I have assigned here into the various different things. I just list their names to keep track of it in the classes here. Anyone that has a unique class, I'm putting them into it. I don't care if the unique class sucks. I'm putting them into it just to have like as diverse as a team as I can, and then have at least one character in every class. So I have at least one of every type of class in the game. If there's a couple different varieties that I can get, like for example, there's Griffin Knight that can have either the main weapon boosted or staff boosted. If I can get one of each, then great, but it's not like an end-all be-all. So I have at least one of each class in my plans, but two of some. And if there's two of some, I try to have them be different enough that, you know, I have like a very diverse squad. I'm never going to have like two characters within like the exact same role that work exactly the same, because if I did that, then what would be the point of using one over the other? Like the one that's just an inferior version of the other, I should just put into something else, you know? So that's the way that I have things planned out, so just keep that in mind. And like I mentioned earlier, playing into innate proficiencies, I'm not going to have anyone in a class that isn't as high of a weapon rank as it could be, because that's not great. Oh yeah, and I should add some little sprites to here. I guess my spreadsheet wasn't completely done. It just occurred to me, can't I full screen this? Oh my goodness, yeah I can. I should have done this from the get-go. Whatever. Alright, it's finally time to start talking about some builds, starting out with the main playable character here, Alear, or whatever you decide to name them, your avatar. At the very beginning of the game, the first choice that you're going to have is whether you're playing as male Alear or female Alear. And in most games, this wouldn't really matter. But in Fire Emblem Engage, and you wouldn't think that it would matter here, there actually is a right choice if you are trying to have like the best, strongest builds be as optimal as you can. And it's female Alear. The reason being other characters' personal skills. There are several characters' personal skills that give bonuses for having female allies around, but none for having male allies around. The only skills that have to do with there being male characters around is enemies that, you know, it's a bad thing for them. What is the word that I'm looking for here? What's the opposite of beneficial? It's detractory to them. I don't know. So if we scroll down here, like let's look at Chloé. Hers needs a male ally and a female ally. So, you know, there's one of each. It doesn't really matter then if you're male or female here. As long as they have like one of each around, then you can have Chloé use her personal skill. So, you know, this doesn't really settle things one way or another, male Alear or female Alear. Louis, on the other hand, or Louise, or whatever the heck, has Admiration, which if two female allies are adjacent within 2 spaces, unit takes -2 damage. So if you have Alear nearby him along with another female ally, if you have male Alear, he's not going to get Admiration. But if you have female Alear, this guy's just going to be taking 2 less damage every time that he's attacked, you know? Like, that's not half bad if you're using him. Then we also have Marin, that likes to give bonuses to other female allies. A slight bonus. Where is she? There she is. Knightly Escort. Escort? I can't word say. Knightly Escort. When 2 or more female allies are within 2 spaces, hit/avoid +5 to unit and those allies. So if you have Marin along with another female ally and you have Alear there, if it's male Alear, then no bonus. No bonus for any of you. If it's female Alear, well then you all get a bonus, including Alear. It's impossible for male Alear to make use of this bonus that female Alear can. And, you know, Marin's a pretty nice unit in my opinion. So yeah, it's kind of nice to be able to, even though it's not a super big bonus, again, if we're trying to make the best builds we can here, you're going female Alear. And then in terms of skills that have to do with enemies being male, you have Rosado and Gold Mary. If foe is male, hit -20 on foe during combat. If foe is male, avoid -20 on foe during combat. So if you're facing these two, either within the campaign, or you're doing it in like multiplayer stuff, I'm fairly certain Engage is multiplayer stuff. I haven't actually done it myself, so don't take my word for things. Then if you're playing male Alear, then you're gonna be debuffed here a smidge. But if you're a female Alear, then you don't care. So yeah, it's not gonna be like a game-breaking difference. It's not gonna be worth being like, ah, man, I chose male Alear. Now I have to restart my entire save file from the beginning. It's not gonna be worth doing that. You know, it's not that big of a difference. But if we are trying to be like as optimal and strong as we can, it's female Alear. Her class is going to be Divine Dragon because obviously, like, unique class, that's what we're going to be in. That's going to give her access to swords and punching things. In terms of what emblem I would put on Alear, my first choice would honestly be Corrin. There's all kinds of spicy bonuses for dragon units, but Corrin and Camilla are the only ones that give spicy bonuses throughout the entire battle. Every character, well, apart from, I guess, Erica and Ephraim, is going to have bonuses to both their Engage skill and their Engage attack, with typically, like, some pretty generous bonuses to both for being a dragon unit. But Corrin and Camilla have access to Dragon Vein. You do not need to be engaged to use Dragon Vein. So, using Dragon Vein will have one of these effects based on the type of class that you're in. If you're in backup, you can put down stone pillars that increase defense res. If you're in cavalry, then you can put down water that decreases avo. If you are in covert, you can put down fog that increases avoidance. If you're in armored, create vines that grant immunity to break, yada 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 yada. All these different things that can be handy. If you're in a dragon class, you can do any of these. You can choose. It gives you a list and you can put down any of them. Which means that if you have Corrin on a dragon unit, you can just straight up it. If you're not planning on doing anything else that turn with Alear, if you're just going to be chilling and using a Dragon Vein, you can pop any one of these whenever you want. So while every emblem in this game does come with increased versatility and things that you can do with a dragon unit in terms of, you know, when you're engaged, it's just what those 3 or 4 turns while engaged. Corrin and Camilla give you so much more versatility throughout the entire battle, engaged or not, so the utility of that cannot be understated. Unfortunately, Corrin does boost magic rather than strength, which means that, you know, Corrin might be a little bit more inclined towards a magical unit, and you could give her to, you know, a more magical dragon unit, like Vale or maybe Nell, is what you could do. Like, most optimally, I would probably put Corrin on Nell, but I would still say that Corrin is probably my favorite emblem to have on Alear. Even if that +4 magic is going towards nothing, it's really handy to be able to do that. Plus, one of the skills that Corrin comes built in with is quality time, of being able to heal some nearby allies around you after you act. And Alear's already going to want to be spending time near allies because of Divinely Inspiring and granting this bonus, so it kind of plays into that. And, you know, also can't go wrong with Draconic Hex and all that. If I had to choose someone else here, it would probably be Framme. The Divine Dragon's magic isn't the worst in the world. It's 25 at max, which is kind of sucky, but in terms of classes that don't really use magic, it's better than usual, is at least the case. When Framme engages and activates other half, that's magic +10. So Alear can't normally use magic all that effectively, but with the other half, magic +10, that gets up to 35 total now at maximum stats, and it's like, okay, that's not too bad then. Plus, the dragon bonuses for Framme are pretty nice. Let me scroll down to Crombo here, the Ultra Crombo. Yeah, being able to get extra Robin Chain attack. It's nice to get that extra damage there. And then just extra damage with Gig 11 Sword. Can't be half bad there. Framme actually boosts strength. You know, even though this is a character that's kind of mixed strength magic, you kind of only really switch into magic when you're engaged and then you get other half. and we can actually make use of that additional strength there. Plus having access to Rally Spectrum to be able to buff up our allies. Where's Rally Spectrum here? There it is. That can be pretty nice to be able to buff our allies and can stack with the fact that we're buffing allies that we're close to anyway. So that can be nice. And then Marth. Marth is an emblem that I only want to give to somebody that can make some good use of break defenses. So break defenses, if units attack breaks foe, makes an extra attack at 50% damage. That means that we're going to want to be giving Marth, ideally, to someone that is getting some good bonuses here and can break foes a lot of the time. So if you're giving Marth to an ally that only can use one type of weapon, like let's say a sword master, then they're only going to be able to break axe foes. That's it. They're not really going to be able to capitalize off of break defenses any more than that. So ideally, you're going to want to give Marth to an ally that can break a couple different kinds of foes that have two main weapons. So I would typically recommend like either Successor with being able to wield swords and axes, or a hero unit, because then you have access to two different types of the three main weapons in the weapon triangle, and then you can activate break defenses like 2/3 of the time against enemies that have those types of weapons. I guess I should say 2/3 of the time when there's also colorless foes, but out of the three main types can activate break defenses 2/3 of the time as opposed to just like 1/3. Alear isn't quite as good, doesn't have access to as many of the main weapons, just having one with swords, but Alear does also have access to gauntlets. It also has access to arts, which you can use to break colorless foes. So there is that, and you can get some extra break defenses damage off of that, which isn't too half bad, and the bonuses to dragon units isn't too half bad here either, typically with Lodestar Rush. I would still want to put Marth on someone that has access to two of the main weapons there, because you're not really going to be hitting that hard with gauntlets. So, break defenses probably isn't going to be doing too much anyway. It's still free damage, so I can't complain about that. But, it's not as much as it'd be able to be with a different one of the main weapons. And with Alear, even though you can use gauntlets, I basically never did. I put a lot of forging into my swords, and the Engraves into swords. My brain farted on what the name for it was for a second there. So that was where my damage was. So even on Maddening, I could typically just kill colorless units. I wasn't really breaking them with Alear all that much. But, there's still being able to use break defense a decent bit of the time. And Marth is definitely not a half bad option. Honestly, on any of the dragon units, it's hard to really go wrong with whatever emblem. So, feel free to mix and match around. And I realized as I'm halfway through talking about Vander here that I forgot to talk about what skills I recommend for Alear, so let's just edit this in where Alear goes. My skills that I would recommend on Alear, dual support is probably the first one that I would recommend there, just because this is a skill that grants a bonus to a void that increases with unit support level with adjacent allies with a max of plus 90 here. Specifically how it works, for each ally that you share an adjacent tile with, if you have no support level with them, it's plus 5 avoid. If you're at C, then it's 10. If you're at B, then it's 15. If you're at A, then it's 20. And then if you have an S rank with them, then it's 30. So if you don't have any S ranks, then the max is basically 80 for when you're surrounded by 4 other units. The reason why dual support is so good on Alear is because while every other character only has like so many supports, like they can only get support levels with like this handful of characters or some such, Alear is the only character in the game that can support with everybody. Which means you're probably going to get a lot of utility out of dual support surrounded by allies that you've been getting your supports up with, as opposed to other allies that might run dual support that will only be getting the benefit if it's an ally that they've actually been supporting with, which isn't always going to be possible with all your other allies. Weapon Sync Plus from Rivals is always a good option here, considering how many emblems use sword. Weapon Sync is a bit of an interesting skill here. If a unit initiates combat using the same weapon type as the synced emblem, attack plus 7, that is a big damage buff, and then if you're engaged, attack plus 7 regardless weapon type. That skill works kinda interestingly here. So, it only counts one specific type of weapon for each emblem, and these are the types of weapons that it counts everyone is using. So Marth, sword, Celica, tome, Sigurd. You would think it'd be lance, but it's sword, because I guess like his final one-up is sword. Leaf is sword, Roy is sword, Lynn is bow, Erica is sword, Ephraim is lance. Fairly certain, yeah, Ephraim is the only lance one. So you should probably not run Weapon Sync Plus if you're a primary lance user, unless you just plan on sticking around with Ephraim, I guess. Ike's sword, Makai's tome, Lucina's sword, Corin's sword, Byleth's sword, Mikey Spoiler's here's sword. Tiki, you are not really going to be able to match her weapon type. I guess you can with Nell. There's Hector with axe, there's Soren with tome, Camilla with axe, there's Framme with sword, and then Veronica with tome. So, you know, there's only one with lance, there's 2 that use axe, only 1 that uses bow, 4 with tome, 1 with special, and all these guys with sword. So typically, if you're playing a character that is using a sword, there's a good chance that you might be able to benefit well from Weapon Sync Plus. Like, you won't be able to if you're using one of these emblems instead, but there is a very strong chance you're going to be able to benefit from that. And if you're using any of the 3 emblems that I recommended here, you're going to be able to benefit from Weapon Sync Plus. If we want to play a little bit more into the personal skill there, we can also use Geosphere to buff defense / res +5 at the start of player phase to any adjacent allies and the unit. We already want Alear to be adjacent to a bunch of people because of that personal skill. We can play into that if we'd like. Same with Rally Spectrum from Framme. And then since we're probably going to be using swords most of the time, we could always put on Roy's Sword Power 5 to get attack +10, which is massive, even more than Weapon Sync Plus. Does give a Void -10. If we're running dual support, it might not matter that much. So yeah, that's there's some strong options there. Then we have Vander, our first Steward Dudo there. His unique skill is Alabaster Duty. If he's adjacent to Alear, he can get plus crit 5 to both. That is not how words work, but let's just pretend that it is for a hot second there. He starts out as a paladin and has an innate in axes. One of the things that is now occurring to me that I should discuss a little bit is, in terms of innates, sword, lance, axes are the most valuable innates in the game. Because in terms of classes that benefit from innates, there are 3 classes that benefit from a staff innate. There are 2 that benefit from art innate, 2 that benefit from dagger innate, only 1 in the entire game that benefits from tome innate, only 1 in the entire game that benefits from bow innate. But sword, lance, axe, my goodness gracious. Oh, and then this is just me keeping track of like what ones I've done. I'll edit this later before I release this. So every single one of them can boost these 8, and then there's also hero that can benefit from lance or axe. So the characters that have a sword, lance, or axe proficiency are kind of really important. They're the ones that definitely give you the most play with what you want to do with them. Because yeah, and not including the characters that have unique classes. There's 3 characters that have sword proficiencies, there's 4 with lance proficiency, and then there's 5 with axe proficiency. So they're very valuable. Wait, what's Madeline's proficiency? Okay, she has axe as well. I need to add DLC there. So 6 with axe then. So your sword, lance, or axe innate characters, you have a lot more play with them than basically any other unit type. So you could absolutely leave him in Paladin, and, you know, that would kind of play into what his growth rates are clearly geared for. But I want to make him a little bit of something else. I personally elect for Bow Knight of the axe variety because, you know, obviously there. So if we go have a look at Bow Knight over here, there's Bow Knight. So Bow Knight is typically like pretty defensively weak, but has a bit better res. Vander balances that out actually pretty nicely with +3, -2, meaning that this is actually going to be 26 and 27, like pretty close to even. He becomes a pretty decent all-rounder at that point. And then of course by having the innate in axes, he's going to be able to have his axes at B and then bows at A. So he'll be able to use like silver axes and stuff like that, be able to still hit hard, which is pretty nice. And that means that he can also use the tomahawk to attack at 1 to 2 range. You put someone without an axe proficiency into axe Bow Knight, they'll only be able to use the hand axe if they want to be able to equip something that can attack at 1 to 2 range, instead of being locked away from being able to counter at 1 range with the bows and all that. So that could be kind of handy. Plus, this also helps us play a little bit into his unique skill. By being a Bow Knight that wields axes, you can attack at 1 range with axes, you can attack at 2 range with bows, you can even attack at 3 range with longbows if you really want to. This opens a lot of positioning options here. So even though this isn't a big boost, if you want to play into it, this does give you a lot of options to do so by being in that class. And finally, like my final reason, just think about this distinguished gentleman here being a proud Bow Knight. Doesn't that sound cool? So yeah, I like Bow Knight. I like Bow Knight Vander personally. Alternatively for class, as I mentioned before, you could just keep him in Paladin. Or another alternative class that you could do if you really want to, which I needed to edit this in later because apparently I forgot to talk about it at the time, whoops, is Sniper. The reason why it's listed here is if you want to have like the highest chance of critting with Vander, you can do that. Because Sniper is the one class in the game that comes with a built-in crit skill that lets you get plus 10 crit when the enemy can't counterattack. So if you're sniping with like killer bow or longbow or whatnot, and you're adjacent to Alear, then there's a decent bit of extra crit. But do keep in mind, there are units in this game that can pull off crazy crit builds better, that even have personal skills that are going to boost crit by more than that. But, you know, if Vander is your cup of tea for doing that, you can absolutely do that. Because the other big ones for crit is, here's Yunaka, that's for being on a tile with an avoid bonus. And the big one is Panette. Where is Panette here? Down to there. If not, max HP after combat, crit plus 10. Like, if you want to be a little bit safer, if you want to have a little bit more HP, then you could always go Vander, then you can have, like, full HP, but, you know, it's not like you need HP under a certain threshold here. It's just as long as it's not full. You could be missing 1 HP and still have Blood Fury activated. It's great. Lyndon can get crit plus 20 if his weapon level is lower than the foe's weapon level. He doesn't have any negative strength MSM, so you could technically do it, but he is more suited to magic, it is worth noting. And then, like, here's some Dragoneers with some additional crit, but you just want to leave them in their unique classes. So, you know, Vander is an option. I listed it there in case anyone wants to be like some maniac putting Vander into Sniper, but, you know, I would typically just go with this. In terms of emblems that I'd recommend on him, the first one for a Bow Knight that I would recommend is honestly Rivals, because Rivals comes built in with Weapon Sync Plus, which will give you that attack plus 7 if you're using the same weapon type as them, and attack plus 7 always if you're engaged. And there are 3 different weapon types for Rivals. There's Lance for Dimitri, there's Axe for Edelgard, and there's Bow for Claude, and you'll just randomly have one of those 3 assigned to you. With the Bitter Rivalry or the Friendly Rivalry, it's Friendly Rivalry, I believe is the name of the skill, at the beginning of each turn. It'll randomly be one of those 3. And most characters that wield whatever the heck kind of weapon will probably be able to capitalize off of just one of those. Let's say you have a Lance user, so you'll be able to get that plus 7 attack on the 1 in 3 chance that you roll Dimitri this turn. But a Bow Knight can capitalize on that 2/3 of the time. So let's say we're in Axe Bow Knight like this, then if we get either Edelgard or Claude, then we can get that plus 7 attack there, assuming we actually attack with Axe when Edelgard's out and we attack with Bow while Claude's out. So being able to use it 2/3 of the time instead of 1/3 is pretty nice. And then also being able to use the gambits, the attacking gambits at long range, like the Flame Gambit and the Poison Gambit from Edelgard and Claude, being able to do that at 3 range with Longbow, and being able to move around to all sorts of different positions to do that, that's pretty nice. Rivals also come with a Cavalier bonus here. With Houses Unite, we get more damage with Arid Bar. That is not half bad. I'll take whatever free bonuses I can get. So yeah, that's pretty nice. And of course, we're going to be hitting harder, and then our defense will actually become greater than our res with Bow Knight Vander at that point. Not too shabby. For some other options, we could always go with Sigurd, that has some additional bonuses for cavalry units as well. If we go ahead and scroll to him, whee, up we go. Let's just see here. Yeah, when you're engaged, you're going to get an additional movement plus 2, which is pretty nice, and can play into the what's-it skill that increases your damage. It's Momentum. Where is it? Momentum Plus. Grants attack plus first to first attack during combat for each space unit moved before acting. So that can be pretty nice, because now you can move even more. Also boosting our defenses and getting our defenses higher than our res at that point. Plus, that's also even nicer for our positioning and getting around and doing things. And then the fact that he also comes built in with Canter expands our options even more. Like, maybe we want to go get a snipe over here, and then we want to move to this one tile that's nearby an enemy for Alear to be able to move in and try and get the kill, and now has like the extra 5% crit that Vander can grant. It's pretty nice. I mean, I say pretty nice as if plus 5 extra crit is like some big game changer, but we gotta make use of everything that we can get here. If we want to become a little bit of a tankier Bow Knight, like a weirdo, we could always equip Roy. That comes with some bonuses here as well, with like some additional movement. Yeah, there it is. And then we become a little bit of a tanky Bow Knight. If you want to do that, if you want to be a little bit unconventional, Vander's your best bet for getting a tanky Bow Knight. In terms of skills that we might want to slap on, there's Speed Taker from Lyn. His speed, honestly, is trash, and you're not really going to be fixing it all that much by putting him into Bow Knight. So this is not to try to get him to double, it's to prevent him from getting doubled, if you want to do that. Canter can be really good for the reasons why we described before. If we want to play into, you know, skidding around the map super fast and hopefully not taking too much damage, we could always do like some low health builds with with Wrath to have a little bit of damage on us and increase our crit. The reason why I have that on there is also to play into this. Like, hey, his personal skill can increase his crit. Let's increase it even more. Let's have him go around sniping things and getting critical hits all over the place. If we want to be a little bit more defensive, then we can always run Gentility to take 5 less damage. And with how many snipes we'll be able to get from all sorts of positions, we can run Draconic Hex. Maybe get like a snipe with a bow or even a longbow. And now we've just inflicted death onto our foe by -4 to all their basic stats. Can't go wrong with Draconic Hex. Alright, Clanne. I hate Clanne. Like, why did the developers do this? They had his starting proficiencies be Tome and Sword, which means they clearly wanted his canon thing to be a sword mage knight. And he's a little bit more physically inclined than magical. Like, I don't know why he starts out in mage and he only has a 10% growth rate in magic. It's disgusting. And his strength growth rate is much higher at 35, so he's clearly meant to be more physical. And same with the maximum stat modifiers, like +1 in strength but -1 in magic. He starts out in magic, but he sucks at it. But it's his innate proficiency. And if we look over at the friggin' Mage Knight does not care if you have tome proficiency. It only cares if you have one of these. So the developers clearly want him to be more physical than magical. They want him to be a mage tome knight. I almost said bow knight. They clearly want him to be a mage knight that was more physically than magically inclined. But then they did this. Oh, so much pain. And the only class in the entire game that can benefit from this is High Priest. And considering this little blemish here, you're probably not going to want to put him into High Priest unless you're an absolute maniac. Which means he is going to be one of the characters that gets assigned to one of those classes that does not care about Innate. So, these classes that don't care about Innate but I need someone to fill, yeah, he's going to fill one of those roles because that's kind of what he's been condemned to. My initial plans was to just slap him into like Swordmaster or Halberdier, but then DLC came out and I was like, wait a second. He's probably actually the best candidate for Mage Canonneer. I haven't tinkered around with Mage Canonneer all that much. I didn't honestly play all that much after beating the DLC. But from the information that I've gathered, it seems like he would probably be best suited to it. As you get farther, Mage Canonneer is going to reduce its chances of hitting. There's all sorts of spicy blasts that you can do here, but good luck hitting them from afar. Unless you just so happen to have a personal skill that boosts your chance of hitting. Just be next to Alear, take a shot from the middle of bumblefuck nowhere into right in the middle of the map there, and you'll be able to hit a little bit more of the time than anyone else in Mage Canonneer would be able to do. Well, technically there's some other personal skills that you could stack up even more hit, but, you know, those are units that are better served for other purposes. So, Clanne is our Mage Canonneer. If we're not counting DLC, just slap him into some physical class that doesn't care about innates, because, my god, this has got to be a cardinal sin. In terms of emblem to give him as our Mage Canonneer, these are just several emblems that give bonuses to armored units that are pretty nice. So he can be our sniper from afar, and he can also shove his face into the enemies if we need a physical wall, considering that's what Mage Canonneer can do. Alternatively, we could also go with Erica. You know, I would probably just go with this. Erica's more so here if you do want to go into a Mage Knight, but meh. In terms of what kind of skills you might want to use on a Mage Canonneer here, you really cannot go wrong with hit plus 30 on a Mage Canonneer that might be struggling to hit. Like, let's just bring this up to plus 40 total, you know? Let's just increase our odds as much as we can. If we want to increase our odds even further or do something a little bit different, we can also use Divine Pulse from Byleth to increase our luck a little bit further here. To increase our luck, to increase our chances of hitting a little bit further. If you're going to be close enough that you'll be able to attack the enemy that you're targeting here soon, why not slap on Draconic Hex? We can inflict all sorts of things with different blasts. Like, we could have, like, a Venom Blast that inflict poison. Why don't we make them even easier to kill with Draconic Hex? Just completely condemn them to death. That sounds pretty nice to me. I probably would personally run hit plus 30 and then Draconic Hex. These both are at the top of, like, run one or the other, is why they're both kind of at the top. But I would probably just run, like, hit plus 30 and then Draconic Hex. Alternatively, we could also have him be a little bit of a support unit to just give our other allies some HP just by doing what he does of shooting from across the map. And same kind of thing where he doesn't have to do anything extra, he can just chill around and give our other allies some extra defense, and it'll also make him more defensive too, if he wants to be a little bit of a wall. So yeah, that's what's going on with Clanne. Alright, as for Framme here, she starts out in a Martial Monk, and her default canon thing is Martial Master, as I guess I never mentioned these. The purple is just, if the class is different than what's here in the Fel Xenologue, then it's listed here in case you want to make some plans around the Fel Xenologue. That's the class that they're stuck in. Now, I swear I wasn't just trying to play into the twins and your dedicated green and red / pinkish Fire Emblem units being like the 2 DLC classes here, but straight up, I genuinely believe that Clanne is the most optimal Mage Canonneer and Framme is the most optimal Enchanter. Enchanter is a very nice support class. Take a weapon and enchant it, give it back, and then that thingamabob is, you know, buffed up for the rest of the map, assuming you don't try to, you know, enchant something else there. But past that, you're not really going to be doing a massive ton with Enchanter damage-wise. If we go to classes, Enchanter's speed is good. Where is Enchanter? There you are. Like, it's above average, at least, is the case. It's not amazing. Like, really good is into the 40s, but, you know, it's pretty good speed. Strength and magic all the way down here at 25. Like, if you're focusing on other strength or magic, it's usually going to be something like this. This is the very low end. You're going to be doing very little, if any, damage with with Enchanter here. And Enchanter's pretty frail. Look at that defense and res. Like, yikes. Even Thief here has higher res. And higher defenses by a lot. 13 higher. So, Enchanters are pretty frail. They have high luck. They have some good dexterity and speed. But, you know, they're meant for support. But they are a key adept type of unit, which means that they can use Chain Guard, which is very handy and can be a very handy thing for support, even when you're not like enchanting and doing other support stuff. They also benefit from either Knife or Arts. It starts out in B by default, but it'll be boosted up to A for one of those if you have an innate in one of those. Neither of those are actually too important for Enchanter, honestly. Like, I'll still try to put units in that can make use of it, but what A in Knives and Arts unlocks really isn't super great. Like, let's have a look-see over at the Knives and the Thingamabobs. So the only thing that you unlock with A in Daggers is Peshkats, the one-range knife that... Are you really going to be wanting to use a one-range knife with your super frail Enchanter? Probably not. And then as for the arts here, we get Flashing Fist art, which is the grant speed +5, but usually takes +5 damage, so, you know, like glass cannon thing, try to get those 4 attacks. And if you're breaking, then you don't have to worry about the damage anyway. So you wouldn't, you ideally wouldn't want to be doing this unless you're killing, and you wouldn't want to be doing this unless you're breaking or killing. So 2 more, like, in another scenario, if you're breaking, you might want to do it, and then there's more chances of you doubling them, and with Enchanters not half bad speed. This is better than Peshkats, so it's going to be a little bit more optimal to have an art boosted Enchanter than a dagger boosted one, in my opinion. And considering that, you know, Enchanter's pretty frail, unlike the other one of Mage Canonneer, you're probably going to want to be avoiding things sometimes. Oh, what's this? An extra chance to avoid an honest support unit that might already be close to Alear because of that anyway? Sign me up! Because Enchanter is a key adept unit, that means that they can also do the Lucina Invincible Fortress build that I kinda like to do. So Lucina has a very spicy thing when on a key adept unit, which again, there's not a whole lot of key adept classes. So with Bonded Shield, this has 100% trigger rate, with Bonded Shield protecting you against like the first attack. So if you're using Bonded Shield, it's by default 80%, used to prevent first attacks on adjacent allies until your next turn. By default, it's 80%. It's gonna be 90 on Dragon, but it's even better with Key Adept. You're gonna be getting 100%, which means that you will always prevent first attacks. What that means is you can essentially make a plus of allies with your Key Adept with Lucina in the middle that has engaged and is spamming Bonded Shield, and the 4 units around are ideally units that are fast enough that they're not going to be getting doubled, because if they're not getting doubled, they're going to be taking no damage. So that is really nice. And then the unit in the middle of that has Lucina on here is going to have the built-in dual support, which means additional avoid, and the enemies probably aren't going to be trying to attack the Dudo in the middle, ideally. Like, you'll have to surround them with units that have 1, support to be able to do that, and 2, high speed so that they don't get doubled. You know, is what you're going to want to do. So, you know, have Alear for 1, and then that's additional +10 avoid. And then ideally 3 other units that Framme has support with or have good enough speed, or at least 2 other units that Framme has support with, and they all have good enough speed. And then you just have like 4 turns of Invincibility Fortress, or I guess 3 if you're at lower bond level with Lucina. But it can be really nice in a pinch when there's a whole bunch of enemies running down from like one side and it's like, I can't deal with this right now. So you just send the Invincible Fortress there to like slowly whittle them away and do some damage, and then by the time the Invincible Fortress runs out, you've hopefully done enough damage and cleared out enough enemies that you can just go in there and deal with what's left. It's great. It's realish nice. And on someone that already has like some built-in extra avoid here, and you know, gives Alear some extra avoid, and can spam that bonded shield for the Invincible Fortress, that's pretty nice. And even though Enchanter isn't going to be hitting for very hard, Lucina's engage attack is going to be more so about the amount of chain attacks that you do. Allies with 2 spaces chain attack, so the fact that Framme isn't going to be hitting very hard with it doesn't matter too much anyway. If she wants to pop that engage attack, she'll still be able to do a decent smidge of damage, just because everyone else is going to be attacking with her, you know. So Lucina would absolutely be my first choice there. Alternatively, you could always go with Micaiah, try to use her magic stat, even though, you know, the capped magic stat on Enchanter is really not that good. But because Micaiah gives access to stabs, and has the built-in engage skill, or sync skill, of whatever the heck the thing is called that heals you too. Where is it? Healing Light. When a unit heals an ally with a staff, unit also recovers HP equals 58% of the amount healed. You're not going to be getting all that much of heals with a low magic class like Enchanter, but one, it does increase like her support versatility. It gives her something else that she can do, like if she's not doing any enchanting, if she's not doing any chain guarding for the turn, then she can heal allies for smidges of health. And 2, because of Healing Light here, if she uses Chain Guard to protect an ally, but then lose a little bit of her health, that would mean that someone else would need to come up and typically heal her, or she'd need to use a healing item to get back to full health before she can Chain Guard again. But with Healing Light, she can just heal someone else, and then she's topped up to Chain Guard again. So having Micaiah on a Key Adept unit just means that you can use Chain Guard more often without needing to waste allies' turns when they don't need to. Like, you can be more efficient. You can just have the one that is using Micaiah heal someone else and heal themselves, and that's one unit used, as opposed to, you know, someone else coming over and healing. I guess it's still the same amount of units being used, but, you know. It's handy for your other units to be able to do the more important things that they need to do. Why am I choking now? Alternatively, she's not going to be half bad in Martial Master. Or you can, you know, slap her into High Priest, like, play into the fact that she has a higher magic MSM than Strength here, and, you know, try to do some art things. Honestly, High Priest and arts isn't all that good. Like, at least from what I've seen from the numbers, I haven't actually tried it out in-game. But, you know, you can get Tome boosted to A, Staff is always going to be an S, and then you have, like, some arts in the back here. Or you can get arts to B. But, you know, arts in B here, if we go over to weapons. The only thing that unlocks is Silver Spirit art. And is that really something that you're going to be using all that much? Strength 28, it's not the worst in the world. It is, you know, above average for a class that doesn't really use strength. But, I mean, it doesn't use strength. High Priest is just really weird, honestly. It's better to boost tomes. But if you do want a High Priest with boosted arts, then you can use Framme. Or Jean. You know, those are your 2 options for that, pretty much. As for what skills might be good to run on our Enchanter Framme here, Avoid plus 30 will just make the Invincible Fortress even better, and will just make her less likely to hit when she's as frail as she is as Enchanter. Draconic Hex would give her a little bit more versatility, where she's not doing all that much damage to enemies, but she can still use daggers to poison them. And then with that tiny little tap of damage and poison, we can just condemn them to death. And then that's additional versatility with our Enchanter, who would otherwise maybe just be sitting around twiddling their thumbs being like, what can I do? What can I contribute here? Oh, I can mark them for death with Draconic Hex. Cancer is just going to give us more versatility in our positioning, and can't go wrong with that. Geosphere, as long as we're sticking near our allies, which we're probably going to want to do with Alear anyway, then that's just going to be helping us out. And then Rally Spectrum just gives us like some more support if we want to play into that of like buffing allies that way. So yeah, there's that. Alright, Alfred. It's just occurred to me that another thing that you want to plan out with classes is the skills that they get here. There are class skills as well that you unlock from level 5 onward, and each of the unique classes is going to have their own unique skill. Alfred's is going to be Golden Lotus, which is essentially previous games Pavise and Aegis rolled into one. During combat may present 50% of physical damage taken, trigger percent equals dex. Okay, so maybe not quite exactly it, it is any physical damage, is just not magical damage. So sort of Pavai's Aegis rolled into one minus the tomes part, essentially. So he's gonna be a very defensive cavalier. He's no great knight, but just pretend that he has armor on, because he's gonna be, like, pretty defensive. He might be getting doubled a decent bit of the time, because his speed is not amazing. Which is crazy, at least in my playthrough it wasn't. Like, his speed growth rate isn't even awful. But, you know, he was not very fast for me. You know, I'm sure that his, unique class here does actually give 10. Why did his speed suck so much in my playthrough? I don't know, man. But yeah, his unique class of Avenir, we're gonna be shoving him in that. And I think that the best class to shove him in, best emblem to give him, is probably going to be Hector here. Because with his unique skill of self-improver weight equals strength plus 2 for 1 turn, that naturally means that Alfred is going to be slightly more enemy phase geared than player phase, and I wanted to give him an emblem that would play into that. So he's got like the super defensive unique skill in his class there, he's got a personal skill that makes him a little bit more enemy phase focused. Let's play into that. Hector loves enemy phase stuff, namely with the quick riposte. Where's Hector? There you are. Yeah, let's see over here. Quick riposte. If unit's HP is 60% or more and foe initiates combat, unit will always follow up if weapon allows. So as long as you're not using like a smashing weapon. So yeah, enemies came to attack Alfred, and Alfred normally doesn't have the speed to get double them. Nah, double them anyway. Quick riposte. That's pretty nice there. So plus the +2 strength that we're getting as part of his personal skill when we're waiting, this combines pretty well there. Alfred's unique class is going to allow him to wield swords and lances, and because Hector is going to give him axes when engaged, that means that he has potential full weapon triangle control. You know, that's pretty nice. He does have a cavalry bonus. It's not super great here. It will be nice to have like one of these instead, but you know, this is not half bad either. We're not getting froze. At least there's a bonus. I more so wanted to give him Hector to have like full weapon triangle control. Stack quick riposte with the fact that he's gained strength plus 2 when he waits, and then just further boost like his strength and his defense, and he's gonna be able to wield heavy things. Mostly these are the ones I more so care about, you know. Rune Sword is a magic weapon, but unlike other engaged magic weapons, this one works the way that it did in FE7, where rather than using magic stat, there was no separate magic stat in FE7. It was just like your attack power. So if you were a physical unit, then, you know, this is your attack power. If you're a magic unit, this is your attack power. Is, you know, the same stat, essentially. So it just used half of strength. So, you know, at first, when I first heard about the Rune Sword, I was like, oh, that means that Hector should go on to someone that's not half bad in a magic secondary. No, you just want someone that's, like, good strength all around. So yeah, that actually works really quite nicely for enemy phase focused? I cannot speak today. Focus Alfred here, you know? Alternatively, you could also go with Roy, gonna give like some additional movement when he's engaged there as part of his engage bonus, and be like really good as a defensive option with holdout ++, having some more HP and bonuses here when you have him equipped. Where's Roy? There you are, Roy. Like, we're gonna be hitting a whole lot harder. It'll patch up his weaker res and give him a whole bunch more HP. And a holdout +++ being like one of the best defensive skills there. Like, good luck taking out Alfred with his Golden Lotus and his holdout and stuff. Or you can always go with the cannon option of Sigurd, get big damage as you're going around with momentum. You have a whole lot more movement options. Maybe attack over here and then you cancer over there to wall in that spot. You know, can't really go wrong with it. In terms of skills that I would recommend on Alfred, I certainly would not mind Tiki's Life Sphere ++. If you use his weight without attacking or using items resource, 40 HP and heal sass effects. His personal skill just so happens to be one where he gets benefits for waiting. This just stacks onto that. That would mean that when he waits, he gets 40 HP, heals status effects, and gets +2 strength. Pretty nice. And yeah, here's another thing for walling with Roy there. We could go with Lance Power 5 for like much bigger lance damage, but you know, it's not exactly going to benefit us with swords, you know. Quick riposte, can't go wrong with that with enemy phase focus Alfred. And then if you want to, if you think that you can secure some kills here before they damage you, like if you think this is going to make a big difference, it potentially can. Vantage was a lot more powerful in Awakening and Fate, where even though it would only be at best like unit's HP is 50% or less as opposed to 75, you could just stack on so many more broken skills in those games that, you know, the skill-based chance to activate ones like Luna, Soul, Astra, you know, stuff like that that you could stack on that, along with Vantage, it was a lot stronger. Vantage isn't quite as good in this game. Because, you know, if you attack first and hit them, they're still gonna hit you after. All that it changed was the order. It's only gonna matter if you actually kill them, you know, stop their attack in some way. So yeah, there's that. On to the next character, Etie. Her personal skill is basically Alfred's, but you have to use a recovery item. So it's just Alfred's, but worse. You could say that there is like a niche situation in which like, she can get the heal and then get the strength +2. Like she can get the heal that she needs. What if she doesn't need it? Now you're just burning through your items just for that. So I'm honestly not a big fan of her personal skill. But she is the trademark warrior of the game, absolutely. Because there's only one class in this game that benefits from innate and bow, that's warrior. And she is absolutely built to be a warrior here, like the high strength and stuff. Yeah, slap her into warrior. That'll be pretty nice. This is the wrong page here, because I'm a goofy goober. Let's see here. Where the heck? There's warrior. Yeah, with the A in axes, and then C in bows, but boosted to B with an innate in bows. And then high strength Etie that I believe had what, like the 2 MSM in strength there, bringing that to 48. She's gonna be hitting like a truck. Like from the beginning of the game, she already kind of hits like a truck as an archer. But put her into warrior and just watch her clean up. Be so awesome. Be able to use A in axes and be able to use up to a brave axe, like chef's kiss right there. In terms of emblem that I put on her, if we're not going for the Lucina Invincible Fortress, this is a not half bad option, is slapping Lucina onto a backup unit. My first choice for Lucina would be putting her onto a Key Adept unit to be able to use that Invincible Fortress build, but my second choice would be onto a backup unit, because here you have an additional range +1 and all for 1, so all allies within 3 spaces chain attack, which means you can get a lot of allies in there for chain attacks. You can also get some more chain attacks yourself with Dual Assist Plus, which you will be getting no matter what, no matter who you put Lucina on, because they'll essentially act as a pseudo backup unit when you slap Lucina onto them, but you know, it's still nice to have Dual Assist Plus built in, because that's already a nice skill on a backup unit, and then you don't even have to use your skill slots for that, it's just built in. Alternatively, you could always go with Rivals, because as we discussed with like Bow Knight Vander there, if you can get 2 of the 3 of Weapon Sync Plus, that's free damage that you can get a lot of the time. And Warrior wields both axes and bows, which are the weapons of Edelgard and Claude, which means that you'll be able to capitalize off of Weapon Sync Plus 2/3 of the time if you do, for sure, that turn want to use the weapon that they're using. Like, if it doesn't matter and you have to use a different one, you know. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there's backup bonuses for the Rivals here, though. Why am I struggling to speak so much today? Yeah, there isn't any backup bonus here, which means that, in my opinion, Rivals are best on a Cavalier unit that can use 2 of the 3 weapons. But, you know, if you don't care too much about that, then, you know, you can always slap Rivals onto a Warrior unit, and it'll still be pretty good. But there are things that it would be better on, which is why I have Lucina up here at the top. And then you can always slap on Marth if you'd like instead, that also has, like, the backup bonuses of, like, an additional attack here. Being able to wield axes means that you can use break defenses against lance foes as well, though you won't exactly be able to use break defenses whenever you're using a bow. Though I guess you will also have access to sword when you engage. And then we're also we're hitting a little bit more. You can always go with Berserker if you wanted to instead. I really do not like Berserker in this game, honestly. Its personal skill, or its class skill, is you smash enemies like 1 tile further away. And Berserker has like the lowest defenses in the game, pretty much. And smash weapons are ones that you need to get hit first. So it's like, man, Berserker is a class that I just give to someone to like fill in the slot, but never actually use. At least Berserker has a lot of HP, but you know. Etie, why would you not put her in Warrior? In terms of skills to slap onto Warrior Etie here, if you're in a backup class, there's basically no reason to not run Dual Assist Plus from Lucina. It's just more free damage that you're chipping onto enemy units here and there. It's pretty nice. Strength Defense +5 can be really nice from Hector there. Your Warrior is never really gonna be able to take magical hits all that well. Defense is pretty okay-ish. It's not, you know, like amazing stellar, but it's pretty okay-ish. But if we boost that up to 32, it's like, okay, now this is like, you can take some hits for sure. I mean, you can already take some hits with this, but you know, take even more hits with that. Can't go wrong with being able to position around, and as we're trying to snipe some dudos, yeah, can't go wrong with hit +30 either. All right, next, Boucheron, you are our Berserker. You were gonna be our hero with an axe variety. I was thinking about getting 2 different kinds of heroes, both the lance kind and the axe kind. But one, I needed someone to fill Berserker, and two, it occurred to me that Gold Mary is just the best hero that I can get. So let's try to get a ultra hard hitting Berserker out here is what we'll try to do. His strength growth is not exactly amazing for someone that's going to be trying to hit hard. Berserker will patch us up a little bit though, but you know, Boucheron is going to be getting even more damage here as long as, you know, some other backup unit is helping him out. And if we're trying to get a whole bunch of damage with Berserker, yeah, let's give it a go there. In terms of emblem, we can slap on Tiki here and get like some big damage when we're engaged, and actually patch up our defenses so that we're not just a glass cannon as long as we're engaged with the stat boost that Tiki gives there. But Tiki's backup thingamabobs here. Let's scroll down to Tiki. Tiki's one engaged weapon will change based on unit type, and a lot of these will be half of something, like half defense, half res. If you're using backup cavalry covert key adept, just ignore it completely. And if we're trying to hit really, really hard, because apparently this will use strength here. Like, this will be magic, but a lot of these will be strength, like this will be. You know, that's some big damage on Berserker there. And then plus the fact that when we're engaged, we can actually start taking a hit. Still not a lot of hits, but actually start taking some hits there and not be as completely frail. That could be pretty darn nice there, you know? Or alternatively, we can go Lucina, because you can't really go wrong with Lucina on a backup unit. In terms of skills, that might not be half bad to have on there. If we are committing with Berserker, why not slap on Axe Power 5 and get a whole bunch of damage? Like, that's a decent bit of damage there. If we want to get as much damage as we can, let's slap on Reprisal Plus. If unit's HP is not full, adds 50% of lost HP to attack. And the thing about Berserker's HP, if you can get Berserker down to 1 HP, which you can controlled get your units down to 1 HP if you use Dragon Vein Fire, to just whittle them all the way down, because the fire will never kill and you can get them to 1 HP. Berserker has the highest HP in the game here at 96. So you know, if you are missing 95 HP and you're adding half of that to your damage, you wouldn't be able to let him get hit. But if you want to full on play into Glass Cannon, my goodness, nothing would live. It would take a little bit of effort at the beginning of each battle to bring him down to 1 HP. But my god, the destructive power. We can always hit even harder with Strength Dex plus 5. Typically, Strength Defense plus 5 is the better one to go with, getting plus 5 points in defense rather than dexterity. But Berserker's defense is so horribly unsalvageable that I just figure it's not even worth bothering with. Especially if we do, you know, try to play into reprisal stuff. I mean, if we want the most damage, just run these two, but yeah. Dual Assist Plus, you know, can't go wrong with running that on a backup unit. And with how frail, you know, Cancer is already amazing, but with how frail Berserker is, that can be extra helpful to, like, go and murder some guy and then, you know, dip on out and get to safety there. I've been, like, this is gonna be way edited down, but in terms of real life, I've been recording for over 2 hours. So I am going to resume this either tomorrow or when I get some more time. See you in the future. Alright, well, we left off at Céline. Céline is in a very unique position with her unique class in this game. Typically in Fire Emblem games, if you're mixed physical and magical, chances are, rather than having like a whole bunch of defense and a whole little bit of resistance, or a whole lot of resistance and barely any defense, you'll typically have like pretty alright of both. You're not gonna get absolutely shredded by one or the other. And that's why you can get into the fray really well with characters like Robin in Grandmaster and Awakening, or Noble, Corrin in Fire Emblem Fates, for example. If you're mixed magic and physical, no one particular thing is going to absolutely shred you. It doesn't mean that you're going to be a tank or anything, but you know, no one thing is going to absolutely shred you, which is even more broken in games like Awakening and Fates, where you can just pile up like a bazillion OP skill-based skills, like skills that will activate off of a skill % chance, and then just, you know, get good RNG and survive and have not one thing kill you, and it's great. There's not quite as much stuff that you can do like that in this game. She does have a skill-based chance to activate her unique skill in her class being Ignis, and that can be nice for some extra damage. But in terms of actually staying alive here, you know, you're not really going to be wanting to get her into right in the middle of the fray too much, unless we make a build centered around that. Now, it is also worth noting that something else that really helps set her apart is, in addition to being mixed physical and magical, she is the only mixed physical and magical unit in the game that is a mystical class type. Like if we go and have a look at classes and we scroll down to over here, mystical. The other types of mystical classes are Sage and High Priest. I guess you could say High Priest is like sort of physical with gauntlets, but I'm fairly certain High Priest's defenses are not exactly gonna be all that great, let's just say. Like, despite being able to punch things, it's really not quite a mixed class in the same way that Céline is. Like, her defenses still aren't exactly amazing, but they're, you know, the best mystical defensive stats in the game. So it's like, huh, what kind of emblem bonuses can we get for mystical units that would be very nice to have on Céline? Because there are some very nice mystical bonuses. You know, it's funny, despite being like mixed physical magical, I very rarely would ever use physical attacks on her, like some sort of physical sword. Pretty much just when I didn't have enough other physical units to clean up and she really needed to do that. It wasn't very often. I wouldn't use physical weapons as much as something like Robin or Corrin or anything like that, but, you know, it's nice to have the option and it's nice to have her defenses not be the worst thing ever. Well, I say that as, as this definitely makes it a little bit worse. Why? That's Alfred. What definitely makes it a little bit worse, but hey, still best mystical defenses in the game, so let's try to make something of it. And personally, what I would like to do is an invincibility build that you can do with DLC, with Soren to be specific. Because if we scroll on down to Soren here, his engage skill, when attacking with tomes, inflict res minus 20% on foe. If you're a mystical unit, that's actually 30%, and foe recovers 50%. Foe recovers 50%. Unit recovers 50% of damage dealt. So, whenever you're dealing damage with Soren, one, as a mystical unit, is doing extra damage, and two, you're healing yourself every time. So you can't exactly make an always invincible build, but you can essentially make a 4-turn invincible build, as long as you just put on Roy's skill of holdout. Let's see here, where's Roy at? There's our boy. Holdout plus plus plus. If a unit had 2 or more HP at the start of combat, you always survives combat with at least 1 HP. And every time that you inflict damage with a tome, you're recovering health, which means that you're always going to be above that 2 HP. Yeah, it's a little bit nutty. It's not completely foolproof, though. There are some holes in the strategy that keep it from being truly invincible. One is, what if the enemy is using, like, a smash weapon that always acts at the end of the turn? So, like, you do some damage and heal, but then they, like, smackaroo you with a smash weapon, and now, like, you survive at 1 HP with holdout. But the next combat that starts, you're at 1 HP and holdout isn't going to save you. Even if the next person that attacks you does it with a smash weapon and, you know, is there for acting at the end of the turn and you get the heal first, if they're doing enough damage, they'll still kill you because holdout is at the start of combat. It's not just like, oh yeah, if you have 2 or more HP before you take damage. No, it's specifically at the start of combat that does the calculation. So, yeah, smash weapons can be a little bit of a hole in the strategy there. There is also getting doubled by enemies, potentially. Like, you want to have good speed if you're going for this, because you do not want to get doubled here. You can always slap something like Lynn's Speed Taker on, and then once you've gotten enough kills, it's like, yeah, let's not worry about getting doubled, because, you know, the second hit will be the last one that hits there, and then, you know, maybe you're left at 1 HP, and then maybe holdout won't save you. The Speed Taker will mostly negate that, but there are still some cases, some very niche cases, where you might still have to worry about it. Namely with Halberdiers, for example. Because Halberdier's class skill is pincer attack. If unit initiates combat while an ally is on the opposite side of the foe, always follow up if weapon allows. Which means, even if you have, like, the highest speed stat ever, and a Halberdier, I forgot the name of the class for a hot second because I'm really smart, initiates combat while there's a foe on the other side of you as well, yeah, he's gonna double. He doesn't really care about your speed stat, honestly. You know, so there's that. And if you're playing on Maddening, it might be a little bit extra sketchy there too. So, yeah. So there's that. And then there's also long-range weapons. In case someone is attacking you like a Mage Canonneer or something like that can just attack you from the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, or someone is attacking with like a ballista or, I don't know, bolting or what have you, or meteor, then they can hit you without you being able to counter, because you're only going to be healing when, you know, you're attacking back with damage when you're able to counter attack. So it's not a completely foolproof 100% for sure invincible build by slapping Soren onto Céline, but I think it's pretty much the closest thing we're getting in the game. I think the two closest things to true invincibility builds that we're getting in this game are, like, Soren invincibility build, and the Lucina invincible fortress of, like, spam bonded shield with a key adept unit in the middle that's gonna dodge a whole bunch of things, and then have a whole bunch of allies around that aren't gonna get doubled, but, you know, same kind of worry there with the halberdiers. But yeah, those are my two invincible build plans there. You can potentially do this on this build on some other characters. Ideally, you would want to do it on mystical units. It doesn't have to be. Honestly, you could do it on pretty much whoever. It's just extra nice on mystical units because more damage, which means more healing, and then just more damage here. Like, can't complain about that. You can go for a dodge tank alternatively. Mystical unit build with Soren. Like for some other candidates here, if we go down to Pandrio, for example, where the heck is that party goober? There he is. His Bob is bonus to hit and avoid equal to 3 times the number of allies and foes within 2 spaces. So, you know, you're not going to have as much defenses if you have him in, like, you know, Sage or High Priest or what have you. Your defensive stats are going to be a little bit lower. Like, where is High Priest over here? There it is. Like 20 as opposed to 24. I guess, is 4 points really going to make that much of a difference? I guess it'd be 18 because I think he has -2 in defense, right? Yeah, he's -2 in defense. So he'd have 18 as opposed to Celine's 24. Really high res though. And if he was in, oh, that's in a High Priest. If he's in Sage, yeah, still 18. Still 18 there. If you have access to DLC and you want to do a dodge tank build, I would highly recommend Gregory instead. When there are more foes than allies within 3 spaces, grants avoid +20. Pandrio can, in theory, get more avoid with his personal skill than Gregory, but you just need to be surrounded by a lot of different units. Like, at least Pandrio, it doesn't matter whether it's foes or allies, just the amount of people around him will stack into it. But if you're doing this invincibility build, you're probably going to want to, like, go shove him in the fray and, you know, leave him be and stuff like that. And this will definitely be activated while there's a whole bunch of enemies around, and, you know, the rest of your allies are just, like, chilling on the other end of the room, holding up their tablets like, "You're doing great, sweetie," as they're recording a video. And if enough enemies surround him, there will still be more avoid on Pandrio, but there needs to be a lot of enemies surrounding him. And if he goes kind of into the fray and there's a whole bunch of enemies scattered around, it'll take a bit before it adds up with like +3, +3, +3 until it, you know, gets to be more than this. So you can always do like a dodge tank build here. Also looks like I didn't actually finish doing this. I'll finish that before I release this after the video. But, you know I have in the back of my mind what things I want to do here anyway. But yeah, if you want to take a little bit of a gamble, and he doesn't have any minus defenses. He would still only have like 20 defense if he's in something like Sage. But, you know, mystical there, he's gonna be doing extra damage. Just hope that he doesn't get hit. If he does get hit, hope that he does like enough damage back, which he would probably do like pretty well here. That he doesn't have to worry about it, just have to worry about potentially getting doubled and or screwed by halberdiers or long range attacks or what have you. You know, if he had 51 magic, he'd be really darn strong there. So, if you want to go for Soren invincibility build, I would say either Céline or Gregory, or technically anyone. It's just extra nice to have on a mystical unit considering this. You can always slap this build onto a character that just is a lot better mixed defense res, like that doesn't exactly have any bonuses here. You can even slap onto a dragon unit or something like that if you really wanted to. But, you know, it's just nice to be able to capitalize on bonuses here. But yeah, it might be a little bit safer to slap this build onto someone that has a little bit more defensives. Because even though this build is designed to be fluctuating back and forth between 1 HP, it doesn't exactly mean that we should allow ourselves to get to 1 HP too readily. It should still be avoided when possible because of, you know, the little holes in the strategy that prevent it from being truly invincible. Regardless, Invincibility Soren is still my favorite Céline build that I would highly recommend. If you'd like to go with some other build here, Celica, like the default option on Céline, is actually a really good option on her. Because Celica is one of the few emblems that actually boosts both magic and strength. Usually it's one or the other for most emblems if they're boosting either or. Like there's +3 strength, there's +5 magic. So if you're putting Celica on like a completely magic user, they're only going to be able to make use of this, and this goes to waste. If you're putting her on, like, a mostly physical ally, then they'll be able to use this, but maybe not be able to use this as much. And she has some nice mystical bonuses. Like, Echo, here's just more damage. Warp and Ragnarok, here's just more damage. You know, you can't complain about that. it also does depend, like, how often you expect to be using the strength stat of Céline for actual physical weapons here, because I sure didn't use it a whole lot on my playthrough. You could always slap Celica onto what's-her-face here, Celestia, because she's also mixed there. And I believe there's a flying bonus. Yeah, flying is just warp distance, but, you know, you can't go wrong with damage here either, and being able to make use of both of those can be pretty nice, so can't exactly go wrong with that. So, you know, while you're typically not making use of one of the stat boosts with Celica on a lot of units, you can make use of both of them on Céline, assuming you actually use, like, some physical weapons here a little bit. Well, for some other options, you could always go with Byleth, because Byleth is an emblem that boosts magic, and Sword of the Creator is a weapon that is boosted by magic. Where's Bymeth here? There's Bymeth. Yeah, there's a boosted magic, which you can't exactly go wrong with. Céline's luck is already absolutely insane. So with this luck plus 12 and then having Divine Pulse plus out here, like, let's see here. May turn a missed attack into a hit. Trigger is equals 50%. Chance increases with high luck. Let's see here. If we go ahead and have a look here at this, that's luck 50. Does she have any maximum stat modifiers in luck? Yeah, so that would be 53. So even, I guess the luck plus 12 doesn't actually matter at all then, because it's already adding like plus 53 if your stats are max, which means she's never gonna miss in that set if her stats are maxed. I mean, that plus 12 can't exactly hurt before you get to max stats. It's just gonna make it very, very low odds that you ever miss something. So you could always even, you know, slap on Byleth and then slap on some Engrave that, I guess there's only one that decreases your accuracy. I was about to say, I could have sworn there was some that decrease accuracy, right? Yeah, there are definitely some here. I don't know, slap on Veronica's Engrave and, you know, don't really have to worry about missing because Byleth is always going to be there to have your back. If we have a look at emblem weapons over here and have a look at the Sword of the Creator, well, first of all, I guess for mystical units, we have Thyrsus, which is always Shinice, magic range plus 2. That's per to Shinice. Can't go wrong with that. And then Sword of the Creator being raises damage with user's magic. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know exactly what it means, but I'm sure that is gonna be not half bad on a mystical unit there. Like, if you slap Byleth onto someone magical, and, you know, you get like some pretty far range magic and then boosted Sword of the Creator, you can't exactly go wrong with that. And then finally, if you want to play into Céline being like a mixed mystical and physical ally, you could always give her Sigurd, give her like some additional movement, have like the built Enchanter. And interestingly enough, Sigurd actually has a bonus for mystical units that, you know, you're very rarely gonna be able to make use of. I think that Céline's the only one that, in my opinion, can make effective use of it. So Override deals extra damage equals 25% of magic. If you slap Sigurd onto a different mystical unit, like Sage or High Priest, this is still like, here's your damage is determined by your physical attack, but here's an additional 25% damage for, like, you know, your magic. Our extra damage is 25% of your magic. But if you're using Sigurd on one of these other mystical classes that has like a 28 strength or 26 strength, the amount of damage that you're doing as is going to be so dang low that who even cares about like that extra 25% of magic there. Céline is the only one that can actually make effective use of it, in my opinion. So it's a very weird bonus here, and in my opinion, like, Céline is the only one that I could see myself like going for this with. There's really no other mystical units that's worth running on here. So yeah, if you want to play into her being like fixed mystical magical a little bit, slap on Sigurd. If you want to focus, I guess this is a little bit of mix as well, but more so magical. And then if you want to like go really far in on the magical sense, do like Soren or Byleth, I would say. In terms of skills here, yeah, if you're going for invincibility build, do holdout. If you're not going for invincibility build, then it's not really as necessary. You definitely can't go wrong with Veronica's magic / dexterity plus 5, because not only does it boost how much damage she's doing, but it boosts the trigger rate of Ignis, and Ignis is a very nice damage boost here. So that's an additional 5% to Ignis, which isn't a massive ton. Like, dexterity plus 5 would not be worth running on its own just for 5% extra chance. But considering you're getting 5 extra damage, and then another 5% chance of activating Ignis, it's like, hey, that's not half bad. Divine Pulse Plus can be really nice on her, considering her absolutely ludicrous luck. I think it's either one of her the highest luck stat in the game. It's absolutely insane. So why ever miss an attack ever again? You can always go with something like Draconic Hex, where, you know, if you're able to get into the fray with some sort of build here, then you know, you can go ahead and debuff allies, enemies, mark them for death. If you're a little bit worried about getting outspeed, you can always do this to patch things up a little bit, and then extra chance of activating Ignis as well. I honestly wonder if I should slap Speed Taker onto here instead. That's what I'm gonna do, like, right now, as a matter of fact. Because, yeah, Speed Taker is a pretty nice one. Instinct skill. Like, if you were doing a holdout Speed Taker or something like that with Soren Invincibility build, you can't really go wrong with that. Alright, next character, Chloé. Chloé is another character that's in a bit of a unique position, because as I've mentioned before, like, the most valuable and versatile innate skills, or innate weapon proficiencies, are sword, lance, and axe, considering look how many options there are. Whereas these ones just like, yeah, here's a few things that it benefits, but sword, lance, axe, there's so many things. And one of the spicy classes that I wanted to use in my playthrough, but I didn't have enough like team slots to use, and it made me really sad, was Mage Knight. Because Mage Knight is the horse with a literal mage hat on it. It's amazing. I love it. It's really cool. But if you want an effective Mage Knight, again, don't use Clanne. Like, don't don't fall for their lies. Don't use Clanne like the developers probably want you to do. You want to use someone that has innate sword, lance, or axe, because then you get tomes to A, and then you get one of those to A as well. And then you can use things like brave lances and, you know, silver, great, whatever the heck's thingamabobs. And Chloé is my decided character for that. I don't have the apostrophe on the E there. I'm so unprofessional, I know. But when I was deciding who I wanted to make a Mage Knight, I had to consider who has an innate one of these and has not half bad magic. So that's why I made this little area here. So here's all the characters that have innate sword, lance, axe. I guess this doesn't include DLC because there's like Madeline here as well, but you know, 0 in magic. Consider her strength and defense, you're probably gonna want to have her in something like physical and wall-like anyway. Like, it's probably a bit of a waste of potential if you're doing Mage Knight here anyway, but I don't know, I guess I can add this at the, screw it, I'm adding it. So, in terms of these characters that have an innate in one of these three, only a few do not have negative magic MSMs. We have Louis over here, that also has a 0% growth in magic, and it's like, that's kind of gross. We have Boucheron over here that also has a 0% growth in magic, and it's like, why? I guess there's Madeline here that actually does have a little bit of a growth rate in magic, but you know, she's probably better suited to something physical to actually make effective use of that. Chloé actually has negative strength growth rates and a positive in magic, and her magic growth rate is actually a little bit higher than strength, which implies that she was actually meant to go into her canon, like, default promotion option of Griffin Knight and then just, you know, be able to use stabs to a little bit better effectiveness than other characters typically will be able to. But that means that she can become a really amazing Mage Knight because her magic is actually going to be a little smidge better than her strength here. So she'd be able to get to 41 magic and 33 strength, but be able to wield, like, all the way up to really spicy lances and stuff like that. Like, if you're gonna slap in most of these other characters into Mage Knight, you're gonna be hurting their magic, whereas her magic gets benefited. And with a growth rate like that, you can actually use her as a Mage Knight within the main game, instead of, you know, characters like this that have 0% growth rate in magic, where it's like, if you really want to develop them in magic, that's best saved for, like, grind and post-game. Good luck being able to hit very hard with magic in the main game and dealing with those awful magic level-ups. Chloé, you can actually make effective use of, though. So, Chloé is my dedicated Mage Knight here, that if I had one more slot in my party, I totally would have used in my playthrough, but unfortunately I did not. I really wanted the Mage Horse. By having the additional versatility, like movement-wise, of a Cavalier class, that means that she might be able to capitalize off of this better for, like, positioning, but, you know, it's not going to make too much of a difference, I don't believe. Another thing that's worth noting about her in Mage Knight is also going to be her speed. Her speed is definitely like her best MSM, excluding HP. You know, HP is going to be almost everyone's best MSM. Not MSM, growth rate. I can't words, apparently. Her speed is absolutely amazing there. She has a 3 MSM, like that's the correct use of that term, and speed. And the class skill of Mage Knight, like, Mage Knight's speed is pretty alright. It's not like an absolutely amazing out-of-this-world speed stat like friggin' Wolf Knight or Griffin Knight over here, but it's okay-ish. But this class does still want to double considering Chaos style. If a unit initiates combat with a physical attack against a foe armed with magic or vice versa, grant speed +3 during combat. There are a lot of characters in this game that if you put them into Mage Knight, they would typically only just be good in the magical part or only be good in the physical part. Not really that much of either or. I guess you could put someone that sucks in magic into this anyway, and, you know, this is still high enough that they'd still be alright at it. You know, assuming they have a good enough growth rate and aren't just stuck with the 25% if they have a 0% magic growth. But Chloé is going to be very good at helping balance these out, bringing balance to the elements like the Avatar. Having her, what was it, like 25 in strength there, gonna bring that to 30, which honestly isn't amazing. You could always slap her into some other class to build that up a little bit more. And then 35 in magic plus the 25 here is gonna be 60. Not half bad there. But, you know, you're probably still gonna want to find some other ways to boost her strength a little bit. But considering she's gonna be able to wield some very spicy lances and, you know, be able to make use of Chaos style here to switch between magical and physical and be snagging some nice double attacks, she's probably going to be able to do some pretty good damage. So having Chloé with her +3 speed MSM, and then, you know, this is not a super great speed bonus, but this is going to be 60 considering her speed growth is already 55. That she might well be doubling a decent bit of the time for a class that you might not expect to be doubling a lot of the time, but she can make it work. On paper here, at least. A lot of these I haven't actually tested in game because I haven't had the time to, so it just sounds good on paper. For what kind of emblems we might want, Erica would definitely be my first choice here, considering Erica feels absolutely built for a Mage Knight. She boosts magic rather than strength. She has a magic weapon with the Wind Sword, and the only bonuses that she gets are Dragon and Cavalry. Mage Knight is Cavalry, so if you want a bonus here, then, you know, do that if you don't plan on putting her on a dragon unit. Like, there's no changes here. The only one that doesn't have any changes here based on unit type, considering this is just the skill that lets you switch between Erica and Ephraim, so there's no changes there. So, you know, get a cavalry bonus, plus bonuses to magic, and being able to use a magical weapon. This sounds like this is an emblem that's well suited for a Mage Knight. So, slap Erica onto Mage Knight Chloé. Alternatively, you could always go with Celica, which, as we've discussed with Céline, is a not half bad option for mixed classes there, being able to boost both strength and magic. And there is a little bit of a cavalry bonus as well, increasing the warp distance. It's not as good as increasing the warp distance with flying, but still something there. And then, like, free extra magic damage with, what is it? There it is, Resonance. You know, you can't exactly go wrong with that. Or if you want to, you could always go with Bimeth over here, which, again, as we previously discussed, is going to have some bonuses to magic there. Like, there he is, he's boosted magic. In terms of the weapon that he's going to give to a cavalry unit, it's going to be Eredbar, which is not half bad. I mean, most of these are not half bad. It can be pretty nice. And then, like, boosting the Sword of the Creator with magic and all that. Yeah, raises damage with the user's magic. Can't go wrong with that. And then being able to position around well with the extra movement that Mage Knight gives, and being able to position for Goddess Dance, you know, not half bad. Alternatively, you could always put her into, like, her main canon class here of Griffin Knight, and she's not going to be too half bad at that. And then, you know, wield, like, some magical lances and stuff like that, because she'll be a little bit more magically inclined here than strength-wise. What are the, growths of Griffin Knight here again? Yeah. So having her in Griffin Knight for a little while as opposed to Mage Knight isn't going to patch up her strength too much. Like, if you really want to use Mage Knight Chloé during a main playthrough, you could always initially promote her into something that has a bit of a better strength growth rate and just level her up in that for a while, and then switch over to Mage Knight. And then, you know, her strength isn't going to need quite as much patching up. But yeah, just an idea there. In terms of skills, can't exactly go wrong with Alacrity if we're shooting for double attacks here, and then, you know, there's the increased safety of doing the follow-up attack before the opponent can counter-attack. If you want to play into more speed, you could always do, like, you know, speed / res +5 to boost your magical defenses a little bit and get a little bit more speed. You could always do something like Speed Taker or something instead. It might be a little bit overkill. Canter, you can never go wrong with Canter. That's just more positioning ability after you act. If you want to mark enemies for death as you magically snipe a whole bunch of dudos, and if you just want to, like, chill around allies as your main ability here wants you to do anyway, then, you know, you can do so while buffing everyone's defenses and all that. Alright, the Scourge of PNF 404, Louis out here drinking everyone's fruit juice. he is your initial armored character that, you know, is gonna have like pretty standard stuff for armored knight things. Like, here's some additional strength, here's additional defenses, but his res kind of sucks, his speed sucks, you know, typical kind of MSMs for an armored character. He's my dedicated Griffin Knight, and I have a reason for this. One, he doesn't have any negative magic MSMs. You would still want to boost his magic some way, considering he literally has no magic growth, but at least he has no negative magic MSMs, which means that if you do take the time to, you know, get max stats on characters that make perfected builds, at the end of the day, he's not going to be too half bad compared to other characters that have innate sword, lance, or axe that are going to have, like, negative magic MSMs here. So if we go have a look at Griffin Knight, that means that he'd be able to be at 37 rather than something lower than that, you know, and then 41 strength. Now, his kit is meant for, you know, clearly a general great knight, something like that, to have additional strength, lower speed, higher defenses, suckier res. But this actually works really well for Griffin Knight, honestly. Like, have a look at this. Speed -2. Griffin Knight does not give a shit. Like, 47 speed, they're still gonna be here. Griffin Knight has, I believe, the highest speed stat in the game. I can double check that here, see if there's no more 49s. I know that Fogado with his unique class is really high up there as well. Alright, so tied with Swordmaster for highest speed stat in the game, and Fogado with his unique class. 49 is as high as it goes. So, even with the -2, you're still gonna be doubling pretty much all the time, unless you're going up against, like, a Swordmaster or Fogado, I guess. Like, Griffin Knight does not care about your negative speed MSMs. Nothing matters there. In terms of defense and res, there's +3 defense, but -2 res, and that actually helps balance out Griffin Knight a whole lot. So 27 becomes 30, and 35 becomes 33. So 30 and 33, that's, like, pretty not half bad balanced defenses there. So, you know, if you slap someone that has, like, pretty standard MSMs to go into Griffin Knight or something like that, that has, like, additional res and minus defenses, that means that you'll be able to eat so many magical hits, but defense, like, you know, it's gonna be not too sketchy. It's not like this, but, you know, still slightly sketchy sketchers. And, you know, this doesn't offer any additional defense growth rates, but his growth is already gonna be amazing in defense, considering, you know, he's meant to be an armored knight. But yeah, his whole kit and caboodle here actually really balances out Griffin Knight really well. So that, combined with not having any negative magic MSMs, made me think, huh, I'm gonna slap him into Griffin Knight, and then he can be a Griffin Knight that reaches S in lances to wield any lance he wants. And then, you know, maybe his sucky magic isn't gonna be too much of an issue, sucky magic growth. Again, it'll be just fine if you have, like, max stats, if you take the time for that in post-game. But if you're planning on using this during the main game, you might not be able to rely on the stabs too much. You'd be able to do some little heals, but, you know, probably not too much. Don't worry about it in post-game, but main game, yeah, maybe a slight concern there. So yeah, he's my dedicated Griffin Knight. Alternatively, you could always go with, like, Mage Knight for similar reasons as Chloé here, and then, you know, similar kind of balance out. Say goodbye to your chances of, you know, doubling as much, though, if you're slapping him into Mage Knight. I still think that Chloé is the much better one for Mage Knight. Or you could just do what the game developers probably intended of slapping him into, like, General or Great Knight. The reason why I have Great Knight up here a little bit higher is just for, like, more positioning ability as you navigate around and try to reduce your damage even further and all that. But yeah, Griffin Knight is what I would like to use on him. In terms of emblems, Framme, my favorite class to put Framme into is actually Wyvern Lord, but my second favorite is Griffin Knight. If we go and have a look at Crombo over here, with his best pal, his BFF over here, Robin, Framme, despite being sort of mixed physical magical, he's kind of in a weird position for it. When you just have the ring equipped, he's just granting you bonuses in, like, your physical attack, not your magical attack. He only becomes magically inclined when you engage, and you activate your engage skill of other half, and then you boost your magic by a whole lot, and then you have access to, like, some magical weapons here, like the 11 Sword and Thorn and all that. So, you know, if you put him onto a unit that was just magical, then, you know, they'd be able to absolutely mop up the moment that you engage and do stuff like this. But just as is, you're not really going to be getting a whole lot of use out of it. So I feel like Framme is best suited on a unit that is primarily physical, that can make use of this, like, all the time, but is a not half bad backup in magical. Like, they can switch to being magical if need be. And Griffin Knight is a class that has, like, primary physical, like primary with this kind of stuff, but secondary magical because, like, stabs and all that. It's gonna be not half bad. Plus, Framme comes with some generous bonuses to Gig 11 Sword when you're on a flying unit. Deals extra damage equals build. I've done some calculations here to determine how much extra damage that you'd be getting. So, in terms of extra damage that you can get off of Gig 11 Sword, Dragon, you get extra damage equals half of Strength, Flying, you get extra damage equals Build, and Mystical, you get extra damage equals half of Magic. So, to do some calculations here of how much damage that you'd be doing, there are some ways that you can do higher damage here, but Griffin Knight is still going to be not half bad. Griffin Knight can get up to 14 build. It's gonna be a not half bad option there, and because you're already like secondarying in magic, which, you know, Dragon Unit might not always be. Like, if you put this onto Alear, you know, Alear's magic isn't gonna be absolutely amazing. Like, Griffin Knight's gonna be so much better. You're gonna be able to make a lot better use of this and deal even more busted damage. And if you did want to plan on using this during the main game, then, you know, you can actually make his magic stat usable during the main game by using other half there and all that. So, yeah, there's that. And then you can also go around with, like, high mobility and use, like, rally spectrum and stuff like that. And you can't go wrong with that. Alternatively, if you want to play into being, like, the tankier Griffin Knight that can take a few hits, you can always slap on Leaf, and he's gonna give, like, some good defensive options here. Let's scroll up to Leaf. Where are you, man? There you are. So, flying bonuses here is just, like, additional res while you're engaged, and you have Adaptable activated, which, you know, can't go wrong with that. And your defenses are going to be not half bad considering the MSMs and growth rates that Louis is bringing to the table. Plus extra defenses here. It's going to be not half bad if you want to be like a tankier Griffin Knight that can eat some hits. And if you're facing a bunch of foes wielding swords, well, that can be pretty good in the few situations that that's going on. It'll more so affect like when you're engaged and you automatically switch weapons and all that. And of course there's Celica, which, you know, as we've mentioned here, has both bonuses to strength and magic. So, you know, can't exactly go wrong with that. Plus there's a flyer bonus of a whole lot more range on Warp Ragnarok. But you're not really going to be making as effective use of her resonance, considering Griffin Knight, without being engaged, is not going to be able to wield tomes. So Celica will be better suited on someone that can wield tomes and actually get extra damage off of resonance without being engaged, but, you know, can still be a not too half bad option here. In terms of skills that I would recommend here, you know, if you're only wielding lances, that's your only weapon, why not do Lance Power 5 and then just getting like a bazillion more damage here? Strength defense plus 5 is another good option, because then you'll actually bring your defenses to a little bit higher than your res. Like, typically, Griffin Knight is the kind of class that has, like, pretty good res, but defense is okay-ish, but not exactly anything to write home about. But when you count Louis' MSMs, and then, you know, strength defense plus 5, his defense would actually get higher than his res. If it's just this number here, well, it'll get to 35. It'd be tied with res, but considering he has -2 in res, then that would be 33, you know. He's going to be a little bit more physically defensive Griffin Knight, which is not normally what you'd see for this class. Then extra strength, just more damage. You can't go wrong with that. So that'll be pretty nice of him. If you do want to play into being, like, more defensive, you could always just run Gentility and take 5 less damage from all forms of damage instead of just physical things. I still would prefer this, just because, like, the extra damage it gives, and his res is already going to be really good there. Can't go wrong with having Canter with the extra positioning options that it brings to the table, especially on like a flyer unit that can move into all sorts of tiles. And if you want to play into being tanky, you know, can't really go wrong with Holdout either. Alright, who's next here? Yunaka. So there are 2 thieves that you get by default in this game. There's Yunaka and there's Zelkov. And thieves are part of the covert class type, which means that their terrain bonuses are doubled. So if you're in something like a forest or a fog tile, you're going to be dodging things like crazy. It's going to be awesome. But both Yunaka and Zelkov play into this in different ways. Yunaka, with her personal skill, when on a tile with an avoidance bonus, crit plus 15. So if you want to dodge tank on some tile with an avoid bonus, which if you stay in thief, you're getting extra bonuses for, you're critting a whole bunch of the time, so Yunaka should absolutely stay in Thief. Zelkov, on the other hand, just makes himself harder to hit. If foe initiates combat, hit -10 on foe during combat. Doesn't matter what tile you're in. So Zelkov is the character that's harder to hit always, like it'll always be harder to hit Zelkov than Yunaka. I mean, it depends on stats, but typically, almost always, Zelkov is going to be harder to hit than Yunaka. So if you want the absolute safest one, you could always, you know, use Thief Zelkov. But if you want the most enemy phase damage back here, and maybe even some player phase damage, but mostly enemy phase damage when you get surrounded, use Yunaka here, and that plus 15 is a big bonus to crit there. That is very nice, so I do quite like Yunaka Thief here, which is why I'd recommend Thief first and foremost. For a potential secondary, if you really don't want her in Thief, you could always run Sniper, which is another covert class, then, you know, then you also get more crit, like if you want to try sniping someone from like a forest tile. And Sniper is the only class in the game that actually has a class skill that gives additional crit for when your opponent can't counterattack here. It grants crit plus 10 during combat with foe that can't counter. So if you're attacking a foe that can't counter, and you're in like a forest tile or a fog tile or something like that, that's 25 crit that you're getting for free. So if you do want to go for crits, like you could always consider that, and it could be pretty spicy, but I think I'd rather just, like, keep on being able to counter no matter what, and be getting a whole bunch of crits there. One really nice thing that you can do on Yunaka is slap on Corrin for your emblem, because Corrin, despite not being able to use the additional magic here in Thief, like, it is a little bit sad watching this go to waste. The covert bonus is the fog with Dragon Vein, that lets you put down fog that increases Avo. And when you're on a tile with an Avo bonus, crit plus 15, and you can just place down your own fog whenever you want. You know, the utility of that can't be understated. And then, if you're attacking on player phase, Corrin is also going to have the built-in Draconic Hex here, which is going to mark enemies for death when you attack on player phase there. You're already semi-marking enemies for death when you're using knives and daggers and stuff like that, since you're poisoning them and making it so that they take more damage, but little bits of more damage. But, you know, still making them easier to kill. You can always play into that by having Corrin equipped as well, and then, you know, it extra marks them for death. Because now it's poisoned them and it's Draconic Hex them. That's not half bad. You could always go with a character like Lyn, and if you really have your heart set on giving Corrin to someone else, like who's gonna actually make use of the magic or something like that, or a dragon unit that has so many options, then you could always slap Lyn on her, and Lyn is gonna have some covert bonuses here too. Like, let's see here. Her covert is, her Astral Storm is gonna go like super far. And you can't exactly go wrong with having things like built-in Alacrity and Speed Taker and all that. Or alternatively, if you just want to play into being like a semi-tanky kind of thief, you can always do like Leaf or Hector that give bonuses related to that. Like if we go to Leaf first, if you're in a covert class, then here's more avoidance while you're engaged, so even less chance of hitting them now. And you know, if you also want to farm money, I guess you can do that. And if we scroll down to Hector, the lad over here, his covert bonus over here is just gonna be like more avoid as well. Well, with Storm's Eye, not just being engaged using his engage attack, but, you know, if you want to play into that kind of thing while not doing half bad damage with some of the thingamabobs here, then that's an option at your disposal as well. But I would probably just go with, like, Corrin primarily, but maybe Lyn secondarily, you know. You can always also do something like Micaiah, like the game gives you to her by default. Like, she doesn't have any negative magic MSNs while she has a negative strength MSN. And her magic growth isn't that bad for a unit that doesn't typically use magic. And then, you know, you can also use, like, stabs and stuff like that with Micaiah on. In terms of skills that I would run on Yunaka here, the crazy dodging, critting thief. If you're on avoid plus 30, then here's even less chance of hitting her. It is worth noting, if you're playing on Maddening, and you boost your avoid up so dang high that the enemies can't hit you, they won't even try. If the enemy can't do any damage to you, they will not attack you on Maddening. Not like previous Fire Emblem games where it's just like, oh, let's just rush to our deaths and try. So, you know, it is possible that if your avoid gets up so high, you might not want to run that, but on paper, it's not a half bad idea. Always a weakness of dodge tank kind of builds is going to be that you can still eat chain attacks that slowly chips away your health, which, you know, pair up can negate there. If you're already running core on her, then she comes with built-in pair up, so you don't have to worry about that. If you want some more avoid and some more hit, you can always just run like knife precision, and then maybe, you know, you have maybe the enemy still has a little bit of chance of hitting you, so they'll still try. Like if that doesn't boost things up too much, because, you know, you go on an avoidance tile in a covert class, it's gonna be kind of crazy, you know. And that's also another reason for maybe not running Zelkov, because your avoid is already gonna be so insanely high. Do you really need to boost it up more and worry about the enemies not targeting you because they can't hit you? Could always run holdout as a like penultimate failsafe here in case you do get out RNG'd, because, you know, engage RNG. Or, you know, we'll also run something like that if you want. You know, the options are out there. All right, Alchrist. Alchrist can do some really, really good damage here in his unique class, which is basically pseudo sniper. Sniper's class skill is alright, really good with, you know, the extra crit when a foe can't counter. But his unique skill is honestly a little smidge better. He has Luna built in, which anyone that's played games like Awakening and Fates knows that Luna is pretty darn nice here. You know, that's some nice extra damage. And as you go on in the game, he'll activate a decent bit of the time, especially with like dexterity growths and MSMs like that. He's definitely not gonna mind. If you have him nearby some of your allies that are taking hits, that's more extra damage that's getting added on there. So yeah, he's obviously going into his unique class because anyone with a unique class goes into that. Lynn, absolutely, all the way on him. Lynn, if we go ahead and scroll up to her here, let's just see here. One, extra range that she's going to be getting by a lot with Astra Storm, so you can like really piss off some guy on the other side of the planet. It's great if you need to piss off a boss to start charging you down. Having things like Alacrity and Speed Taker built in while you're using, you know, while you have Luna is very nice. Here's some extra odds of activating Luna. But the really nice thing is on Astra Storm, which has 5 hits here, used to launch 5 bow attacks at 30% damage, up to range 10, well, range 20 here. Every single one of those 5 hits has an individual chance to activate Luna. So, as you go on in the game and, you know, get your dexterity stat higher and higher, as you use Astra Storm, you'll just see Luna activating more and more of the time. Towards the end of the game, I was activating Luna, like, on average, like, 3 or 4 of these 5 hits so much of the time, and always doing so much more damage than the game would report to me as what it expected me to do. It's fantastic. Like, my goodness, just shred the guy that's out minding his own business in, like, a completely different country from what you're in. It's awesome. It's so weird that Lynn can't wield the Soul Cuddy, though, but what do I know? But yeah, Lynn on Alchrist, Chef's Kiss right there in terms of combinations. Alternatively, you could always go with Corrin, and, you know, by being in a covert class, going to be getting the avoidance bonuses, going to be able to put down fog because covert class and all that. You know, and then you come built in with Draconic Hex to be able to get some snipes here and, you know, mark enemies for death. But considering that you're going to be crossing your fingers for Luna, usually you're going to be trying to kill with Alchrist rather than just, like, snipe out some little hits. So I would absolutely recommend Lynn first, but I included Corrin here as a potential secondary option, you know, to not just be like, this is the only emblem option. I mean, and you can also always do whatever. You don't have to be like, oh, yes, these are the only things that are possible. But, you know, just take my advice as, like, some minor suggestions in case you want to use them. In terms of skills here, you definitely cannot go wrong with Strength Dexterity plus 5 here, because that's 5 extra damage and 5 more chance of activating a Luna. Again, like 5% is not a massive increase, so Dexterity plus 5 would not be worth running on its own. But when you're boosting the damage you're doing by 5, and boosting the chance of activating your really nice skill by 5, like as an extra bonus onto that plus 5 damage, that is not half bad. Weapon Sync Plus, normally I wouldn't recommend on that many units that aren't wielding swords, considering how many emblems wield swords. But if you're using Lynn on Alchrist, and Lynn is using bows, I'm fairly certain she's the only emblem that is set to use bows in terms of like Weapon Sync Plus stuff. That's just more free damage. You run both of these, and man, Alchrist is just gonna clean up. Alternatively, for more damage, you could always do something like this. You could always do like more hit in case you're worried about like missing some of your more distant shots, and you can't really go wrong with Canter for you know, the increased movement and all that stuff there. All right, Citrine. Citrine has, I believe, the second highest magic growth rate in the main game here at 40. I can double check that here, beaten only by Anna. For whatever reason, the little gold goblin has the highest magic growth rate in the main game. All right, she's tied with Modifiers. Okay, and Vale gets a little bit higher then. Well, in terms of non-unique class characters there, she has one of the highest magic growth rates in the main game. Even in DLC, yeah, like, there's Gregory at 50. So her magic is really, really good. If you want to hit like a magical truck, she is gonna be one of your best options here. She's clearly meant to be magical, considering like the 3 magic MSM, but the minus strength here, so you don't really want her to be doing anything that's like mixed magical and physical. And her innate is tome, so you know, you wouldn't want to be putting her into like Mage Knight or anything like that anyway. You know, not gonna be able to take physical hits as well, but magical hits. gonna be able to eat any magical hits that she wants, and, you know, not really gonna be able to eat all that many physical hits, but be able to absolutely nuke people with magic if you put her into an actual mystical class. Which I would say High Priest, because High Priest actually benefits from having an innate Entomb. There's only a few characters that have an innate Entomb, so we may as well slap Citrine into it. Where's High Priest? There it is. So you can boost either Arts or Tome. Tome is definitely the much more useful one here. You can see that I have one set of each for, like, variety's sake. But Arts up to B will get you, let's see here. And when you're not even hitting the super hard in High Priest, will get you up to Silver Spirit Art. Which, you know, is going to be increasing your damage a decent smidge here by 3 points if you're able to use that. So, that's not half bad, but being able to get Tomes up to A means that you can use Thoron and Bolganon. If you're like Jean in High Priest with the boosted arts, you're only going to be able to wield like L-Fire, L-Wind, L-Thunder. It feels kind of sucky not being able to wield these nice things here, you know? So, having boosted Tomes in High Priest, I would say, goes a lot further being able to wield these than being able to wield Silver Gauntlets, you know? Why is this, like, off? Here, geez. Weird. So, yeah, she is my dedicated High Priest here. I don't even have any other classes proposed here. Just slap her into High Priest. Like, if you were gonna slap her into Sage or something like that, for the highest magical stat, like, let's see here, Sage, if you want that, that's not her full potential because she doesn't have innate in stabs, so her stabs would be stuck at B. So, may as well have stabs at S, have tomes at A, and clean up over here. And, you know, not be able to take any physical hits, but be able to eat, like, any magical attack you want. There's a bunch of enemy mages. Just slap High Priest Citrine into there. She's really not gonna care, like, whatsoever. Though, by being in High Priest and having access to some gauntlets, if you're really worried about eating a physical attack, you could always equip the shielding art and then be a little bit more physically defensive that way. That option is at your disposal. In terms of emblem that I would slap onto her, I would say Byleth first and foremost, with the bonuses that come with being a mystical unit. And, you know, the magical bonuses here. So, Byleth, where are you? Here you are. Like, there's the bonuses to magic. High Priest speed isn't going to be that amazing, so I don't really know if this is going to bring you to the verge of doubling. I guess it depends on what the enemy's speed is. Of course, by being in a mystical unit, the magical nuke Citrine is going to be able to reach, like, extra far when engaged. Then, of course, there's Sword of the Creator that's boosted by high magic, and she's going to have really high magic. So, yeah, can't go wrong with that, right? Some other options that you have here are always Celica, which, you know, High Priest can technically make use of the extra strength and the extra magic, but I mean, it depends on how you're playing, but I myself personally would probably not be punching with High Priest too much, but if you do want to, there's some extra damage that way. Or you could always go with Soren, and then you can do like the Soren invincibility build that I outlined with Citrine here if you really want to go for that. Even if you're not going for invincibility build, there's just a whole bunch of extra damage and, you know, stuff that you're getting with Soren here. Like, you have a whole bunch of options for debuffs that you want to apply to enemies with, where's the friggin' thingamabob? Not Flare. Sync skill, Anima Focus. You can inflict these debuffs, like defense -3 with fire, hit -20 with thunder, or movement -2 with wind magic. The most useful one, in my opinion, is the defense -3 with fire. Make it easier for, like, your physical units to clean up after. Can't go wrong with that. Here's extra damage to a whole bunch of things. Can't go wrong with that. And then also just being able to have Assigned Decoy. Assigned Decoy is a very useful skill that I could never see myself actually inheriting onto a character and using one of their skill slots for. But when I bring Soren with somebody, like, it's gotten me out of a few binds, so it's a pretty nice support skill there. So, you know, can't go wrong with that. In terms of skills that I would assign to Citrine here, like Magic Res +5 just makes it so that she's going to be able to be even more of a nuke, and then extra not care about receiving any magical hits. You could try to salvage, you know, the defense stat, I guess, but what would you do, like Strength Defense +5, and then you salvage the defense stat a little bit? It's still going to suck ass, though, and you're barely going to use that Strength +5, like, you'll punch sometimes, but not very often. The defense stat is not worth trying to salvage, in my opinion. But you can if you want to try. I would just play into, let's do more damage with our primary method of attacking, and then make it so that we are just not going to care about, like, magic ever, you know? Staff Mastery 5 is going to be not half bad on High Priest, considering High Priest is how we get S with staffs. It's the class that has the highest level of staff, so we may as well play into that and try to use like some offensive stabs, like be able to entrap foes, be able to freeze them, stuff like that. So if you want to use stabs to inflict stuff onto enemies, either, you know, have a High Priest or Hortensia. Hortensia is another good option for it as well. But if you don't really want to use Hortensia and you'd rather use like a High Priest, do this. Then you get like some additional heals, and, you know, you can hit those really, really annoying to hit offensive stabs that seem like they miss like all the time, you know. Her speed is not exactly going to be amazing, so, you know, you can always try patching things up with quick riposte for enemy phase, especially if you put her in the fray with like a whole bunch of magical enemies. Like, you do not want to put her in the fray when there's a bunch of physical enemies. But if there's a bunch of magical enemies, just go in there and clean up. They're probably not even going to lower her from like 60 HP, considering like her res that she'll have at that point. So, you know, good luck there. Can't go wrong with Cancer for just like the additional movement abilities. And then if you're not killing, or you're attacking like magical enemies that have like a decent bit more res, you can always just like mark them for death with Draconic Hex if you want, or like breaking them with gauntlets, and then making them easier to kill with Draconic Hex to make them super vulnerable. Could always go with that. So yeah, that's my High Priest Citrine. Next up, Lapis here. So Lapis has one of the very valuable innates being Sword. Like, her default promotion would be Sword Master, but considering the versatility that comes with having an innate in one of the main three, one of the big three, we have options here. Her unique skill definitely has some perks here. Like, if you're close by some allies, then you're going to be able to hit more, you're going to be able to avoid more, but you're not going to have as much crit. So we can just try to play into, we're doing consistent damage, we're not receiving as much damage, but we're not going to be critting as much. I guess it is also occurring to me that I'm not going over everyone's unique skills as I'm going through, because some of these just aren't very useful, honestly. Like, I don't really know how you could play into this. Like, maybe Enchanter. I don't know if this works with Enchanter. Anyway, Lapis's has some use. It would be nice if there wasn't the crit -10, but oh well, it's still not half bad. You know, crit is not the worst thing to lower here. Anyway, because of her sword innate, the thing that I'd actually like to put her in is Paladin. You see, Paladin is obviously going to be boosted with sword innate, and she can get sword up to S. So she could get sword up to S just by going into Sword Master, but so can anyone. But only she and other characters that are boosted with like the sword innate can go into Paladin and have swords in S. You know, that's not just something anyone can do, unlike Sword Master over here. So, you know, so you have to ask, is it really worth having her in Sword Master over something else where you could just slap someone else into Sword Master? And I think that it is worth it to slap her into Paladin here. Like, she's clearly built to be a Sword Master. Like, she has like some very nice speed. Her offensive stats are lowered, what with, you know, she doesn't have super amazing growth rates here, and both these are -2, but she has good dexterity and she has amazing speed. Like, look at that speed growth and look at that speed MSM. That is absolutely amazing. But if you're in something like Swordmaster that has the highest, like, speed stat in the game here, tied with Fogado and Griffin Knight, then does that +3 even matter? It's just, like, wasted potential because Swordmaster's already so fast. Slap anyone in a Swordmaster and they're gonna be doubling, assuming they, you know, don't have the worst speed growth rate ever. But, you know, with, like, max stats here, taking the time to, like, really invest a lot of levels in stats, anyone can double. It's just like freaking Ratatouille. Anyone can cook, but anyone can double when you're in Swordmaster. So why bother putting the character that has +3 speed MSMs into this, who already has innate in sword, and when Swordmaster doesn't even need that, when you can slap her into something that can actually use it. So if we have a look back here at Paladin, speed 37 is above average. It isn't, you know, one of the absolutely stellar ones that's in the 40s, but with +3, bringing it to 40, that's a Paladin that's now going to be doubling probably more often than not here. That's going to be pretty nice. And then having really high dexterity that's boosted even higher, you know, that's boosting both those thingerbobs. These are going to be lowered a little bit just because Lapis's offenses suck. But, you know, Paladin's already going to be able to hit pretty hard even when this is -2. And then a Paladin that's now doubling a lot more often, that's a lot of damage. Like, not even Flex Tape's going to be able to fix that one, I don't think. So, I personally like Paladin Lapis. Alternatively, like, I do list Swordmaster here, but before that point, I list Halberdier in case you wanted to fill that niche, just because, like, her extra speed MSMs are going to go a lot further with Halberdier, or it's a similar situation to Paladin, where it's like, it's okay, but it's not like out of this world or anything like that, but she'll boost it to being like really nice, and then you'll actually have a halberdier that's able to double attack a pretty decent amount of the time. I mean, you can always just use pincer attack to like force doubles, and then, you know, your speed stat isn't gonna matter as much, so I'd still prefer paladin on her. But, you know, there's a potential option, or, you know, you can't exactly go wrong with putting her into Swordmaster. It just wastes some of her potential that just, you know, isn't going to make any difference within this class. So personally, I like Paladin. You can always put her into another mounted class as well. Like, you could slap her into Great Knight if you want and still be able to hit like a truck. Like, she's not going to be patching up a speed stat like that. It's just not happening. You could always do something like Bow Knight if you want, and then it's a similar situation where this gets boosted up to 40, and then you have a Bow Knight that's going to be doubling a decent bit of the time, and then you have B and Swords. That's another option there. You know what? Why don't I list that here? Why don't I list that? That's actually not half bad. Bow Knight with Sword. You know, that's not half bad either. But I kind of like Paladin. I kind of like the idea of S-ranked Paladin there that is going around doubling everyone, whether they like it or not. In terms of emblem that I'd slap on here, probably first and foremost, I would go with Emblem Sigurd. That gives us access to lances while we're engaged, as well as the cavalry bonuses here. Sigurd, here you are. When you're engaged, here's another movement +2. So even more movement. Like, he's already granting an extra movement here just by being equipped. And that's +3 movement when engaged on a cavalry unit. That's not half bad there. And then you'll be able to get a whole bunch of damage with the momentum of, you know, running around and getting you your damage bonus on your first hit there. Based on how many tiles you moved. And just having access to some thingamabobs here is not half bad. And, yeah. Here's patching up the defense a little bit as well. It is worth noting, since Paladin has actually higher defense than res. I'm losing my mind. I'm thinking of like some other Fire Emblem games here. But in that case, that's actually going to make her really defensive. Sorry, it's been a while since I've looked over these spreadsheets, so I don't have everything memorized. I'm just looking over my builds, and like it's slowly coming back to me here. So, not going to help her res too much, but like her defense are actually going to become really, really good then. Like, my goodness. She has no MSMs in that, so it's going to be 35, 39. So just short of 40 defense. Like, that is really good. Are there any classes with 40 defense? The actual armored ones have like 50 some defense. But is there anyone that has like 40? Because I know that when you go into armored, it's a big increase. I guess there's 49 with Mage Canonneer, but yeah. And Fellchild nil, because he has good defenses when in the main game, not in DLC. In DLC, he's absolute garbage. So yeah, that's gonna be like one of your highest. That's basically gonna be like your highest defense non-armored unit, pretty much. So, you know, that was not half bad. So Sigurd is definitely a good option. Alternatively, you could always go with Tiki, and Tiki is gonna make you even more defensive when you're engaged. Let's see here. Tiki, there you are. Plus, by being in cavalry, you have access to Fire Breath that's just gonna ignore your foe's defense / res. You know, that's pretty nice. You don't have any bonuses here, but the fact that you have access to this, I guess you could call these bonuses in a sense what kind of thingamabob you get here. Fire Breath is a really, really good one, which goes to backup cavalry, covert, and key adept. And she boosts defenses as well. Become really, really tanky. So yeah, she might not hit as hard as someone else in Paladin might be able to do. I mean, she'd basically be hitting even harder anyway if she's doubling. And then being like extra defensive and stuff. It's pretty nice. I mean, if you leave someone like Vander in Paladin, then he's gonna be, you know, as defensive as Paladin can get, since +3 MSMs is as high as it goes. But if you want to be doing more damage, slap someone like Lapis into it and then, you know, mop up your enemies. In terms of skills, that'd be good here. If you're only wielding swords, why not do sword power +5? Or sword power 5. Then you get like +10 attack for massive damage, which is even more massive if you're doubling, you know, which is absolutely awesome there. Plus, this avoid -10, if you're adjacent to an ally, these will cancel each other out, and you still get like the hit +10. So if you're running that skill, then when you're adjacent to an ally, you would have hit +10 and crit -10. But +10 attack with like no negative downsides, considering it cancels out with a personal skill. So that's pretty nice. You can't go wrong with Weapon Sync Plus on a character that's using swords, considering how many emblems count as using swords. And I think it's really, really dumb, but for whatever reason, Sigurd counts as using sword, not lances. You would think that he would count as using lances, but apparently, I'm just getting an email, your Twitch export to YouTube succeed. I did that like an hour ago. I don't know why it's telling me now. The only emblem that's counted as using lances for the primary weapon is Ephraim. this is how many are sword, and Sigurd is one of them. I guess it's probably because, like, his highest level weapon is a sword. Even though he wields 2 lances and 1 sword, because that's his trademark thing, it counts him as using sword, which works great for, you know, Lapis here as the sword-wielding paladin. It means that she can get even more damage with Weapon Sync Plus and all that. But, you know, in terms of a lot of other builds I would have otherwise made, I probably would have liked Sigurd to be counted as wielding lances and be able to give some lance wielders some Weapon Sync Plus along with Sigurd would have been nice. But hey, it works for our purposes here, so, you know, if you're all about that, then give it a go. If we want to play into speed here, then we can always run like Alacrity. If we don't have Sigurd already equipped as our emblem, we could always go with Canter Plus to be able to increase our movement and stuff like that after moving, increase our positioning options. But, you know, plus 17 damage here, if you go for it. You know, who cares about -2 strength MSM and kind of strength growth rate when you have plus 17 damage and you're probably doubling? You know, man, there's so many builds here that I wish I had, like, the party space to try properly when I was playing through the main game, because there's so much absolutely busted stuff that you can go with here. Alright, well, on to the next busted thing. Diamant! Ugh, what the heck was that? Diamant! His personal skill is kind of interesting here. If you initiate combat and folk and counterattack, hit plus 15 to both. So he's going to be hitting more often, and he's going to be getting hit more often. His unique class is friggin' awesome. It's just hero, but better. Like, let's see here. If we go have a look at hero. Hero can wield swords at A, and then one of these at B at most. But his unique class of successor, sword at S and axe at A. So both up 1 level higher there. So he can wield the highest level of swords in addition to wielding axe at A. That gives him a lot of options in what he's wielding, which is really awesome. It is also worth noting that his skill within the class is Soul. Unit may recover HP equals 50% of damage dealt. Trigger percent equals dex. Soul is even more broken in this game than things like Awakening and Fates, considering you can combine it with Holdout +++ for, you know, like I described with the Soren Invincibility build before, where it's like, if you had 2 HP or more at the start of combat, always survives combat with at least 1 HP. And I'm sure the developers realized this, and that's probably why they made his dexterity stat absolute ass. Because I probably realized how busted it would be when they had skills like Holdout +++. So, you know, you can do, like, something like the Sword Invincibility build, except you don't have to be engaged for it, but you have to gamble on RNG, and your odds aren't great, you know? So, you know, I would absolutely run Holdout +++ on him and try to play into this, but you do have to get lucky with RNG. Like, he's no Alchrist or anything like that. Why couldn't his dexterity be good? Then he'd be like the master of just cycling between like 1 HP and more there. Like, he does get a lot of maximum HP, so, you know, how often are you gonna be getting down to 1 anyway? And then maybe he can just keep topping himself up here and there. But man, I wish that dexterity stat was higher. Oh well. But yeah, having access to all his weapons means that he can wield some very spicy things. And in terms of emblems that I would run on him, Marth is my #1 choice, absolutely. Because Marth, if we have a look down here at, oh, I guess I'd have a look down at skills. If you want to boost damage, there are better things to boost your damage than break defenses. According to my calculations here, you need to be doing quite a decent bit of damage for break defenses to be more than like strength or magic +5 here. Like, you will be getting, if you're running like strength/defense +5, you are also getting more versatility out of it. Like, he can probably hit harder than 12 anyway, but he can also boost his defense by 5 points in addition to strength if he's running that rather than break defenses. So I would never inherit break defenses as a skill, but it's a sync skill, which means that if you equip Marth, you just have access to break defenses without needing to like waste one of your valuable skill slots. And because break defenses will kick in whenever you break a foe here. Like, where is it here? If you attack breaks foe, unit makes an extra attack of 50% damage. That's more free damage, but most characters, if they can break foes, will only be able to do so with like 1 weapon type. Like, if we're just ignoring gauntlets for a hot second and just talking about like the 3 main weapon types of sword, lance, axe, and assuming that all of our enemies are only wielding sword, lance, axe, if I'm a sword user, then I'll be able to break like on average 1/3 of my enemies. If I'm a lance user, I'll be able to break on average 1/3 of my enemies because I control like 1/3 of the weapon triangle here. So that made me consider what classes can wield 2 primary weapons and what ones count as backup, because I want to get bonuses here where I can. You could always slap Marth onto like a Great Knight or something like that that is always going to have access to like 2 of those weapons, or you know, even something like Wyvern Lord as well that's always going to be able to have access to 2. Like let's see here, or Wyvern Knight, I guess not Wyvern Lord. That's always going to be able to control 2/3 of the weapon triangle. Could absolutely slap Marth onto one of those kinds of classes, but you're not getting any cavalry bonuses. So in my opinion, the absolute best unit that you could slap Marth onto is a backup unit for, you know, more damage that you can do here during Lodestar Rush and extra attack, and to one that controls 2/3 of the weapon triangle. You know, like I guess you could slap onto a dragon unit like Alear, and then you can break with like swords and I guess gauntlets. I wasn't using gauntlets a whole lot in my playthrough. Mystical, how often are you gonna be breaking and making use of break defenses with the mystical unit? Same with covert. The coverts are just gonna be like snipers and thieves. So, you know, you're not really gonna be breaking foes and not gonna be able to make use of break defenses at all. So, backup is my choice if you're not doing dragon there. So, what classes are backup units that control 2/3 of the weapon triangle? It's literally just Hero and Diamant's class of Successor. And Successor can wield higher level weapons than Hero. So not only can both of these ones wield, you know, 2/3 of the weapon triangle, but this one can just wield weapons that are gonna hit even harder, which means that break defenses is gonna hit even harder. So, in my opinion, Diamant is the best candidate for Marth. Like, if I had to choose who I'm giving Marth to, Diamant is my #1 candidate. Plus, you're hitting harder. Plus, here's more chance of activating Soul to make you a little bit safer. I don't know how often he's going to be doubling. Sometimes. He was doubling a fair bit of the time in my playthrough. Not super often. Yeah, his speed is definitely above average, but not, like, super duper stellar. But, you know, that is going to help boost him into the realm where he's going to be doubling a little bit more at the time. So, yeah, Marth on Diamant. Chef's kiss right there. It'll definitely help us play into Invincibility build. Like semi-invincibility build if we get lucky with Soul RNG, while also getting good damage with break defenses by breaking both axe users and lance users. We just won't be able to break sword users. But any foes wielding lances or axes, prepare to get wrecked by Diamant Marth. Like, it'll be awesome. So absolutely, I would run Marth first and foremost. If your heart is set on giving Marth to someone else, then some alternative options could be like Ike. That's going to, I'm keep hitting the wrong thing with Robs. If we scroll down to Ike over here, Ike is going to make him a little bit more defensive while also hitting harder. And then we can also play into like some harder axes and stuff like that if we want to. As we cycle to and fro 1 HP, potentially if we're using holdout things, and maybe we'll get like some extra crit and stuff. This will make him a whole lot more defensive as well, so make him even harder to kill. So, you know, if you're running Soul in his unique class, if you're running holdout +++, and you've got like Wrath and Resolve and are becoming harder and harder to kill, that's not too half bad. You don't get any bonuses here with backup, unfortunately, but, you know, the other things that come built in here, it's not half bad. You could also go with Roy or Leaf if you want to be more defensive, that add, like, some defensive options here. Like, if we have a look at Roy up here, he doesn't have any backup bonuses either, but has, like, here's some more damage. This will patch up his lower res a little bit. And then you don't have to waste a skill slot or hold out +++. It'll come built in, so you don't have to worry about filling a skill slot with that. You can use your 2 skill slots for something else if you'd like. Or Leaf, you could always, you know, check him out over here. Here's some additional crit in case you want to go for crits. Make him a little bit more defensive and all that. And here's some Vantage. I think that I put down Leaf, though, before I came to realize that holdout +++ was at the beginning of combat, though. So I thought, like, hey, he comes built in with Vantage. That just means that you can activate Soul, heal yourself, and then holdout +++ will save you. Except it doesn't, because it calculates at the start of combat. So even if you heal yourself first, it's not gonna matter, because you still had 1 HP at the start of combat. Like, maybe he'll hit hard enough that the foe's attack won't be able to kill him at that point. I don't know. It's a little bit sketchy, but you can try it if you want. You can give it a go. In terms of skills that I would run on Diamant here, you definitely cannot go wrong with strength defense. well, dexterity or defense +5. Defense would make him a little bit more defensive, make him harder to kill there. But dexterity is like, here's 5% more chance of activating a soul. And his chances of activating a soul are so dang low with how sucky his dexterity is that, you know, the extra boost is not half bad. Assuming that you want to play into him trying to heal himself at least. Hold up plus, we talked about that a little bit. If we want to be more defensive, we can run Resolve. We could also just run like Erica's Gentility that I would usually choose Erica's Gentility over Resolve Plus because Gentility is 5 less damage always, whereas Resolve Plus is like 7 less damage when you're 75% HP or less. I'll honestly take most of the time the 5 HP less damage always as opposed to 7 less when under 75% HP. But if we're trying to like cycle around 1 HP and, you know, play into soul here, then this is one of the few situations where I would run Resolve over Gentility. If we want to get like some big damage on enemy phase and stuff like that, we could always run Quick Riposte. I don't know why I highlighted Reprisal when I was saying that there. He gets a lot of HP. You can't really go wrong with running Reprisal on anyone, but if we want to cycle around 1 HP and play into soul helping get us out of pinches, then we can always run Reprisal and really play into the fact that we're probably going to have pretty low HP a decent bit of the time. And his class has really good maximum HP here, which means even more Reprisal damage for how much HP we could be missing there. So, you know, can't go wrong with that. All right, Amber. He starts out as a Lance Cavalier here, who would by default promote into, you know, Lance Paladin, as indicated by the Fel Xenologue and stuff. His unique skill is if no other units are within 1 space of unit or foe, then hit +20, avoid -10. So, you know, if you're doing a one-on-one without anybody else around, then you're going to be a lot more likely to hit, but also a little bit more likely to get hit. So I was like, let's play into this. How about Bow Knight? Because Bow Knight is a class that, he has an innate in Lance, which is one of the valuable ones, one of the big 3 there. And Bow Knight benefits from that, which means that he can wield some higher level things while he's in Bow Knight. Where the heck is Bow Knight? Here it is. So he'd be able to wield up to B in Lances, which means that he would be able to, let's see here, be able to wield all the way up to Silver Lances that, you know, other characters going into otherwise wouldn't, which is not half bad. Wouldn't be able to wield Silver Great Lances. He'd be able to wield Steel there if he really wants to. This is the one that I'm more so concerned about, which can be very nice there. But my idea with Bow Knight is with this whole, here's more odds of hitting, but more chances of getting hit if you're doing like one-on-ones with somebody, essentially, because there's no other enemies or allies around. Why not do a class that can zip and zoom around the map by being a Cavalier unit and can just snipe foes? So we can make use of this hit +20 and not have to worry as often about this avoid -10, because what if the foe just can't counterattack? We can just snipe them with like a Brave Bow, a Long Bow, do whatever the heck, and then have much better odds of hitting than Bow Knights would normally be able to have, because that's just a free +20, assuming that the foe is isolated. So this is a Bow Knight that's built around picking off stragglers. Just like, oh, there's this one random enemy over here. Let's go delete them. Let's pick them off. Amber's gonna be very well suited for that. So yeah, that's why I kind of like Amber Bow Knight. In terms of emblems here, can't go wrong with rivals. I love slapping rivals onto characters that, one, can get a bonus from, you know, the engage skill stuff by whatever the heck. Hold on. Yeah, I guess it's engage attack, where here's just some more extra damage there. The only engage skill thingamabob, I guess, is just combat arts here, where here's some more damage with dragon. Which, yeah, that is engage skill. These are the only bonuses that you're getting with engage skill, so you may as well try to get more damage here. Which means, let's try to go for cavalry that can wield 2 of the 3 weapon types. So we have axes, lances, and bows. And we have Weapon Sync Plus that is going to give us +7 damage as long as we're wielding the same type of weapon as the equipped emblem. Like, they come built in with Weapon Sync Plus, that's who it comes from. So we may as well try to wield at least 2 of those weapons. And Lance Bow Knight can do it. If you have Dimitri as, like, the current weapon that it randomly gives you, like, where's the thingamabob? Where's the friendly rivalry? There it is. Start player phase and will randomly switch to Edelgard, Dimitri, or Claude. So you'll randomly get one of the 3 each turn. And if you get Dimitri or Claude, then you can use lances or bows and then get +7 damage, which is really nice. You won't be able to do anything if you get Edelgard, but, you know, being able to wield 2/3 be able to get that damage bonus 2/3 of the time. I mean, there's a chance that you could roll Dimitri, but really need to use bow this turn. But, you know, generally speaking, almost 2/3 of the time, while getting a bonus here, that's an effective use of rivals right there, I would say. Patch up defense here a little bit, which Bow Knight has a little bit lower than Rez. Yeah, Bow Knight's defense is pretty sucky. That helps patch it up a little bit. Amber also helps balance things out a little bit here by taking 1 away from resistance but adding 1 to defense and all that. So rivals is gonna be not half bad. Can't exactly go wrong with rivals. Then you can also use combat arts like a Flame Gambit, Poison Gambit from afar. And then, you know, you can always use Shield Gambit with Dimitri while, you know, taking on some enemy hits from afar and being able to counter. You can't go wrong with it. Alternatively, you could always go with Sigurd if you want to go with some other emblem. Like if we scroll all the way up to Sigurd over here, there's his bonuses that he grants the cavalry of. Here's a whole bunch more movement. And then you can get even more damage off of momentum here, which, you know, Amber is not going to complain too much about as he's built to pick off stragglers and all that and Bow Knight. So just run over to where some straggler is, pick him off, canter out of there a little bit. Gotta be not half bad. Adding to some defenses as well with Bow Knight's really sucky defense and all that. This is gonna help him pick off stragglers even more by being able to get there even easier, especially so when engaged. It can be pretty nice. So in terms of skills, you especially can't go wrong with Canter Plus here, considering his personal skill. So you can go pick off some straggler, and then maybe move towards, like, some allies, because you don't really want to be in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere after picking off some straggler, and then a bunch of enemies come after you, and then they're more likely to hit you because of his personal skill here. So you can go get the snipe, benefit from this, but then move back to be adjacent to some foes and not have to worry about the downside of this. So Canter is absolutely like the highest skill that I would recommend there. Strength defense you can't go wrong with, considering then you're hitting harder, you're able to pick people off a lot easier, and then patch up that really garbage defense. And if we're going around like picking away at a few people, then we can always add Draconic Hex if we want to make them even easier to kill after by essentially marking them for death. Now, what about Jade? Jade is in a little bit of an interesting position. She's in an Armor Knight class, starting out with the Axe Armor here. But her personal skill makes her more enemy phase focused because it like is one that gives you benefits for waiting. It gives her additional res. And Armor Knight or General here has such garbage res. Like if you boost that by 2 to bring it to 18, it's still gonna be trash. So I was like, huh, maybe I should put Jade into something else. So I liked it for Great Knight. You could put her into something that is a little bit more mixed. Like you could always slap her into Paladin or something if you wanted. And then, you know, then they're a lot closer to one another. Like there's definitely a few options that you can have here. So, you know, I personally choose Great Knight so I can still make use of her being like an insane physical wall that just is still gonna care about magic, but just not as much, you know, and try to equip some skills that'll help her with that a little bit. So that's my personal choice. Paladin is a not half bad secondary option, and then you'll be able to have like pretty close defenses and res. Or you could just go with her default thing of General, but this is really not going to help you all that much in General, I don't think. So I personally like Great Knight. She's going to be able to wield Axe there. Yeah, I marked Axe/Lance just because there's so many like sword wielders in this here video game that's like I could probably benefit more from having more lance use in my party than more sword users. But you can change this to sword if you want. Just have Axe because that's the one that she can boost because she has the innate in it, you know. So this could be Axe/Lance or Axe/Sword. I mean, I guess I can add here /Axe/Sword. Doesn't really matter, honestly. Just one of those two there. So in terms of emblem that I would equip here, by having Tiki, that means that we're going to have access to Flame Breath. If we scroll on down here, let's see, Tiki, yeah, by being Cavalry, we have access to Fire Breath. We're going to be a lot more defensive here, considering when we engage than we already are. You know, transforms and fights as a dragon while engaged. Here's +10 to maximum HP and +5 to build in all basic stats. So by being a Great Knight, she's already going to be an awesome wall. But if you really, really need to wall to like the next level, just engage and then good luck taking her out. And she's just going to keep on fire breathing you back. And, you know, absolutely destroying all the foes that come after her. So, you know, that's pretty nice. And then you come built in with skills like Geosphere as well that make you even more defensive. Like, you're probably going to be wanting to stick around your allies, protect them and stuff like that. And if you do that, here's even more defenses, which, you know, is going to include res their defense and res +5. So let's have a look at Great Knight over here. The res is still pretty sucky, but let's say that's +2 with meditation. She doesn't have any negative res MSMs, which, you know, armor units usually do. So let's say this is 24, +5 from Geosphere is going to make it 29, which, you know, is still not amazing res, but it's not bad. That's the same res as Bow Knight here. You know, you can't exactly go wrong with that. So coming with even more, like, Wally options here, and then, like, with it being engaged and more big damage that you can do, plus a built-in skill that makes you even more defensive, and another one that makes you even more defensive, you come built in with Life Sphere as well, which here's the highest level here, which plays into using weight. Like, if you use weight, then you already get res +2 because of her personal, but now you're also getting 40 HP and healing your status effects. So let's say Jade is missing a bunch of HP, and you really want to wall over here, but it's like, oh man, I'm missing a bunch of HP. Can I wall over here? None of my healers are available. Doesn't matter. Just go over there, wait. Here's res +2, plus 40 HP, status effects gone. Is nice. My first choice would absolutely be Emblem Tiki here. Alternatively, if you want to go with some other options here, you could always go with Rivals, because same deal as Amber here, where if you're doing Axe/Lance, then you're able to activate Rival stuff 2/3 of the time, as opposed to just like 1/3. Or you could always do Roy if you'd like here, which gives a cavalry bonus for an additional movement when engaged, I believe. And he's a pretty good defensive option here too, considering he's gonna come built in with like hold up +++. He also patches up res a little bit here as well, when, you know, it's really sucky res that Grey Knight has. This will help even things out a little bit more. And if you do decide to put on things like Geosphere or Life Sphere, it is gonna help a little bit. So yeah, definitely some solid options there. But I would say the most solid is Tiki. Slap Tiki onto Great Knight Jade and, you know, don't have to worry all that much about eating hits. But yeah, imagine. No negative resistance MSMs, 30 resistance growth rate, and a skill that gives you 2 extra resistance on waiting on an armor unit. So weird, man. I love it. It's great. In terms of skills that would be really good to slap on here, Life Sphere and Geosphere, as we discussed there, like this just plays into her personal by adding more benefit and more wall properties to waiting. This makes her even more defensive and helps really patch up that res there. So, I mean, you could always run Gentility to take 5 less damage, but this way, if you're spending time around other allies anyway, if you do this is just 5 less damage anyway, and you're helping your other units become more of a wall. Like, if you have to form a multi-unit wall, then this is making the rest of the wall more wall as well. So, yeah, absolutely, if you can slap on Tiki as an emblem onto Jade, then do that, and then these come built in, you know. But, you know, you can inherit them if you really have your heart set on using another emblem here. To become even more defensive, you could always run, like, Roy's Hold Up +++. You can run Ike's Resolve here if you'd like. Again, normally I would put Gentility above Resolve, but considering, you know, how much HP you're gonna have and how long you're gonna last, that'd probably be a little bit better. Like, Gentility would probably be a little bit better on frailer units that, you know, they eat 1 hit and then, like, here's a little bit less than half their health gone or something like that. But an armor unit that's gonna be taking a lot of hits, you know, this is probably gonna help you a little bit more, in my opinion there. So yeah, absolutely Great Knight Jade. Gonna be pretty spicy. Or Paladin Jade. But I kind of like Great Knight Jade. Alright, Ivy, our tome flyer, our only, like, very strong tome flyer of the main game. There's Hortensia as well, but she's focused on stabs. Hortensia is, like, stabs first and foremost and secondarily tomes. Ivy's the other way around. Primarily tomes and then secondarily stabs. Her unique class is Lintworm over here, which is going to be able to wield tomes at S and then stabs at B, which is not half bad there. And as a flyer that can go around flinging tomes, there's only 3 classes in this game that are flyers that wield magic. That wield, like, tome magic. I guess there's Griffin Knight that wields magic as well with stabs, but in terms of, like, tomes, offensive magic. And they're all unique classes. It's Ivy, Hortensia, and Celestia from the DLC. And Ivy's probably going to be, like, your go-to one for doing damage and all that. Like, playing through the main game. Maybe you'd switch to Celestia later if you wanted after doing all the DLC and stuff, but typically it's going to be Ivy. So just because of that uniqueness, that already makes her very, very important. So, yeah, absolutely leave her in Lintworm here because unique thingamabob there. Her personal skill honestly isn't super great in my opinion during combat with foe whose most recent opponent hit plus 20. I'm usually not attacking the same foe multiple times. I'm usually not missing too much with her. Her class skill, Grasping Void, is a little bit better though. Attack with a tome may deal extra damage equals half of foe's magic. Though, if you're attacking someone with pretty sucky magic, it's not gonna do too much. There have been times that I would have been just short of killing, but Grasping Void has helped me just kill by doing like a few points higher. But, you know, her unique skills are a little bit underwhelming in my opinion. But because of her unique class, she is still absolutely amazing. You know, so it balances her out. My go-to emblem on her would be Celica, because even though you cannot make use of the +3 strength that Celica grants, considering you're in just a magic class, one, here's like bonuses that come with flying units, and two, more importantly, is Echo. Used to attack with magic at 50% damage, use the second time to launch another 50% attack, and combine it with Draconic Hex from Corn. Draconic Hex was really busted in Fire Emblem Fates, so they balanced it out in this game by making it enemy phase only, or player phase only, sorry. Like, it used to just be in Fates. Like, you attack someone with Draconic Hex, which could only be, like, the main character / the main character's kids. And here's all these stat penalties that basically mark them for death. So if a whole bunch of enemies came around and attacked Corn, then they're basically marked for death. You can clean them up really easily on the next turn. But, in this game, because you can give it to anybody, they had to balance it out a little bit more. So they made it just like if user initiates combat, so only on player phase. So you can only get like 1 per turn per Draconic Hex ally, unless you're dancing for them, and then you can get like 2, I guess. But if you're using Celica's Echo here, then you can mark 2 enemies for death on a flyer that can access tiles that the enemies might not be able to get to, and can just generally position around to mark enemies for death really well. And I use that so much in my playthrough. Echo plus Draconic Hex. So despite not being able to use the strength +3 here at all, the versatility that gave me with making so many enemies easier to kill was amazing. Especially considering I would typically run Canter with it as well. So let's fly over here, Echo, mark these 2 enemies for death, Canter back, dance with Seadoll, fly back in, mark 2 more enemies for death, and then Canter out of there. And then the rest of my team just gets to mop up like 4 enemies with relative ease. It was awesome. So, despite the fact that you can't use the additional strength there, I still like running Celica for that reason. Draconic Hex and Canter. I guess we'll just go over the skills a little bit early here. Yeah, Draconic Hex, Canter plus Echo. Just like, Chef's kiss there, which I'm saying so much during this discussion here. But, you know, even if you're not using Celica, these are still pretty nice things for a tome flyer. You know, other flyers are going to be able to reach at most like 2 spaces away from them. But as a tome flyer, able to use things like Thoron or Elf Thunder to reach 3 tiles away, that is pretty nice. And then be able to move into safety or areas that your enemies can't even target. That is awesome. Even if this shrinks the penalties to like -3 on the next turn, even if you can't capitalize on it that turn, -3 to all the basic stats is still a big thing. And then it's still a lot easier that you can mop up on the next turn. It's great. And if you're using an emblem with tomes, then you can't go wrong with weapon sync plus. And yeah, I wrote here that it was the get screwed build because yeah, it marks them for death and it's great. Alternatively, you could always run like Camilla. If you'd like, then you can put down the Healy Dragon Vein and all that, while boosting like stuff here, like maybe that'll help you double and all that. Ivy is very like magically tanky already. This will make her even more magically tanky. And then, you know, you can also shove her into areas with like bad effects and then she'll clean it up and all that. But I would just go Celica, honestly. Is what I would do. There's honestly not a massive ton of magic emblems that give bonuses to flying allies. Camilla is one, granting like some extra movement when engaged here, which had me extra lean towards using Camilla there. And Ivy can actually make use of like the magical weapons here. Maybe not Camilla's axe as much. Like her strength is not exactly, it's actually higher than I thought it'd be looking at now. But still not gonna be exactly amazing. But yeah, that's what I'd go with there. That's what I would do. Alright, Kagetsu. It looks kind of weird that I assigned him Martial Master here, but honestly, he's just someone that I needed to assign to things. Because I won at least one of every class, I was thinking about putting Jean into Martial Master over here. But I was like, well, I don't have the art boosted type of high priest, and I want variety here. And I have one of all these other classes. I don't need to boost anything else with sword. So let's just slap him into Martial Master. Like, these are both decreased by an equal amount, so it's not like he's more magical or strength focused at the end of the day. Like, he is clearly with growth rates. But at the end of the day, max stats, he's really not too much focused on one or the other. Martial Master is not going to be hitting very hard, and, you know, its speed is okay-ish. The 2 might help boost him into the point that you might be able to double sometimes, but you should probably still put on some skills to help boost it even more if you want to be getting the ×4 attacks and stuff like that. But yeah, honestly, I just slapped him in here because I wanted this role filled by someone, and I currently had nobody assigned to Martial Master. He's one of the few allies in the game that has, like, a sword innate here. Like, is one of the 3, it looks like. So, ideally, you would honestly slap him into something that can make use of that sword innate, like play into all the options and versatility that come with that. Like, you could always do like Bow Knight with sword and be able to maybe double some more of the time. He'll get a little bit more balanced out with, you know, Bow Knight having more res than defense. This will balance things out a little bit, but, you know, because Bow Knight already has like pretty okay res and then like pretty garbage defenses, like he's not gonna want to take all that many hits at all. Like, he will be able to land more shots on player phase here with Bow Knight than other units could, considering like he's gonna have basically 10 more accuracy. And for other roles to fill, I just, you know, listed these in case I needed them filled. Like, you know, this is most of the... Where'd Jade go? What the heck? Reload. This is what happens when you have a whole lot of images on a document like this. It doesn't always load. Maybe I should release 2 versions of this document. One with the images and one without, just in case it lags anyone's computers or something like that. Yeah, this... Usually when I'm going through these builds, I say like, yeah, this is one of the best things that I can think of with this character. So, you know, try that and it'll end up really good. This is one of the few ones where I'm like, yeah, I'm really not too sure about it. It's really just a role that I need filled. If you really want to optimize him, like slap him into something that he can use his innate in and might like better suit his MSMs. Like maybe Bow Knight. Maybe Bow Knight might be pretty good for that. I don't know. For some potential emblems here, this is counted for like Martial Master. If you want to see like what emblems would be good for Bow Knight, then, you know, could always look at something like this. I mean, Rivals wouldn't be as good on him considering he'd be wielding sword, and, you know, there is no sword on Rivals, so like Sigurd would probably be good. What ones did I say here? Rivals, Sigurd, Roy. I mean, this is for like the more defensive Bow Knight. I don't know. If you make him a Bow Knight, just slap on Sigurd or something like that, I guess. If you do fill up the role of Martial Master like I did, like, Jean would probably just be the better Martial Master, but I wanted to have both kinds of High Priest because I could, you know, just have both varieties for variety's sake, even though I probably never use Jean. So just general good stuff for Martial Master, no matter who you slap into Martial Master. Lucina, for the sake of the invincibility build with, like, Key Adept by spamming Bonded Shield and having, like, the 100% chance to activate, have Lucina in the middle, have an extra backup unit, because, you know, Lucina will essentially grant that to non-backup units and let them do chain attacks, yada yada, stuff like that. Soren doesn't have a whole lot of opportunities to go onto Key Adept units because, you know, it's basically just Martial Master that he would be A-okay on. I didn't really have anybody to assign to Martial Master all that much, but his Key Adept thing we're about, this is honestly not very good. But this is nice. If you want to really try to go for, like, invincibility build with Flare there, an alternative to Céline or some other mystical class is you could go Key Adept and then just heal a lot more HP and then go for invincibility build that way. But the only real Key Adept unit that you could slap him on to do this is Martial Master. Because I'm pretty sure the only Key Adept units are Martial Master, Enchanter. Enchanter's gonna get shredded, so don't do that. And Dancer. And Dancer's gonna want to be dancing. You're not gonna want to go do invincibility build with, you know, that. So you could try Key Adept with Soren and go for, like, invincibility build that way, along with Holdout or something, if you want to be spicy. Silicon or Martial Master, you can make use of both the strength and the magic then, like the magic for healing and the strength for actually punching and stuff. Lyn has some Key Adept bonuses. Like, I assigned a whole bunch of different emblem opportunities there just because there isn't a whole lot of Key Adept units in the game, so there's not a whole lot of, you know, things that you can capitalize on there. So I guess if it's really important to do that, if you really want to like break a target and make them open to attack, while also getting their speed up to a point that you're gonna be able to quadruple. Like that's more so the appeal with Lyn rather than the bonuses here. It's nice to have some bonuses, but more so she boosts speed, she comes with Alacrity, and she comes with Speed Taker. That should boost Martial Masters to the point that they should be quadrupling enemies, if you're hoping. Or you could just go with Corrin, and then you have boosted magic that away, and then you can put down a Dragon Vein for some more support here with the Ice Pillars that you're not often going to have on a lot of units because of how few key Adept units there are. So yeah, I can always go with that. So yeah, this is more so what's geared to Martial Master rather than Kagetsu Martial Master specifically, you know. So, you know, keep that in mind there. For potential skills, if you actually put them into something that makes use of Sword, that's why I have this at the top. Like, slap on Sword Power +5, or Sword Power 5, and then get a whole lot more use out of your sword. If you're putting him into something that, you know, is pretty much exclusively using sword, like if you put him into Paladin or something. I already have Lapis doing that because I feel like she'll do a better job with her 3 speed as opposed to 2 there. I mean, he'd be pretty good in Paladin as well. It depends on what you're feeling there. If you put him into something that, you know, boost sword like Great Knight or something like that also wields something else, that might not be as useful because it'll only kick in when you're using sword. I mean, it's up to you. You know, his speed is already really good, so if you put him into something that isn't Martial Master, then slap on Alacrity. Same with Weapon Sync. Like, these are mostly things if you're not slapping him into Martial Master, honestly. Like, if you're slapping him to Martial Master, you could figure it out here. These are just, like, some generally good things. So many emblems use sword. Can't go wrong with Cancer, and that's not half bad for, you know, Martial Master either. But yeah, Kagetsu's in a little bit of a weird position. I'm sorry, Kagetsu. I know a lot of people would just slap him into his default thing of Swordmaster, but like, you know, I figure I may as well do that with someone that doesn't have Innate in Sword and can still have Essence Sword, and, you know, we'll put his speed to somewhere else because Swordmaster, just like with Lapis, is already gonna be doubling all the time, and meh. Bit of a weird position, but yeah, that's what I concocted there. Alright, Zelkov, our other default thief, and the one that is going to be a little bit harder to hit than Yunaka. Like, he's going to be a little bit more enemy phase focused, and enemies are going to struggle to hit him. So, we can always play into that if we wanted to, but Yunaka's my dedicated thief, so I decided instead he should be Enchanter. I already have Enchanter Framme here. I just did this for, like, both varieties, so that, because Enchanter can be boosted with either Knife or Arts, and Framme boosts Arts, then Zelkov can boost Knives. But, you know, Arts is the more useful one to boost anyway. Like, Zelkov isn't too important to put in Enchanter here. It's just like, here's 2 different options for Enchanter. Here's one that's going to have, like, additional Void while adjacent to Alear and has boosted Arts. And here's one that's going to have, wow, the Jade is gone again. Like, 10% less chance of being hit always. And has boosted Knives instead, which isn't as useful there. You know, I would absolutely slap him into Thief if I didn't already have Yunaka. It's basically just because I already have Yunaka assigned into the role that I assigned him into this year. You can slap him into basically whatever. You can also do like a dodge tanky Wolf Knight if you want. Like, I already have that role to Marin. Like, he can avoid more than she can. Like, she can get up to +5 here when surrounded by a bunch of female allies. You know, you can have like a dodge tank Wolf Knight if you'd like, and that's another option that's listed here. But yeah, just keep some options in mind. And then this was another role to fill. I listed Berserker here because Berserker's like the most frail unit in the game defenses wise. Berserker has really good HP, but the defenses, my goodness, get absolutely shredded. So it's like, oh, here'd be a Berserker that's harder to hit, I guess. So like less danger, I suppose. I don't know. So with Enchanter, it's basically the same kind of thing as I would have assigned to Framme there, where it's like, here's spamming Bonded Shield for Invincible Fortress and like, let's dodge in the middle. Here's Micaiah so that you can spam Chain Guard and then like be able to heal an ally and yourself at the same time to top yourself up so that you can Chain Guard again. And then Corrin if you want to put down Ice Pillars while also being able to inflict poison upon enemies while Draconic Hexing them and stuff, and having Pair Up built in to not have to worry about chain attacks chipping you away. Though that would be more so useful when you're doing this. Like, it's not that important with an Enchanter on their own that's already so frail that you're not going to want to be getting chain attacked anyway, so ignore that last thing that I said. But yeah, there's definitely some options there. Like, maybe I'd be more inclined to put him into Wolf Knight here, but I already have the role filled, so I'm being diverse with my team here and stuff in terms of what I'm putting people into. In terms of skills that you can give them, make them even harder to hit with Martial Void +30. If you are putting like Lucina onto him and doing Invincible Fortress things with Enchanter, then, you know, go with pair up so that chain attacks don't end up wrecking you, if you'd like. They might not be able to chain attack all that much while you're surrounded by allies anyway. If you're using knives, why not go with knife precision? And if you want to be extra safe when the enemies do rarely hit you, then you can always slap on holdout +++ for a little bit of a bailout. Man, I've been recording for another hour 45 minutes in addition to the 2 hours I recorded last time. This is taking quite a while. Next one, Fogado. His unique thing sucks, honestly. I'm really not a big fan of it. I mean, maybe it's bailed me out of a bunch of situations without realizing it, considering how cursed Engage RNG is and how often I get crit. But, you know, it's not all that great. His class unique skill isn't super great either. It'll get you some extra damage sometimes. Back at you, when countering, unit might deal extra damage equals half of damage taken, trigger percent equals dex. There was only like 1 or 2 situations in my entire playthrough where it secured a kill for me on an enemy. It did not happen super often. The big perk of his class is that he's basically Bow Knight, but with God tier speed. You know, that's the highest speed set in the game, tied with Griffin Knight and Sword Master. So, whereas Bow Knight is going to be, where's Bow Knight? Is 37 there. So he's basically just a Bow Knight that wields bows and swords while having God tier speed, while being able to double. So that's what I wanted to play into there with skills like Alacrity and stuff. But in terms of emblems, Erica would probably be my first choice, because his secondary in magic is not too bad. There's only a difference here of 7 points. 28 is not a bad magic stat for someone that does not use magic here. It's actually a really good magic stat for someone that doesn't have any magic stuff being used over here. Compare that to Bow Knight, and Bow Knight is going to have like 23. Fogado has 5 points higher. And as we discussed earlier, Erica is a character that gives some bonuses to magic. So, you know, Fogado might be able to use Radiant Bow to clean up in a way that Alchris just wouldn't be able to against foes with low res. So that'll definitely help him with the Radiant Bow stuff. You can use Wind Sword if he wants, and then like here's the Cavalry bonus, so you can't go wrong with that. So there's that, and then there's also like extra damage that he'd be getting with like bows and swords by using either Erica or Ephraim with their various skills with the braces and stuff like that, you know, more free damage. So yeah, can't go wrong with that. Alternatively, you could always go with Sigurd. It's going to come built in with things like Canter. He's going to have like momentum and the extra movement when engaged that comes with cavalry units, plus the extra movement just by being, you know, equipped at all. That lets you go around and get more snipes on Dudos and all that with your crazy speed and doubling shenanigans and all that. Yeah, he's going to get the highest possible speed set in the game, considering, you know, 49 speed already in the class and the highest possible speed MSMs. It's pretty great. You could use both that strength and magic from Celica if you did want to play into that magic secondary with a Radiant Bow or like a Levin Sword or something like that, while also making use of the further warp thingamabob, and being able to make use of her additional strength here. You can warp a little bit farther, but you know, Celica, you're not going to be able to use the Resonance for extra tome damage unless you're engaged, so, you know, it's an option, but not one that I would usually go with. I'd usually go with something like that. Or you could always go with Veronica, because one of Veronica's actually a really good emblem, but you're not going to see me assigning her to a lot of builds here because I want to play into ones that have like the best bonuses. And some of the bonuses here are ones where it's like, that's not a unit that usually wields magic. This isn't a unit that usually wields magic. There's like Veil that does, I guess. That's not a unit that usually wields magic. Like, I guess Mage Knight certainly can. Maybe I should assign Veronica as a potential other option to Chloé for that reason there. Where I like to get bonuses where I can, but there's not a whole lot of overlap between units that get these bonuses and units that can benefit from this and like her thingamabobs, you know, like magical weapons and all that. But Fogado actually has not half bad secondary in magic, so he'd be able to make use of that and then summon allies that can move farther and stuff. So why ever not? And then maybe he can play into like back at you plus reprisal for a whole bunch of damage as punishment for hitting him and stuff. I don't know. Is an idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do that here. Bam. Add Veronica there. Just pretend that I discussed that earlier when we were talking about Chloé. Ivy's gone. There's Ivy. I'm getting warm. I'm taking off my hoodie. Alright, onto the party animal. Pandrio here. He gets a bonus to hit and avoid equal to 3 times the number of allies and foes within 2 spaces. So the more Dudos are around him within 2 spaces, the higher his hit and avoid is going to be. That's not half bad there. It's going to make it harder to hit him, and he's going to be able to hit foes more often there. He has Staff as his innate, which makes him well suited towards Sage. Like, his default class is High Priest, which is honestly silly, because he doesn't get any bonuses in High Priest. Like, let's see here. Like, he has innate Staff, and Staff is already S. He'd be able to wield Tomes at B and Arts at C. Like, neither of those is boosted. So just slap him into Sage. He has innate Staff, so he'd be able to wield Tomes at S, and then Staffs at A. Like, that is absolutely the role for Panjo. Slap him into that. His defenses are gonna be really sucky, but maybe it's not too big of a deal, because he'll be harder to hit. You know? You could alternatively go with Griffin Knight, and then that's one that can benefit from an innate boosted in Staffs as well, if you want to Staff Griffin Knight. I have Lance as my assigned one here, because that is going to be, like, a very good magical weapon, I believe. Wait, am I losing my mind? Wasn't Levin's sword just better than the Flame Lance? Hold on. If I copy these, I might actually be going crazy. I might have put it in wrong. Let's see here. Yeah, the Levin sword is literally just the Flame Lance, but better. Why did I assign the Lance there? Is it because I figured, like, here's a, there's a lot more sword users than Lance users, so, you know, here's Lance for variety's sake, and then a not half-bad magic weapons. It's only magic axe that you can wield is, like, the smashing one there. Alright, I'm a little bit silly. I'm gonna primarily say sword if you wanted to put him into Griffin Knight, but I would say Sage. I have a different option for a staff-boosted Griffin Knight that I prefer, honestly. I would say Sage is probably the best way to put him. And then he has, like, a whole bunch of spicy tomes, then he can wield, like, a couple staves. Or maybe 3 staves, maybe take off Excalibur or something. I don't know. You can go with Soren Invincibility build, like we discussed with Céline, and then just, you know, pray to the RNG gods that you dodge things a little bit of the time, and, you know, don't get screwed by the little holes in the strategy. But, yeah, you can certainly try there. Sage's speed is, it's not exactly great. You probably would be getting double a decent bit of the time, so I just hope that things miss you, I guess. But, you know, even if you're not going for invincibility build, Soren still comes with, like, good bonuses for mystical units. Boosts your magic and res, I'm fairly certain, which Panjo certainly is not going to be complaining about. Yeah, magic and res and all that. Plus, you can also debuff foes with Anima Focus, make them easier to kill with, like, defense -3 and all that. That could be pretty nice. Then here's some additional versatility with Assign Decoy, which, if you assign Decoy next to someone and enemies come after them, but, you know, you're out of decoys and now they start coming after Panjo because he's nearby. If the other guy didn't move, then maybe he has more chance of dodging because of his personal skill. I don't know. It made sense in my head, but I feel like it didn't make sense when I spoke it. So if it didn't, just pretend that I didn't say that, because that was a whole garble there. Alternatively, you could always go with Tiki, and then you're going to be able to use, like, Tiki's only magical attack here, I believe. Whoop. Only magical breath. Because if you go with a mystical unit here, magically strike foes in an area half res. Typically, on average, there's a less res in the general pool of, like, defensive stats than there is defense. So if you're magically striking, that's usually going to do more damage than striking defense. I mean, there's always Fire Breath that just ignores stuff completely. But as an alternative, you can't go half bad. Can't go wrong with that. It's not going to be half bad. Plus, you know, then you can make it so that even if they do hit him, he's not going to be as afraid with his garbage defense, I guess. You know, so that's another option there. And you become even more magically defensive. Just make it so that he's not going to care about magical attacks at all. This will patch up his defense a little bit as well. So that's a not half bad option there. You can always use Camilla, and then you can slap down Flames. I'm fairly certain is the mystical bonus. Yeah, you can slap down Flames, and then Dark Inferno also, you get extra damage by being in a mystical unit there. Patch up his speed a little bit, so he's probably not going to be doubling anyone, but maybe this can help him stop getting doubled himself. You know, mayhap. And then he can always, you know, use Groundswell and stuff to go into some precarious positions and get some awful effects out of here while maybe dodging some things. I don't know. Or you could do like the thingamabob with Celica, where you're getting extra damage from mystical stuff. You're using Echo and using Draconic Hex and stuff like that, but you won't be able to make use of the extra strength that Celica grants. For some potential skills, you could, you know, try to stack with his personal skill by making him even harder to hit. You could do this as well, where his personal skill boosts both his chance of hitting and his chance of dodging. So you could just do this to play into that by boosting both a little bit. You can make him hit even harder while caring even less about about that there. Alternatively, to make him dodge even more, you could do dual support, but you are going to want to surround him with allies that he can support with. And you can also do this because in Sage, he's going to be able to wield up to A in stabs. So if you do want to play into him being like a staff user that's also using like negative stabs against your foes, you can always slap on staff mastery. That can be a pretty good option too. But nay, why? Your personal skill when you packed lunch, a chance to obtain another of the same item trigger percent equals luck. You're only going to have one packed lunch per battle, if you even have that, considering if you go to the cafeteria, get something cooked up, and it sucks and you just don't get a packed lunch, you might just not get a packed lunch for the next battle, and even if you do, there's only like a luck percent chance that it'll even help Bonet's personal skill in the battle. It's so dumb, in my opinion, but I try to play into everyone's personal skills where I can, so that's exactly what I did. His default class is Great Knight in Sword and Axe there, and he is clearly designed to be like a Great Knight. Like, here's a little bit more strength, here's sucky magic, here's more defenses, less res. Instead, I'm going to slap him into Wolf Knight, so I have two of the different main kinds of Wolf Knight. Goodness dang it, this is the Emblems page. Wolf Knight is going to have two kind of main varieties. One that boosts knives to S, and the other that has knives at A, and then one of the other kinds of weapons that it has at A instead. Which is honestly pretty nice, because then your Wolf Knight will be able to use, like, brave swords and stuff like that. Like, the knives in S, it depends on if you do want to use the legendary knives here. The only two ones here are Cincada, the legendary throwing knife that poisons foes, and Cardwenham. I do kind of like having this on my Wolf Knight with Marin, considering the weight. I believe that weight is higher than Thief can handle. Let me double check that, though. It's been a little while. Wow, it's actually exactly what Thief can handle. Never mind. But are you going to want to use the smash knife on a Thief? I don't know. Is up to you. But, you know, you could definitely make an argument about one of the main three weapons to A being more important than knives to S. I do still quite like Marin in Wolf Knight, and then having like the additional avoid that comes with her personal skill when she's around a bunch of female allies. But that could be pretty nice, and I'm fairly certain that Wolf Knight has quite a decent bit of speed, which can help you get like some quadruple attacks here. Yeah, like in the mid 40s, they're one of the best speed stats in the game. So you could definitely make an argument for, you know, someone with sword being even better than someone with adept in or innate in knives. You could always slap someone like what's his face? Where's my Martial Master Kagetsu into it, and he's gonna have, you know, innate in swords as well. But he has boosted speed, which Wolf Knight's gonna be doubling all the time anyway. Wolf Knight does not care. Like, let's use his speed MSMs elsewhere. Instead, if we slap Bonet in, there, have a little bit of damage there. Wolf Knight isn't super terrible in magic secondary. I definitely used Levin's Sword on Marin a little bit as a secondary weapon for like some backup magic damage, which was not half bad in my playthrough of the main game. But I would not really be able to do that as well with his magic growth and MSMs, but maybe he just doesn't really need to. Wolf Knight has lower defense than res, but Bonet with his typical armored unit stats is going to help balance that out. Like 2 and -1 is actually going to bring that to 29 and 32, which brings them a lot closer together. So, like, it's another build that I didn't get the chance to try in my main playthrough, but on paper sounds not half bad. But because I wanted to play into his unique skill here, it's despite how dumb it is, I was like, hey, another reason that we could slap him into Wolf Knight, because Wolf Knight has like pretty alrighty luck. Like, I could slap him into some other things that make use of his, you know, innate, but this is one that is going to work well with his MSMs and give me the other main variety of Wolf Knight, one that can actually use some brave weapons here. So, yeah, let's try boosting his luck there a little bit. What is his MSMs in luck? It's 1. So he would be at, what, 35 there, I guess? Yeah, 35, where he eats a packed lunch and then he has a chance of getting it back there. And you can always slap on some skills or some emblems that boost luck if you really want to try playing into that. And then if you don't get the emblem refresh, just like Time Crystal, rewind time, and then try it again on some other turn. I don't know. His personal skill kind of sucks, but he might not be half bad at Wolf Knight, as weird as it is to imagine him as Wolf Knight, honestly. In terms of In terms of emblem that you can slap on here, you can always slap on Lucina. That is going to give you like a pseudo backup unit to get like some more damage there by being able to use the other attacks. Bond and Shield, not too much of a bonus there, but she gives a bonus in luck. You know, she's definitely going to be doubling all the time already in Wolf Knight, and this just makes it even more handy, but mostly she boosts luck. She's going to be like a pseudo backup unit with, you know, her Thingamabob that unit participates in chain attacks as if it were a backup unit, so that's more free damage. Can't go too wrong with that. I was mostly looking at emblems that boosted luck here to play as much into it as I could, like the goofy goober I am. There's Erica, which, as discussed before, is pretty good on cavalry units, especially that have backup in magic. And Wolf Knight would normally have a pretty alright backup in magic, but probably not really with Benet. So, you know, maybe take that with a grain of salt. Byleth is gonna boost your luck by a lot. Like, luck plus 12, but he boosts magic, and Benet's not gonna be good at magic there. But, you know, if you really want to boost that luck, give it a go if you'd like, I guess. You can definitely give it a shot. I mean, with Lucina, you could always keep on going for that invincibility build if you just, like, surround yourself by a bunch of Cavalier allies, I guess. And, you know, if they're not all Cavaliers, have some that can take some hits into other spots, because Bond and Shield will still activate 80% of the time. I don't know. For the skills that I would recommend here, you know, you can get creative. You can look at what other skills are good and stuff, other things on here. But if we're playing into his skill, like, we can, use favorite food. Wait. I got packed lunch and, this mixed up. Whoops. Hold on. For whatever reason, I thought that favorite food was his unique skill for a hot second, because it's been actually a hot second since I played this game. His whole shtick here is even less useful than I thought, because I got mixed up with a more useful skill, where it's like you can max out the engage meter when you, get a packed lunch. His skill is just like, yeah, here's a packed lunch. If you eat it, here's a luck % chance that you get it back again. You know, you might get a second go. So, let's play into that. Let's try maxing out the engage meter and then having a chance of getting another one. And then be more tanky with more luck. And then here's a bunch more luck as well, if we want. If we do want to play into that, like an absolute goofy goober. Otherwise, you know, you can always slap things on like Canter, Additional Void, Strength Defense +5, you know, Sword Power 5. Whatever things you want to slap on, essentially. So yeah, Wolf Knight Benet, something that I'm intrigued by, and sort of plays into this, but man, it's weird, and honestly a pretty dumb personal skill, but that's just my opinion. Alright, well, Tamara, I swear they changed this skill with a patch sometime after release. Because when I first made this spreadsheet, and I was reading up on stuff and reading like skill descriptions in-game, I swear this used to be crit -10, but sometime later down the line it became crit -5. I guess to prevent her personal skill from literally just being a better version of Fogato's. This is actually not half bad, even at -5. Would have been better at -10, but it's not half bad at -5 either, considering how cursed Engage RNG is and how many times I'm sure that this has saved me. But even better than that is her unique class's skill here being Sandstorm. While making a physical attack, may calculate damage with 150% of defense instead of strength. What that tells us is the things that we want to buff up are strength, defense, and dexterity, and we can try to play into some emblems that might boost those and just like her defensive stuff. She absolutely wants to be a defensive unit here, and she benefits from being defensive, even offensively, because of Sandstorm here. She is essentially like a halberdier, but just a lot better with like dexterity, speed. Dexterity is the same, speed is better. Her defenses aren't quite as good as Halberdier, but they're very close, and, you know, with Sandstorm, you can boost it up a little bit. Her luck is a whole lot better. Her build is worse than that of a Halberdier, but that's good if we equip Hector for reasons I'll get into here in a little bit. Doesn't hit quite as hard as a Halberdier, but with Sandstorm, she'll be hitting harder there. You know, plus doubling it a little bit more often. Tamara is pretty cool. Alright, so the emblem that I would equip is definitely Hector. She can wield lances. Hector gives access to axes and swords, which means that when she's engaged, she has full weapon triangle advantage. Though it is worth noting that the sword that he gives access to is the rune sword. It's a magical weapon, but it doesn't use the magical stat. It uses half of strength, since that's how it works in FE7. So, you know, it's not like you'll be hitting hard with the sword, but you know, it's at least you still have full weapon triangle advantage, and she'll be able to really clean up with like our mods and stuff. extra build when hers is kind of low, extra defense, which means that she's tankier and she hits harder with Sandstorm, and here's hitting harder in times that she's not activating Sandstorm, which is really quite nice there. Storm's Eye gives like the backup of extra crit here if you're all about that, but more so, the stat boosts are really nice. The weapon triangle advantage, having access to things like quick riposte. Here's more defense if we get hit by a physical attack, which means even more Sandstorm damage, which is pretty nice, and a heavy attack. I haven't been talking about like planned weapons here all that much, but here's one that I will discuss a little bit. Brionac with Hector Engrave. If we go have a look at Brionac here, Brionac is the legendary lance that has 1 to 2 range. Once maxed out, it'll be at 22 damage, but its weight is 17 here. Her build goes up to, what was it, like 13 or something like that? 12. And this is, gosh dang it, 12? And this is 17. That's a difference of 5. But we are also adding Hector's additional build here of 3. So that means that Brionac is just 2 points heavier than we can wield. But if we slap on Hector's Engrave, that gives us 3 extra damage, but also 3 more points of weight, which means that goes back to being 5 points heavier than we'd be able to wield without any like negative effects. And you know, there's that, but you know, just don't put yourself into a bad position before you throw it. And one of Hector's built-in skills that I would never inherit on anybody, but you can consider like when you're actually using Hector, since it's a sync skill, is heavy attack. When making a physical attack, if an equipped weapon's weight exceeds user's build, adds excess damage max +5. So there's no point making it any heavier than 5 points heavier since it maxed at +5. But then we're getting the 1 to 2 range Brionac that has 22 plus 3 of the Engrave for 25. Plus 5 with heavy attack. That is a 30 damage 1 to 2 range physical lance that you are now wielding with Tamara, which might even be boosted with Sandstorm if you get good RNG, you know. So, you know, this is the one situation where I'll discuss, you know, plans for, you know, actual weapons. And there's also like the legendary other lance where it's like, hey, you'll get bonuses here too, but it'll max out at 5, and that's gonna be a whole lot heavier than, you know, just that. It's I guess it's at exactly 5 there too, now that, because she'll be at 15 of like 12 plus 3 from Hector. Like, she's getting the perfect bonus from that as well. Yeah, it's been a little while since I've looked at the, since I've gone over some of these builds. So that means that she would be, once this is boosted to 20, that means she's getting the perfect +5 damage bonus on both of these, which is awesome. And it's not like you can double with this anyway. You can get doubled, but, you know, that's usually par for the course for things like that. So, you know, Tamara with Hector is absolutely the way to go for me there. And then slap on these legendary weapons that she can wield in her class. Put on that Engrave on a Brionac. Get even more extra damage with Heavy Blow. And that does a lot of damage. That's definitely quite a bit of damage there. Her magic secondary isn't amazing, but you know, it's definitely above average for a class that doesn't usually wield magic. Halberdier's is actually higher though, interestingly enough, but you know, may as well slap on a Flame Lance in case you need some emergency magic damage. But you know, for 2 range, you should probably do that if you're okay with doing physical damage. Alternatively, if you want to be defensive, you could also slap on Ike. Like, Hector's a really good defensive option in addition to offensive. If you want to just focus more so on defenses, you can always go with Ike. That is going to give no backup bonuses, if I recall here. Yeah, no backup bonuses there. But here's more strength, which is more damage. Here's more defenses, which is more defensive, plus more Sandstorm damage. Plus, he comes built in with Resolve, which means that if your HP is 75% or lower, hey, now you're even more defensive, and now Sandstorm is hitting even harder. You know, can't exactly go wrong with that. And then, like, built-in things like Reposition, you can't go wrong with either. That can sometimes be handy in a pinch. And he also gives full weapon triangle control, even better than Hector does. Considering Hector's one sword is like the weird half-strength magic sword. You can actually use, like, a really strong sword this way, while also still using strong axes. So yeah, full weapon triangle control. Boost both your forms of damage and your defenses. Boost your defenses even more, along with Sandstorm damage, and full weapon triangle control. So despite not having any bonuses here, Ike is still pretty good on Tamara. From that perspective there. You can alternatively go with Lucina if you'd like. for some more control of the weapon triangle to be able to wield swords and stuff, while boosting dexterity, which means like more chances of activating Sandstorm, better chances of doubling here and stuff. And then the fact that she's in a backup class means that the range of this extends to 3, and then you can probably get a lot better damage in All for One. Get a lot of allies to chain attack. So Lucina on backup units can be pretty nice from that perspective, and that's mostly why she's listed there as an option. As Sigurd would have been a lot nicer if he wielded lances for his main type of weapon, in terms of weapon sync plus, for you to be able to stack more damage there. But alas, he does not. Would give Tamara access to a sword for a little bit more weapon triangle control. Here's more chances of activating Sandstorm. Here's more defenses, plus more damage when you're doing Sandstorm. Here's some more movement to get around and help patch up her lower build if you weren't playing into like Hector's heavy attack or anything like that. But he doesn't really have any bonus backup thingamabobs. But you know, and it's also nice to have backup counter, built-in counter on a Wally unit there. You know, can't go too wrong with that. But yeah, if you don't plan on putting Hector on anyone else, and even if you do plan on putting Hector on anyone else, consider putting Hector onto Tamara instead, honestly. For potential skills here, if she's just wielding lances, Lance Power 5, why not? More damage. Why wouldn't you go for it? Strength Defense plus 5, even better on Tamara than most units, considering here's more damage, here's more defenses, and more Sandstorm damage. Why wouldn't you go with it? Can't really go wrong with Dual Assist Plus on backup units because it's just more chip damage that you're gradually getting on enemies throughout the map. And normally I would go with Erica's Gentility Plus rather than Ike's Resolve Plus for 5 less damage always, as opposed to 7 less damage just when you're 75% HP or under. But considering this is Defense / Res plus 7 and not just -7 damage, that means more Sandstorm damage too. So Resolve is going to be better on her than Gentility. So yeah. Man, this is gonna be such a long video. Holy crap, I'm gonna have my work cut out for me editing this. Panette is one of 2 characters in the main game, I believe, and then 4 characters in the game at all when we're counting DLC, that have a personal skill that boosts crit rate. She starts out in Berserker, but interestingly enough does not have Innate in Axes. If she had Innate in Axes, I would have considered putting her into one of those bazillion classes that benefits from one of the Innate 3. She has Innate in Dagger. And the only Innates that benefit from Dagger, I believe, are, yeah, Wolf Knight and Enchanter. It's just 2 classes, and I don't plan on putting her in that. So, because she doesn't have one of the main 3 that, you know, I need for versatility for a bazillion different classes, she has something niche that, you know, only fills a couple roles, which are already filled by other characters. I figure, hey, let's put her into something a little bit different. And I decided to put her into Sniper, because Sniper is the only class in the game that has a skill that boosts your crit rate. Namely, when the opponent can't counterattack, you get +10 crit. If I can actually find where the heck Sniper is here. There they are. No distractions. Grants crit +10 during combat with a foe that can't counter. And as long as you're not at full HP, here's 10 more crit. So if the foe can't counter, and you're missing even just 1 HP, that's +20 crit. Slap on a killer bow, and let's just clean up. Sounds awesome, you know? Let's go ahead and do that. Sounds pretty neat there. My chosen emblem here is going to be Sigurd. Sigurd has covert bonus that, you know, there's not a lot of units that are going to be able to capitalize off of. When you're engaged, not paying any extra movement cost on any terrain, so you can just get where you need to be, essentially, when you engage. Can't go wrong with extra movement to be able to get into the tiles where foes aren't going to be able to counter you. Can't exactly go wrong with that. There's some more chance of critting. That's pretty neat. And then here's some weapons that you can attack at 1 range, though I'm fairly certain every emblem is going to give you that. So it's not exactly a big selling point there. Might not be able to make as much use of momentum as like a Cavalier unit or anything like that, but, you know, you'll still be able to get around a decent bit with that, especially if there's like a lot of forest tiles around. Get to where foes can't counter you, get some good crits and stuff like that, and it'll be prettish nice. And then plus the built-in canter that you can never go wrong with to, you know, dip back closer to your allies or something like that after you pick off some random guy that couldn't counter. I mean, if you're even far from your allies there. You just can't go wrong with counter. Yeah, whatever the situation, you just cannot go wrong with canter. Alternatively, you could always go with Leaf. Leaf will give you access to quite a few different weapon types, so that you know, if you want to switch to something at close range, here's a few options. There's Killer Axe, Master Lance, Light Brand. You might not be able to make that much use of Light Brand, considering Sniper's magic sucks, so that goes slightly to waste. But you'll be able to make good use of these, and especially the Killer Axe for continued crits there, you know. Can't exactly go wrong with that. And then here's some more chance of dodging things, and if you want to try to farm gold, I guess. But, you know, honestly, that covert bonus and quadruple hit is not that good. Yeah, I have to keep on refreshing for things to load here, huh? It is possible that with a sniper, a foe might just move into a tile where, you know, you won't be able to counter them, since a sniper won't be able to counter at one range. But if you have like a wall of allies and then your sniper Panette on the other side and a bunch of enemies want to attack Panette that's at lower health, Leaf is going to come with built-in Vantage. And considering that she's probably going to have not half bad crit, like, they'll be able to counter from there, so she won't have the sniper crit at that point, but she'll at least still have, you know, plus 10 crit from her personal skill. And probably some other stuff if you stack it on. There's a good chance that she might just Vantage, attack first, crit, and get the kill before they can damage her. But, you know, you're also not going to be able to use sync skills like this unless you're engaged and able to use these things. So, you know, there's definitely some pros and cons here. And I have not recommended bond rings on literally anyone else here, but Ryoma's bond ring granting some extra crit, you can't go wrong with that if you want to go all in on crit build. You know, you're not going to be getting additional crit straight up from anyone else. Well, I guess you could slap on Ike as an emblem, and then you get additional crit from Wrath if you're missing health, which you will not be missing some health anyway, I guess, but yeah. I typically don't factor bond rings into any build plans here. This is just straight up emblems and like end game kind of stuff. But if you want the highest crit that you can get here without losing health for Wrath, then you can always go with Ryoma's bond ring. Also, Berserker's a not half bad other class for her, like the one that she starts in, because Berserker is so dang frail, but you can just try to crit before the enemy damages you, I guess. Is something that you could go for. Is up to you. As for potential skills here, if you slap on Wrath and Reprisal, like, my goodness gracious, ultimate glass cannon here. So, she's already getting a bunch of crit from her personal and her class. Here's even more crit. For each HP the unit has lost, grants crit +1 during combat with a max of +30. So you can bring your crit up to +50 without even considering what's on the weapon. Like, that's 50 crit no matter what you're wielding. And if you're missing a bunch of HP anyway because you want to use Wrath and you want to use Blood Fury, why not use Reprisal Plus as well and be missing a whole bunch of HP and then, you know, be doing really big damage? So, and you can, you can get your units down to 1 HP in a controlled environment by using things like Dragon Vein Fire. So you could just get Panette all the way down to 1 HP if you have like the time and space to like have her in fire tiles and do that. And then just watch her clean up. You just won't be able to let her eat a hit. But she'll clean up, you know. If you had her in Berserker instead while doing that build, and had something like a hand axe or a tomahawk or something like that, and then you equipped a leaf, so you had built-in Vantage, then maybe you just wouldn't have to worry about getting killed, because you'd always act first, and then get a critical hit and one-shot your foe before they can act. That was kind of a build that I did on several characters in my 3 Houses playthrough, for anyone that might be interested in that. That kind of replicates that pretty closely. So that's another option that you could do, and then just put like a crit engrave on like a tomahawk or something. It's a spicy idea. Here's like more damage and less being frail and stuff. Can't go wrong with Canter. Speed Taker might be able to help you out a little bit, because the speed of Sniper, it's not awful. It's okay. You know, it's pretty alright, but you're not really gonna be doubling a whole lot. Speed Taker can probably get you doubling though. So, you know, that can be pretty nice. Alright. Marin, let's see here. Marin starts out in a Wolf Knight, and it'd be pretty nice to stay in Wolf Knight, honestly. She doesn't really balance it out all that well. She kind of plays into what Wolf Knight naturally has of like lower defenses, higher res. She does have Innate in Dagger, which means she'll be able to wield up to S in daggers in that class, so she can wield the legendary ones if she wants. This is a pretty nice skill here, especially if you're playing as female Alear, and you have a bunch of female allies around, and it's just like, hey, here's a little bonus that just goes to all of them here within 2 spaces. You know, can't complain about free bonuses there. In terms of, because she has Innate in Knives, you could, in theory, just slap her into whatever other kind of Wolf Knight, like the one that wields swords, lances, or axes. And I was thinking at the beginning of my playthrough that I would use Maren and I would switch her over to axes because I didn't have a lot of axe users in my party. But eventually I decided against it and left her in swords because despite the -1 magic MSM, her magic growth here, 25, it's the exact same as her strength, is the case. And this is not too half bad for a class that doesn't wield anything magical over here. And when you're playing the main game before you get max stats anyway, and when these are going to be like pretty close to one another, she was a pretty good wielder of the 11th sword for the main game. When you're into like post game and max stats, she won't be anymore, and then I don't know, maybe it would be more worth it to switch her over to axes or something that'll deal more damage. It's up to you. But during the main game, she was pretty good in sword. Was at least the case. But yeah, just slap her into whatever secondary synergizes the best with your team if you're planning on using her there. As for emblems, can't go wrong with Erica. She has the bonus with cavalry units. She has, you know, additional magic points that Maren will be able to make use of during the main game, maybe not as much during the post game, and a magic sword and all that. Sigurd has the bonuses to movement. Will also boost Maren's defenses a little bit here, which are going to be kind of low. Like, there's defenses boosted up, additional movement that you can't go wrong with, going to have, like, momentum as you go around, and more movement when you're engaged and all that. You know, can't go wrong with that. Built-in Canter, very nice on a Wolf Knight, go around, poison some doodle, and then dip out. Or you could always go with Camilla. Camilla was actually not half bad option here either. With a secondary in magic, during the main game, you should be able to use the Bolt Axe and Lightning relatively well. Maybe not as much when you're at max stats, but, you know, you'll be able to use it decently well during the main game. With cavalry is how you'll get the most extra movement with swords. You'll be able to go like super far on a cavalry unit here. The Dragon Vein that is granted with Camilla here is creating water that decreases avoidance with a radius of 2 tiles. Once you have Groundswell, you don't have to worry about it yourself. So Maren's going to be avoiding things a decent bit of the time in Wolf Knight. And with putting this down, just make it so that enemies come up to her, like, struggle to get there. I'm pretty sure water takes extra movement to get through, so they might struggle to get through there. There's a lot more chance that they get hit as they slog through the water, whereas Maren's just fine because of Groundswell and all that. Don't have to worry about that. Decisive Strike is honestly pretty sucky, because usually if you're getting a crit, you're probably going to kill. But something like a Wolf Knight that isn't hitting very hard with knives, you can get maybe some use out of it. So, you know, there's that. You know, put Maren in there to do a whole bunch of dagger damage to a whole bunch of dagger foes. Not receive too much damage yourself, but, you know, get poisoned. Just cure it. As a potential use there. But yeah, Camilla can be a pretty alrighty option there. You can always slap her into Thief and, you know, try to have her avoid a whole bunch of stuff. I had this here in case you want, like, the extra avoidance and stuff, but if you want that, just do, like, Zelkov, honestly. I'll leave it here, I guess, but it's a little bit weird. In terms of skills that you can slap on, want some extra avoidance? Just slap this on for Marth. Can't go wrong with Cancer on pretty much anyone, but especially like a Cavalier that's going around poisoning foes. Depending on what class you're in, I don't think there's any emblems that wield daggers. So, depending on if you, like if you stay in Wolf Knight, but you primarily want to use swords, you could do that. Yeah, there's not a single dagger one here, so maybe I probably shouldn't have listed that there. Just think if you wanted to play into swords, but if you wanted to play into swords, you should probably have someone in Wolf Knight that actually has, you know, one of these 3 types, and then has weapon sync plus probably swords, because all the emblems will wield swords. You know, Maren isn't going to be able to wield brave weapons there. She can wield up to silver swords, which is nice still, but with the speed of a Wolf Knight, it could be really nice to wield a brave weapon, you know? So if you wanted to use a brave sword, which is going to be the lightest... Hold on. Whoa, wait. Let's find something out for science. So, brave sword is going to have 13 weight. Brave lance is 14. And build 12. Okay, so yeah, it would be better to be brave sword than brave lance. That would be more ideal since you're going to have to incur like some sort of negative anyway. Might not care too much with that speed, but you know, still have to incur some sort of negative there, at least the -1 when it comes to the build and stuff. So Sword Wolf Knight, if you wanted to wield brave weapons in one of these, sword is definitely the way to go, which leaves you the option of Bune, Lapis, or Kagetsu. Which, you know, Bune, does the best with, you know, balancing out stats here. You know, Kagetsu and Lapis both boost speed, and speed is already busted on Wolf Knight. So, yeah. The Weapon Sync Plus, maybe not so much here. Maybe I'll cut this and, you know, slap it over here with Bonnet. Bam. You know, let's do that, how about? And let's move this up. Draconic Hex is very nice on a Wolf Knight, especially one that's focusing more on daggers than the other weapon. Like, here, let's do a little bit of chip damage, inflict poison, and make them easier to kill by, you know, minusing the rest of their stats as well. And then, like, if you do get out RNG'd and hit a whole bunch, like, here's a fail-safe at the end of, like, holdout plus, you know, that you could potentially do. I've been recording for about 2.5 hours again now. I gotta step away again. Maybe the next session that I record this will be my last. My goodness, this is gonna be one heck of a long video. Alright, we're back again, recording session 3. We left off at Hortensia. Hortensia is designed to be, ideally, your best healer in the game, is what she's clearly designed to be. You could probably build someone else to, you know, fit the role a little bit better if you really wanted to, but on paper is definitely designed to be the best healer in the game, considering you have, like, an additional healing staff range, so you can essentially use your heal staffs like you would the Birthright ones in Fire Emblem Fates, where they had an extra range, so, you know, you can heal from a little bit farther. If you have, like, a wall over here, and then another set of units that have, like, ranged options, then you can still have Hortensia behind that and still heal the wall in the front. It's really nice. And she's not always going to consume staff durability. From time to time, she'll preserve a use, which can be very nice to, like, prolong the use of your staves, get a little bit more bang for your buck. And plus, with her unique class here, she is in a flying unit. She's kind of like Ivy in that she wields tomes and staves, except instead of tome S and staff B, she is staff S and tome B. So she can wield any staff in the game, she does not care. Unfortunately, she cannot exactly wield the best of tomes. Ideally, you would want to have tomes at least A, so you can wield things like Bolganon, like Thunder, Thoron here. But she's condemned to just being able to wield like L Thunder, L Fire, L Wind, stuff like that. So she's never really going to do all that much offensively. She can't use all that spicy of tomes, and she's not designed to do all that much crazy offensively. And, you know, clearly designed to be very frail. But as a support unit, she's one of the best that you can get here, and has a lot of unique versatility with her unique class being able to wield staves at S while being a flyer class. That's pretty nice. So as for emblems that I would recommend on her, Byleth is definitely a very solid option here, considering you're already wanting to be in a little bit of a support role anyway. So let's see here. So when you engage with Byleth and you go ahead and use your engage attack, which is, it's not really an attack per se, but Goddess Dance, you can use that to get like some additional versatility out of your support unit here. Byleth also boosts magic, which Hortensia certainly won't mind. The Sword of the Creators boost by magic. It's mostly just, you can get around, you can use Goddess Dance where you want. It's, yeah. You could always go with Micaiah or something instead if you wanted to play into your support unit stuff by being able to use Great Sacrifice, so you can just like delete your HP and give a whole bunch of HP to everyone else. Like, there's no flying bonuses here or anything like that, but still nice to have that additional built-in versatility, be able to heal yourself a little bit more if you get a bit of a hit. You know, if you give Micaiah to a unit that can't wield staves and doesn't, like, can't wield magic all that well, then they're not going to be able to heal allies all that much and therefore not heal themselves all that much either. But Hortensia, with her big heals, she should be able to, you know, make some good use of that at all. Another one that you could potentially do is Crom. I didn't list it on the sheet, but that's one that I did a little bit. Because Crom will come built in with the Rally Spectrum Plus, which means if you're taking a turn that you're not healing, you can just use Rally Spectrum Plus and then give a big buff to your nearby allies, and then that further expands on what you can do as a support unit here. And then, if you go ahead and engage and boost your magic to absolutely insane amounts at that point, then you can maybe do some big damage while engaged. But honestly, when it comes to Hortensia, there really isn't any one emblem that I'm just like, oh yeah, that's the one on Hortensia. Because there really isn't all that many emblems that really play into a supportive role all that well. I mean, I guess you could also make an argument for Veronica here. Like, boost that magic even further, make it so that Hortensia's gonna care even less about taking magical hits. Then she can go ahead and, you know, stack this up, and then she can go ahead while engaged, use Contract and summon a hero for support. Again, no flying bonuses or anything like that, but, you know, it's things that you can do to help support your allies and all that. So, there's another idea. So yeah, when it comes to various emblems like this, if you had your heart set on giving them to someone else in your party, do that. Like, assign an emblem to Hortensia as one of your last ones there, because honestly, just slap on what you have remaining at the end that you think would work good on her, because again, there's not all that much in the way of supportive emblems per se. As for good skills here, you definitely cannot go wrong with Makai's Staff Mastery 5, considering Staves with S, a flying unit, and you want Hortensia ideally to be one of your main staff users here, if not like your most main staff user. So why not do this? Heal a little bit more HP, and also have the additional hit rate with the darn near impossible to hit offensive staffs against your foes that I swear we keep on missing all the time in Maddening. Even though I'd have like a little bit more than a 50% chance to land it, or like I had a 1 in 4 chance of hitting it, felt like. Can always just inherit Rally Spectrum Plus from Crom so that you can, you know, expand your support capabilities here by being able to take turns that you're not healing to just buff up your allies, or on a turn where it's like, man, I'd be able to kill this enemy if I just buffed up my allies. Then you have that option to do so. And here's more things that are just handy to have that don't change what Hortensia does. These are things that just help you with things that she's already doing. Spending time near allies as she's healing them. How about some more defenses as well? Why not? As she's going around healing allies, how about she does it more? Another really handy thing, I'm pretty sure Hortensia is the only one that I've listed this on, but reposition is one of those skills that if you have a skill slot to burn, then you can't go wrong with it anyway. Too bad I'm allergic to burning skill slots, but you know, it's really cheap. It's only like 200 SP, I believe. And sometimes an ally will be just a little bit far from an enemy that they have to kill. But reposition here, I'm sure that it's meant to be used defensively, considering it comes from Ike. Like, oh, this unit's in danger, reposition, get behind me, I'll hold down the fort over here. Honestly, I just slapped it onto Hortensia, and I used it to give allies like 2 more spaces of movement in a specific direction that I want them to go. Like, man, they're a little bit far this turn and can't reach this enemy they need to kill. Well, Hortensia's not going to be acting offensively anyway. Let's just shove her next to that ally, have her use reposition, bam. That allies now move 2 tiles further ahead this way, and now they can reach the enemy and get the kill. So it expands your options for how you're positioning your allies. So, you know, you can't exactly go wrong with that. So yeah, Céline, your dancer of the game. He's got Curious Dance here. At start of turn, allies within 2 spaces recover 10% of their max HP. That could be a nice little touch up, but it's really annoying if you're trying to do like reprisal wrath things and want to dance for them. So I kind of wish that his personal skill was something else like stat boosting, not recovering HP, but what you gonna do? So, as your dancer unit in the game, his importance cannot be understated, considering you can use him to grant an additional turn to pretty much anyone you want that's within range. Like, you need your armor unit to act again this turn, dance for them. You need your mage to act again this turn, dance for them. Like, dancer units are just absolutely invaluable in Fire Emblem games. As for emblems that I would slap on him, first and foremost, I would honestly slap on Lucina, considering, as we've discussed, Lucina's Bonded Shield has the 100% chance of activation when on a Key Adept unit. And there's not really a whole lot of Key Adept classes. There's Dancer, there's Martial Master, that's it in the main game for promoted classes, and then with DLC there's Enchanter as well. So if you want to do this Invincible Fortress build of someone spamming Bonded Shield in the middle and then a whole bunch of allies surrounding them, like adjacent on all sides, that have enough speed that they're not going to get doubled, and you've got your essentially Invincible Fortress as we've discussed previously. And Céline is a Key Adept unit that you're probably going to want to be bringing anyway, considering he's your dancer unit. So why not slap Lucina on him and be able to pop this invincibility fortress when you want? Plus, you can also have access to dual strike, considering where's the thingamabob? Yeah, this right here. Sync skill cannot inherit unit participates in chain attacks as if it were a backup unit, which means that you can make use of dual assist plus right there. So 70% of the time you'll be getting chain attacks when you can move up and do that. So that's just extra free damage that you can't exactly go wrong with there. And with the all for one here, you can actually get damage, despite the fact that, you know, Céline's not going to exactly be hitting very hard. But your allies will be chipping away, so you can still potentially get some damage there. So absolutely, I would go with like Lucina as my #1 go-to with Cedal, and that's what I did throughout my whole playthrough, was I equipped Lucina. But if your heart is really set on giving Lucina to someone else, another good secondary is Micaiah, which another case that we've discussed is giving Micaiah to a key adept unit is going to let you use this skill to top yourself up with like the little smidge of HP that you're missing for chain guarding, and then you don't have to have someone else heal you up for that. So, you know, if you chain guard, you miss a little bit of HP because of that, or you lose a little bit of HP because of that, now someone else might need to come and heal you so that you can chain guard again. With this, even though Cedal wouldn't exactly have amazing magic by any means, I don't think it's awful. If I recall here, like, let's see here. Yeah, for a class that does not at all use magic, this is like one of the highest magic stats for a class that doesn't have any magic for things that they equip. So you're typically not gonna be healing that much probably with Cedal, because, you know, you may as well just dance for someone that can heal and just keep on using your dances. But if you're just missing a little bit of HP because you chain guarded, then you can heal someone else while topping yourself up, and it's like 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? Why not do that? Though I guess you could just make the argument that some other staff user could heal that person, and then Cedal dances for them, and then they heal Cedal, so, you know, maybe it's not quite as helpful as doing this with literally any other key adept unit. Well, I say literally other, but Martial Master is already going to have access to stabs, and Micaiah isn't going to come with, you know, that built in with Cleric there. So maybe it'd be most useful on Enchanter, second most useful on Cedal, and then third most on Martial Master. I don't know. Like, it can be nice to have additional use with him, but at the same time, why would you want to do anything that's not dancing? You know? So there is that. Would also be able to get a little bit better heals here, but again, you can just dance for those that would be able to do it. But, you know, if you do want to top yourself up with chain guard and stuff, and, you know, Cedal wants to take like a little bit of a break from dancing or something like that, you can do that, I guess, and potentially have like a backup magic user here, because again, that is that actually the best magic stat for one that doesn't wield magic? Oh, let's see here. Well, it looks like Cedal's unique class of Dancer is tied with Wyvern Knight for the best magic class for a class that doesn't wield magic. Interesting. In terms of skills that you'd want to equip on Cedal, you don't want to give him anything that's going to change what he does. You know, so don't put anything on that's gonna benefit him attacking or anything like that. He's gonna want to just be dancing, so play into that. Absolutely the best skill that I'd recommend on him is Canter, because dancing is a type of acting. So you can come up here, dance for some ally, and then just canter the heck out of there. It's awesome. Like, I should have inherited Cancer a lot earlier in my playthrough. It took me a little bit long to realize, wait a second, can I do that? Yes. Yes, I can. And I should have inherited this earlier, because the moment I did was amazing. He's going to want to spend a lot of time near allies anyway, so why not boost allies' defenses? Cedal's personal skill already lets him heal allies around him a little bit. Start return allies within 2 spaces to recover 10% of their max HP. Want to have him heal a little bit more. After you action waits, restores 10 HP to adjacent allies and slightly increases support with them. I honestly don't care that much about the slightly increases support with them. But, you know, after you dance for someone, you restore 10 HP to them and anyone else that you're adjacent to. Yeah, why not play into having Cedal around and he just gets little heals all around? And because, like, dancers aren't going to want to be, you know, attacking all that much or getting too much in the fray. If you want to be a little bit safer, you could always equip Avoid plus 30. I honestly never found that Cedal wasn't all that much danger, especially after I equipped Cancer plus. Could also be just because I had him stay with a shielding art by default that I'm fairly certain I inherited Micaiah's Engrave on. Because Micaiah's Engrave, that takes away, like, so much damage, but hey, here's like 40 avoid, 20 dodge. So, you know, good luck hitting after that when there's a 40% more chance that we're dodging things. So, yeah, that kept Cedal pretty darn safe there. So, if any enemies did want to attack Cedal on my playthrough, I was just like, yeah, go ahead, good luck. It was great. I loved it. Rosado. This is a character that I really wish I had enough space in my party, my units I was planning on using, to bring Rosado as well, because I had a little bit of a spicy build in mind. Specifically, I wanted to use Crom. I wanted to leave Rosado in Wyvern Knight. Should we talk about the personal skill? You'll be able to hit male foes a little bit more often. Innate proficiency is axe, so, you know, pretty good in a Wyvern Knight, or I guess anything else that you can slap axe into. And yeah, I just said Axe Lance here just for the sake of, you know, there's so many sword users and sword emblems and stuff like that. Let's mix things up a little bit. But if you have a lot of lances already in your party, you can always change this to axe and sword. But you're always going to be wanting to wield axe if you're in, you know, Wyvern Knight or Great Knight or whatever the heck that can wield two different things. Because that's your innate. You can boost it, so why wouldn't you do that? Now, Crom might seem like, wait, Crom? Really? Yes, absolutely Crom. It's because the Crom's thingamabob, where are you? There you are. In terms of Giga 11 sword damage, first and foremost, Wyvern Knight can get the highest. Considering in terms of damage here, if you're a dragon, you get extra damage equals half of strength. If you're a fly, you get extra damage equals your build stat. If you're mystical, you get extra damage equals half of magic. Wyvern Knight has 18 build. It's the highest one here from, like, the potential options. So, yeah, that is the most damage that you can do there. I mean, tied with Alear, technically. Like, if you wanted to slap Crom onto Alear there. But Crom is better suited on a Wyvern Knight. As we've previously discussed with Crom, considering we have stat boost and strength but not magic, but an engage skill that gives us magic plus 10 and, you know, Robin comes out to play, Crom is going to be best equipped on a character that is primarily a physical type of attacker, but has a backup in magic if need be. And as we just discussed, Wyvern Knight, along with Dancer there, has the highest maximum magic stat in the game for a class that doesn't use magic here. You know, there's no growth in magic, so you might need to, you know, level up in a magic class a little bit. Like, 25% growth rate in magic isn't too bad, but, you know, might still want to level up in another class for a little while or use, like, some magic boosters there. But Wyvern Knight perfectly fits the bill here of a class that is primarily strength-based, but has, like, a really good secondary in magic. And I was thinking, should I give this as someone who isn't Rosado? Considering, you know, while that strength MSM is really good, the magic MSM is kind of really bad for someone that wants a backup in magic, considering that's -2. But if you want to have a look at those that do have an innate sword, lance, or axe here, there's really not going to be much in the way of better options, honestly, because you're going to want to primarily be using your strength. After all, that's the one that you're using almost all the time, and then just back up to magic if necessary. And that +3 is very nice. And, you know, most characters are going to be having minuses in magic here anyway. Like, who has better than the -2 here? Let's say you wanted to do Kagetsu instead. Well, his strength is 4 points worse than Rosado's. Let's say you wanted to do Chloé here. Well, her strength is like 5 points worse than Rosado's. Let's say you wanted to do Louis. His magic is 2 points better, but his strength is also 2 points worse, and you want to be primarily using strength most of the time anyway, so that's not really a worthwhile trade-off. Let's say you want to use Amber here. You know, this is 1 point better, but this is 1 point worse. And again, like, it's more important for the strength to be higher, so why would you bother there? What about Vander here? This is 1 point better, but this is 2 points worse, so it's not really worth it. What about Boucheron? This is 2 points better, that's 2 points worse, so it's not worth it. What about Jade? This is 1 point better, this is 2 points worse, not worth it. Sophia is the same. You could make an argument for Madeline. If you have access to DLC, you could make an argument for Madeline here. Considering she has 3 strength and no negative magic growths, you could well do that. How well do her MSMs balance with a Wyvern Knight? Because Wyvern Knight is going to be a bit more physically tanky and a little bit less resistant here. Yeah, so you'd be really physically defensive, bring that up to 38. Your res would suck at 21 there. Speed would not exactly be all that amazing either with the -2. Like, you might get doubled from time to time, it depends, you know? Not exactly going to be super fast. But in terms of offenses, I guess you could make an argument for Madeline, but I would just say Rosado, honestly. Besides, especially with her personal skill here, Madeline is clearly designed to be a physical wall kind of ally, not designed to be like, let's get into the fray and completely wreck our foes, you know? Also, I said that her resistance kind of sucks there. To be fair, Rosado's is even worse, but oh well. So, yeah, you can make an argument for Madeline if you really wanted to, but honestly, I prefer Rosado. And even though, you know, someone that is primarily in strength and has backup of magic, seeing this -2 magic MSM does kind of hurt my soul a little bit. You really don't have much in the way of better options. The only potentially better option is Madeline. So Rosato's gonna have to fit the bill here. Plus, maybe with this stat boost, maybe it would help boost you into the point that you'd be able to double foes. Maybe it would certainly keep you from getting double at least. But yeah, can't go wrong with a strength +3. So how much strength are we doing there? So that's +3 right there. So that's 49, and then that'll be 52. So that's hitting really, really hard with strength. Now let's say the magic is at 29 when you count the MSMs there, but then you engage and you have other half, and now you have 39. That's pretty good. It's not going to be as good as something like a dedicated magic user that, you know, absolutely destroys stuff like Sage. But look, it's only 1 point less than Mage Knight when you're at 39. You'll be able to use magic quite effectively in Wyvern Knight and really mess stuff up. So you can fly around, you can get to tiles that enemies might not even be able to access a lot of the time. You can mess stuff up with a bunch of physical attacks, or maybe even use like a backup magical, like maybe use like a Flame Lance or something like that, or even engage and then like absolutely screw stuff up with like Levin Sword and Thoron here. By having access to Levin Sword and Falchion as an action Lance Flyer, that means that you technically have full weapon triangle control when you're engaged. You can break whoever the heck you want to break, assuming they're really one of the main 3 weapon types, and they're not armored. As a flying unit that can get around to a lot of tiles, Rally Spectrum Plus now has like more versatility because you can get to so many more places and help support your allies if you want to spend your turn using Rally Spectrum. Your turn, jeez, using Rally Spectrum. You can also position yourself a little bit better to have allies participate in chain attacks. Plus, you know, there's always Robin when engaged. Brute Force, I'm gonna be honest, it sucks. You know, if you put on pretty much any other damage boosting skill, it's going to be more worthwhile. Like, there's the calculations that I did over down here, whereas Brute Force, here it is, like, it is, no, there's no reason why you should ever inherit it. But, you know, as a built-in, you know, as a freebie that just comes with equipping the emblem, you know, why not? It's some increased stuff that you get from making physical attacks, and if you're critting a decent bit of the time, which, you know, this will increase your odds of doing that a little bit, then, you know, maybe it's some more free damage there. I mean, Rosado would already be hitting so hard that if you're getting a crit, it would probably just straight up kill. So you might not be getting a whole lot of use out of this, but hey, you know, it's a freebie, so why complain? So yeah, absolutely, Crom Wyvern Knight, or Wyvern Lord, or whatever the heck. Is it just, I'm so used to being Wyvern Lord and Wyvern Knight being like the pre-promoted one in Fire Emblem games, but yeah, it was just Wyvern Knight here. But yeah, Crom Wyvern Knight on someone that has like really high strength and can back up into magical, which, you know, the growth rate here is pretty good for someone that doesn't normally wield magic, and you're gonna be able to mess stuff up. Again, it'd probably still be worth it to go into like a magical class and level up a little bit, just because, you know, Wyvern Knight doesn't exactly give any additional magical growth, so 25 on its own isn't very good, but, you know, if you take the time to really deck this out, you're gonna have a pretty strong Wyvern Knight here. Oh, I guess I should have talked about some potential alternative classes before. You could always do an axe-wielding Bow Knight, since, you know, axe is gonna be boosted up to the next level, and then, you know, you'll be a little bit more accurate with your bows a decent bit of the time. Could be worth shooting for, or you can always be like a Griffin Knight with an axe and have, like, your backup magic there, where the magic growth rate helps support it. Maybe not the MSM, but the growth rate does at least. But I would honestly just say stay in Wyvern Knight, slap on Crom if you can. Alternatively, if that isn't really an option, you could always just slap on Celica, like if you don't have access to DLC. And then Rosado would be able to make use of both like the strength and the magic that Celica grants, most likely. Considering, you know, assuming you don't get completely screwed by level ups and stuff, then you might be able to wield a Flame Lance and stuff to decent effectiveness. Again, you might have to level up in an actual magic class, but, you know, considering you're not wielding tomes without being engaged, you're not exactly getting that extra resonance damage. You could go with Byleth here. Byleth boosts magic, and then if you're equipping things like Flame Lances, which again, a fully decked out Wyvern Knight is going to have not half bad secondary and magic, so this would help, you know, help with that there. You would have access to Lewin, raises damage based on the user's speed. Wyvern Knight isn't super duper fast. This would be better suited for a Griffin Knight and then better support with magic, but still not going to be half bad of a thing to go for. Is this honestly really all that worth it, or was I losing my mind when I was making this sheet here? I'm doing this, I think. What about Leaf? Let's have a look at Leaf here. If you want to play into being a little bit more defensive, Leaf will grant you that and help balance you out a little bit, considering Wyvern Lords, Wyvern Knights, whatever the heck, are going to have a lot higher defenses and really sucky res. But the bonuses to flyers here, while you're engaged and you have Adaptable activated, is additional res. So not only will this, make you a decent bit tankier here, but it'll help balance you out a little bit more when you're engaged. If you're a little bit worried about receiving some magical attacks, just engage with Leaf and then, no problemo. Plus, by Wyvern Knight having access to 2 of the main 3 weapons, you'll be able to make use of Arm Shield here a decent smidge of the time and take a whole lot less damage. And in a lot of cases, if you equip Leaf on like a very physical unit, they often won't be able to make all that good of use of Lightbrand, considering it is a magical weapon. But when you consider the secondary in magic for, I scrolled way past Leaf there, considering the magical stat of Wyvern Knight, you're actually gonna be not half bad, considering Wyvern Knight actually secondaries magic pretty alright, so you can engage and then have access to magic. Like, let's say there's this foe that's really physically tanky, but has really low res, and you just don't have any mages anymore. Just engage with Leaf, and then bam, there you go, access to magic. Cool. In terms of skills that I would recommend slapping onto Rosado here, can't go wrong with Strength Defense +5. Then you're just hitting harder, and you become even more of an insane physical wall. Why not? Canter is always an awesome skill to equip on anybody, but especially on a flyer here. Especially if you're doing crazy things with, like, Framme and this backup in magic, where it's like, I can fly around, I can use, like, ranged physical weapons, like throw some javelins and spears and stuff like that, maybe use a flame lance if I want to use magic. Maybe I can engage with Framme, and then I can use tomes and stuff, and then I can just Canter dip on out of there. Because Wyvern Knight's speed isn't, stellar, you can always slap on Speed Taker, and that should get you into the realm where you're probably gonna start doubling some dudos. Like, does Rosado have any speed MSMs? Nope. That is just 0, which means that this would be able to get up to 38. Which means if you buff that up to 48, that's gonna be like the second highest possible speed stat, assuming we're not counting like Griffin Knights with Speed Taker. Like, it's gonna get up there and you're gonna start doubling, and considering how hard Wyvern Knight is gonna be hitting, that's gonna be a lot of damage. And Draconic Hex can't exactly go understated on flying allies either, considering you can snipe foes from spaces that they might not be able to get to, you can fly around and Hex mark for death to anyone that you want to. Considering how hard Wyvern Knight is hitting, you might just want to go for kills rather than little bits of damage while marking them for death with Wyvern Knight, but it's up to you, it's an option. Gold Mary is, in my opinion, the best hero in the game. I was initially going to do like 2 varieties of hero. I was going to have the Lance type of hero, and I was going to have the Axe type of hero, with her being the Lance type and Boucheron being the Axe type. But I came to realize that Gold Mary is just like the best possible hero that I can go for. Why would I ever want to use the Axe variety? I ended up turning Boucheron into something else. Because hero comes with a very, very nice class skill. I don't often talk about these class skills because, there's not a whole lot that are really spicy. I guess I should have talked about this a little bit, where it's like, this should also help you get into the realm of doubling, probably. Where it's like, +5, yeah, that's gonna get you into the 40s and you're gonna be doubling. But, I typically only remember the ones that are insanely spicy. That one is pretty spicy, but, yeah, I should be talking about the class skills a little bit more. But one of the ones that really stood out to me in terms of class skills is Brave Assist from Hero here. If a unit's HP is at max while a unit makes a chain attack, unit attacks twice. So you're getting double the bang for your buck in a chain attack as long as you stay at full HP, and assuming you don't get out RNG'd and just miss your attacks or something like that. So that means that you're gonna want to be staying at full HP like as often as you can. You're not really gonna want to be losing HP on your hero unit if it can be avoided. It just so happens that Gold Mary has a personal skill that helps her get hit less. So, there isn't exactly a whole lot of allies that come with skills that help them avoid attacks a whole lot more. Like, here's Saphir, and, she could have boosted Innate with a hero here, but hers is only when her HP is less than half, and you want to be at full HP, so that's no good. There's Gregory here, but he doesn't have a Lancer Axe Innate the hero wants. Here's an additional avoiding thing, but you sure don't have Lancer Axe. Here's an additional avoiding thing. You sure don't have Lancer Axe. Here's an additional avoiding thing, but you sure don't have a lance or axe. Here's a thing that makes you even easier to hit in some situations and you have lance. Here's a thing where Bob that makes you harder to hit, but you don't have lance or axe, you have sword. Too bad, too bad out of all these classes here that are boosted by sword, lance, or axe, hero is the only one that doesn't benefit from sword, it's only lance or axe. Too bad, Lapis. Here's some additional avoid. You sure don't have lance or axe. So, Goldmary is the only character in the game who's harder to hit for free because of her personal skill that has an innate in lance/axe and can therefore stay at full HP in hero a bit easier than everyone else. So, why wouldn't you have her as your dedicated hero? So, absolutely, I have no doubt in my mind that she's the best option for hero in the game. So, why wouldn't you make her hero? Of the lance type, obviously, the one that she starts out with. If your heart is just set on giving her anything but hero because you really don't like the idea of someone with as insufferable a personality as her getting a title like hero, you can always slap her into something like Wolf Knight if you want, and then, you know, Wolf Knight is oftentimes going to be not half bad at dodging things anyway, and then you can, you know, try and play into that, and then you'll be able to wield all the way up to Brave Lances, and it might be pretty nice. As we discussed previously with Bonnet, though, ideally, the best boosted main weapon type on Wolf Knight will be sword, considering the weight, considering the build stat on Wolf Knight isn't high enough to be able to wield any of the brave weapons without a penalty, so might as well do the lightest one of Brave Sword. Or you can always go with Wyvern Knight with the boosted lance here and, you know, really wreck stuff there. But, you know, you're going to want to be playing completely into strength and not magic at all if you put Goldmary into Wyvern Knight. Which, you know, Wyvern Knight does want to play primarily into strength anyway, but it clearly seems like it's pretty good for secondary in magic. But if you want to mix things up or have like a boosted, you know, lance Wyvern Knight, then there's an option at least. But just make her your hero. In terms of emblem, first and foremost, I would equip Marth, because as we discussed previously, ideally you might want to have Marth on a backup class because there's a bonus here of Lodestar Rush, here's an additional attack, and you may as well slap him onto a backup class that will control the weapon triangle 2/3 of the time, which she would, because she has swords and lances. So that means that you're able to make use of the built-in break defenses. Where the heck is it? There it is. A decent bit more of the time, and that's just more free damage, so why not capitalize off of that? Plus, when you're attacking with Goldmary, considering a hero's unique class skill there, you're going to want to be staying at full HP as much as you can. So on player phase, ideally you're dishing out damage but not receiving it back if it can be avoided. Perceptive will help you avoid that damage. So here's already less chance of hitting her if foe is male. If you're initiating combat, here's a whole bunch more avoid. So that's at least 30. Void increases with high speed, plus 1 avoid for every 4 speed. Let's calculate exactly how much that would be. So let's see here. Plus 4 to... Wah. So that'd be 45. That's already pretty good speed there. I don't think she has any speed MSMs, does she? Yeah, so 45. And 45 divided by 4 is going to be 11. So that's going to be 41 avoid. So if the foe is male, here's 20% less chance of them hitting you. And 41 more avoid when you initiate combat if you're on max stats. And yeah, you should ideally be able to dish out damage without receiving it back. Hopefully. You know, it's still a little bit of a gamble, but every little bit helps. You know, this is built in for free, and if you're using Marth for, you know, built-in break defenses, the additional backup attack here, and being able to, you know, get the good damage with that, then here's a freebie of less chance of the opponent hitting you when you're initiating combat, and you can stay at full health a little bit better and make use of that brave whatever the heck, brave assist. For whatever reason I want to say brave offense, I don't know why. Alternatively, for a different emblem if you want, you could always instead go with emblem Lucina, who comes with nice bonuses for backup units as well, namely with her engage attack, what with this getting an extra range here, which means that you'll be able to do pretty big damage there. And then just the built-in dual assist plus right there, being able to combine with brave assist. You can't go wrong with that. Either equip Lucina or inherit this skill. There's no reason why you should be running this skill on a hero unit, you know? As for skills, considering brave assist, run this. There's no reason not to. Either equip Lucina or run this. Also, I forgot to read full screen. Bam! can always, if you want to keep yourself a little bit safer, you could always run like Marth's of assist plus 30, avoid plus 30, you know, stack with stuff here and just try to not get hit, try to stay at full HP as best you can and be able to get lots of chain attack damage. Canter would help you get hits and then dip out of the way, especially if you're using like Marth and Perceptive to get some damage and hopefully not receive damage back, and then just dip out and then try to stay at full HP so that you can further capitalize off of Brave Assist plus Dual Assist, you know? That could be pretty nice. Can't go wrong with Strength Defense plus 5, like hit even harder and be even more defensive. I would honestly prefer running the skills that just try to not get hit in the first place, but this is a pretty good defensive stat if you do really need her to wall, you know, and then plus 5 bring it to 39. It's like, that's pretty good. And as well, you could always just slap on Tiki's Life Sphere, where it's like you're missing a bit of HP and you want a Brave Assist, and then just like wait, and then here's a whole bunch of HP. And you know, Marth's unyielding skill is not all that great. Like if you're under 40% HP, it'll restore like 40 HP or whatever the heck it is here. Let me double check what exactly it is. So if you equip Emblem Marth, this will be built in. A start player phase of HP is 40%, less restores 40% if you use max HP. And then if you wait it again, then you'd be topped up, and then you can use like Brave Assist and then Dual Assist and all that again, you know. So yeah, that's pretty neato there. All right, Linden is where things get a little bit interesting. This Goofy Goober's personal skill is if unit's weapon level is lower than foe's weapon level, crit plus 20. You know what the weapon level of critting weapons is? It's just C. It's pretty low. Killer Bow? C. If they're using silver or up, then your weapon rank is lower. Pretty much with anything here. Killer Axe, C. Killer Lance, C. So yeah, if they use silver or up, you're going to be getting that free crit plus 20. So you'll be able to capitalize off of that a decent bit of the time with killer weapons. It's pretty neat. But his innate is in staff, and he's clearly a bit more magical than he is strength-based. Like, he has the same growth rate across both, but the higher MSM. And with an innate in staff, are there any classes where we can use some physical weapons here and some killer weapons while making use of this staff innate and, you know, good magic stat? As a matter of fact, there is. There's a couple here. The one that I would like to slap him into is Royal Knight. Royal Knight is able to wield lances and staves, with staves being boosted if you have an innate in that. There's only a few characters with innate in staves. There's Linden, there's Mavier, and then there's Pandrio. And then I think Gregory in DLC. But, you know, in the main game there's only the 3 and then 1 in DLC. If I'm not losing my mind with Gregory. Yeah, I'm not losing my mind with Gregory, cool. So, with this class, we would have stabs up to B, so, you know, wouldn't be half bad in support. That gets boosted up there. That would unlock... It doesn't unlock. Let me double check here. So B stabs would mean that he would be able to have access to recover, warp, rescue. Some not half bad handy things. I don't think I ever used fracture once in my playthrough. You know, he can wield a few stabs that other Royal Knights might not normally be able to wield, while having access to lances up to A. So he could use a Brave Lance if he wanted, but why would he want to do that? Just use like a Killer Lance. Just slap a Killer Lance and a Flame Lance on him, and then maybe a Silver one if you just want raw damage. And then slap on 2 stabs and you're good to go. Just roll him out there. It is worth noting that in a Royal Knight he might not be able to take physical hits all that well. -2, +2. It does definitely make him a lot more of a mage killer than anything. Like this will be to 26, which isn't the worst thing ever, but not exactly amazing either. But then 38 here. Yeah, mages are typically going to have lower defenses than a res. So if you go around with all these physical attacks with lances, that's gonna be a very good mage killer thingamabob here. And also to apply that magic by using a Flame Lance, I'm fairly certain that that's at C as well, if I'm not going crazy, right? Hold on, let's see here. Yeah, that's at C as well. So with both of these as your main weapon, as long as your opponent is wielding like B rank or higher, you're getting crit plus 20 for free at that point essentially, which is pretty cool. Alternatively, if you wanted to just play into as much crit as possible, you could go with Sniper, the only one that has the class skill that gives additional crit, with like plus 10 crit if you're attacking from a space that the foe can't counter. So that plus 20 if you're using a Killer Bow, and you've got, you know, plus 30 crit just by nature of these two things. And then, in terms of the, how much stuff does this ad here. The killer thingamabobs are going to have 40 crit when they're all the way upgraded. So you're going to have 70 crit just by nature of attacking with a killer bow at that point. But, you know, even without the plus 10 from sniper there, just the 60 that you'd be getting by using like a killer lance in Royal Knight is not going to be half bad. Especially if you put on like a crit Engrave, or you put on something like Ike's Wrath. You're gonna be critting a lot of the time. But, you know, it might not matter if you are not doing a whole lot of damage, though. You gotta make sure that he is building up his strength there. It might even be worth leveling him up in a class that has, like, really good strength growths. Because I went for this build in my main game playthrough. I just put him right into Royal Knight and then went ham. And he wasn't exactly doing a whole lot of damage. His strength was pretty low. And because he wasn't doubling, it was like, yeah, he'll get a crit with like a few damage that becomes a smidge of damage, but he's still not getting kills. So if I were to do this again in the main game, I would probably try to feed him some levels in a very, very physical based class with like a big strength growth rate. Maybe just feed him like some strength boosting stat boosting items or something like that to really help him out here. Because going right from Sage into Royal Knight, it's not exactly going to be a plug and play type of build. It's the kind of thing that's going to take a little bit of effort there. Another option that is also boosted by staffs is Griffin Knight here. I just have staff here to indicate that's boosted. In terms of what type, it honestly really does not matter here. With Griffin Knight, you can go with any one of the 3 main weapons, and then, yeah, he would have stabs up to B there, and then any one of these at A as well. If you go with Royal Knight, then you are stuck with, for sure, lances, but with Griffin Knight, you can choose. You can choose any one of the 3 that you want. You would have enough speed at that point that you would be doubling, you know, all the time, and then, you know, you might just mop up. Maybe Griffin Knight will be even better for him than than Royal Knight. Is up to you. His defenses would be a little bit worse. I think they're pretty close here. Yeah, just a singular point worse. So whether you put him into Griffin Knight or Royal Knight, he's going to be a lot more magically tanky, not as much defensively. But, you know, he should be really mopping up there, you know. And then which one of the killer weapons is the most accurate? I would assume swords, right? Like, let's see here. So that's 75. This is 65. It would do the most damage, though. But, and, okay, this is 75 as well. But I know that Levin Sword is just straight up better than the Flame Lance. Like, its stats are just better in every way here. So you could always put him into, like, a sword Griffin Knight. And then you'll be able to capitalize off of the Levin Sword to use his magic stat. Be able to use the killer sword as well. And, you know, axe would do the most damage, but this is the one way that you're using magic with axes, is the Hurricane Axe, a smashing weapon, and considering how frail he'd be physically, he could eat some magical hits and then smash like this, but then if he's eating magical hits, then chances are the opponent has high res, and this isn't going to do all that much damage. So just use the 1 to 2 range Levin Sword, use these 2 things as your main weapons. So I would say either go into Royal Knight and be, you know, relying on these 2 things as your main weapons, or go into Griffin Knight with the boosted stabs and have swords as your weapon of choice, and then just do this as well, I would say. Both of these classes are only going to be able to use magic with the staves or the magical weapons of the main weapon types. If you really want to play into, you know, using his magic stat really effectively, you could slap him into Mage Knight. This is the only scenario at all on this sheet that I would potentially recommend putting someone into a class that they don't like have a innate that would benefit there, because Mage Knight, as we discussed earlier, it benefits from having one of the 3 main weapon types as an innate here. They'll normally be at B, but they'll be boosted to A if you have the innate, and, you know, Linda does not have that innate, but he might really just not give a shit, is the thing, because he wants to use lower weapon levels, and killer weapons are at C. So he wouldn't ever be able to wield, like, brave weapons or, like, a silver great weapon. But does he really want to? You know, his personal skill is all about, like, let's get crits by using lower weapon level things. So even though he has a lower weapon rank in the main weapons as Mage Knight here, he really might not care that much. And then he can actually continue to use his magic for tomes. It is worth mentioning in terms of crit weapons. The 3 main weapon types here all have like a crit version, the killer weapons. There really isn't a killer tome. The closest thing is going to be the Surge ones that have 10 in crit. Or I guess Nova here with S, if you boost it all the way up, like if you fully max it out there. But it's an S rank tome that. Would his default class of Sage, I guess his default class of Sage would be able to wield that, yeah. Would be able to use Nova and then, you know, slap some sort of crit engrave onto it. So you, I guess, if you really, really wanted to, you could also leave him in Sage, equip him with Nova, and then there's the 1 to 2 range, closest thing you can get to a crit tome, slap some sort of engrave on it. Wait, no you can't because it's S rank. So you're not going to be benefiting from this thingamabob. So what the heck is the point? You can do it with anyone else. Okay, just ignore the last minute here that I've been discussing. Closest thing is going to be L Surge. And that's rank C, so it's just like the killer weapons in terms of rank. But the Surge skills are only 1 range. They will literally never miss. They'll always land. But they're only 1 range. So you could always slap a crit engrave onto one of these. But there really is not a crit tome in this game, really. Here's Excalibur with 5, but that's A rank, so you know your opponent will have to be wielding a legendary weapon for you to get that extra crit plus 20, so that's really not going to be happening all that often. But, you know, if you're a Mage Knight, you may as well slap this on anyway, along with, you know, whatever your weapon of choice is here. And then you could always wield an axe instead, because, you know, you don't have to worry about getting magical damage that way. Now you can just use tomes to get your magical damage, you know. But you might want to use an engrave that boosts up the hit rate a little bit, because it's not exactly fantastic. As for skills, why don't we give him Ike's Wrath and just give him even more crit? Like, he can get a max of plus 30 extra crit if he's missing, like, at least 30 HP there. Just have him crit all the time. Also, usually I talk about emblems first, but we're talking about skills first this time, so we can talk about, like, things that get built in here once we go over to emblems. Vantage ++ on paper seems like it's just better than Vantage from, like, Awakening / Fates. But there isn't as many broken skills that can just bail you out alongside Vantage in this game as those ones. So, you know, Vantage isn't quite as useful because you need to kill the foe. Like, who cares what the turn order is when the enemy attacks you? If you damage them, then they damage you. All it changed was the order. But if you kill them before they attack you, then it changes something. Then you don't take damage. But what kind of characters are we going to be killing with here first? Maybe the crit machine. So why don't we slap Vantage onto Linden here? So the enemy attacks him. He attacks first and just crit one-shots them. Why not? And if we really, really want to go hard in terms of damage, and we're going with Wrath, why don't we put on Reprisal from Veronica? And just use a controlled burn. Go ahead and use, like, Dragon Vein Fire to get him all the way down to 1 HP, like a couple enemy hits, and then Dragon Vein Fire to get him all the way down to 1. And then just do some massive damage here. So, Royal Knight, I believe, has 69 HP maximum. Let me double check it here real quick. Yeah, there it is. So you can be missing 68 HP at once. So you can be getting 38 extra damage, 34, I don't know how math works sometimes, 34 extra damage from Reprisal. While you're critting, while you're acting first. Like, you basically have 100% crit rate at that point. You know, you just have to not get outranged. If you're surrounded by a bunch of dudos that only have 1 range, though, and you slap on a killer weapon, and just let them come after you on enemy phase, then how about you act first and just immediately destroy them, as long as you have these 3 skills. Which means that you need to have an emblem equipped. You need to either have Ike, Leaf, or Veronica equipped. But then you can have all 3 and then prepare to absolutely destroy stuff. If you have another skill slot and you want to do damage that doesn't require becoming the craziest glass cannon ever, if you want to have a little bit more HP to your name, you could always go with literally any one of the weapon power 5s, depending on which of the 3 things that you're using. Like sword power, lance power, axe power, depending on what you want to go into, if you're like Griffin Knight or a Mage Knight with one of the 3. If you're going Royal Knight, then it would have to be lance power. But, you know, if you're a little bit sketched out about trying to chill at really low HP there, you could do this. You will get hit more often, but if you're using this, then maybe it doesn't matter anyway, you know? So, in terms of emblem, evidently, these are the 3 candidates. But the number 1 that I would go with is honestly Leaf. I think that Linden, my Linden crit build, is the only character that I recommend Leaf on, like, the most. You know, everyone else is just like, here's Leaf as like a secondary if, you know, you're gonna give this primary emblem to someone else. But I would recommend Leaf first and foremost here. It does help patch up his defenses a little bit. I mean, again, it also this might not matter if you're gonna chill at 1 HP, but, you know, if you do want to be able to take some hits, it'll patch up his, like, pretty weak defenses there. Royal Knight's maximum build stat is only 12, though. And if you wanted to wield the Flame Lance, that means that you'd be incurring a speed penalty of at least 4, which is not exactly nice. Leaf is just like, yeah, like I care. Just give some additional build here, and then you can wield the Flame Lance without any speed penalty. So, you know, can't go wrong with that. Here's more HP, which means more reprisal damage, because that's more HP that you could be missing now. So, why not get even more damage? If you're a Royal Knight, that means that you have access to a Killer Lance. Here's a Killer Axe as well. Here's another killer weapon. I'm fairly certain all the emblem weapons count as like rank D, the lowest. I'm fairly certain here. I could be wrong. I might need to double check things. So you should still be able to get the crit bonus off of this. And now when you engage, here's a killer axe that you can use as well if you really want to. Lightbrand is also, as I've mentioned, a magical weapon. So most units that you slap Leaf onto to be a little bit more tanky won't be able to make all that good use of it because they won't be all that magical. Lyn is magical. He can definitely use Lightbrand. Some good effectiveness now. And of course, there's the built-in Vantage that you can't exactly go wrong with here. And one can hope that when engaged, you'll hopefully still be critting here. If you use one of these, then you'll have a little bit less chance. But if your HP is really, really low, you're using Reprisal and Wrath, you're still gonna be critting and absolutely annihilating your foes. So, you know... So Adaptable here will just take away the chances of someone outranging you with 2 range while you're equipped with a killer weapon and killing you that way. Like, someone might still be able to attack with a longbow or something even further range, but if they only have 1 to 2 range and you engage with a Leaf, you're really not going to care. You're going to attack first, you're going to crit them, you're going to one-shot them. It is going to be amazing. It is worth noting, though, that with this build with Linden, I feel like it would be a lot better suited for post-game, though, considering the time they need to put into to, you know, grind the SP for Reprisal, and Wrath actually isn't that expensive. It's mostly Reprisal plus, slash, you know, Vantage plus. Vantage plus isn't all that expensive here. So if you want to go for, like, poor man's main game version, you should probably just equip Emblem Veronica so you come built in with a Reprisal plus, and then, or just Reprisal plus. The wrong amount of pluses, and then just inherit Ikes and Leafs thingamabobs. But ideally, at the end of the day, I would say slap on Leaf. Alternatively, if we went with Ike here, he's unfortunately not boosting the build, so we would have a little bit of a speed penalty if we were using like Flame Lance or something like that. If we're in Griffin Knight and using, you know, Levin Sword or something like that instead, then, you know, he's not really going to care. If we do remain in a Royal Knight, here's at least full weapon triangle control. I mean, which Leaf grants as well, to be fair. Here, we're going to be hitting harder with our physical weapons, patch up our really shoddy defense stat if we don't just want to chill at 1 HP. And here's more HP that we can lose if we do want to lose HP. We're going to come built in with Wrath at that point, and we don't have to worry about, you know, needing to inherit that anymore. If we do want to be hard to kill here, like here, we'll sustain a decent bit of damage at full HP so we can get Wrath activated. But from here, it's going to be a lot harder to whittle down our health to actually kill us, and we'll stay in the range where Wrath can be activated. Or something, if that's what you want to go for. Or alternatively, Veronica, if you really want to play into his magic. Scroll all the way to the bottom here. Here's some additional magic if you want to hit hard with your magical weapons, or your tomes if you're a Mage Knight or something like that. They can care even less about taking magical hits. Here's some thingamabobs that we can actually use our good magic stat with. If we're in Mage Knight or Royal Knight, we'll be able to summon Dudos that get an extra movement. We can make him even stronger during the battle as he gets kills and makes himself stronger. And of course, most importantly, Reprisal Plus if we want to be like the ultimate glass cannon here. So my favorite glass cannon build in this game, definitely Linden. Linden's pretty spicy. Alright, Saphir. Her unique skill gives her hit and avoid plus 20 when her HP is less than half at the start of combat, or equal to half. This makes her the safest reprisal user in the game, considering reprisal is going to give you more damage the more HP you're missing. But, you know, it's a little bit of a... It's a trade-off here. It's a little bit of a balance, because high risk, high reward, all that. But Saphir is at the least risk, considering she'll have the most avoid possible at, well... I mean, here's avoid plus 20 as well if there's more foes than allies, and I guess technically you can stack up Pandrio to have more. But, you know, it's pretty situational there. Generally speaking, this is going to be like the safest user of reprisal in the game, so that is definitely a skill that we want to give her. That's something that we can play into. She does have an innate in axe. She starts in warrior and has an innate in axe, which means that she's a pretty sucky warrior, considering she can't wield, you know, as high of bow levels as she'd otherwise be able to. But axe is a more useful innate anyway, and you can slap her into all sorts of things. I need to fill halberdier though, and I figured with a reprisal, I could always just slap in a character that, you know, I slap in the emblem that already has it, and the class that I needed to fill here of a type that I didn't have of halberdier is the kind that has not half bad magic for a class that doesn't use it. So I was like, oh, let's just slap Sophia into that and then have like the secondary in magic and then be able to actually use the backup bonus here of having dual strike on the units that we summon and then get more chain attack damage and stuff, you know? It's kind of what I figured. That was my thought process behind that, at least. But, you know, slap her into whatever, but still you can try to play into reprisal if you'd like. You know, with Axe, if you did want to go all in on like Veronica with magic or something there, you could always go with something like Mage Knight if you really wanted to. Just, you don't have any magic growths and, you know, -2 magic is a little bit sucky, but, you know, you would be able to build access to A and you could be primarily physical. It's an idea, and then this might help balance things out a little bit. It's an option. Not screw it. I'll list it. I'll list it. Even, well, I'll list it under Berserker. Reason why I list Berserker is because Berserker has really, really sucky defensive stats, is gonna get absolutely shredded. But Berserker, because of how much HP it has the highest HP in the game, I'm fairly certain here though. Yeah, 96 there, which means you could be missing a lot of HP with Reprisal. And again, very safe, well, not very safe with a Reprisal, but extra safe compared to what we would normally be. So, you know, go into Berserker, get down to 1 HP or something like that, try to make like an avoidance build, run Reprisal, and then just, you know, absolutely wreck stuff, go around one-shotting everything, you know, is what you could try to do. So, there's that idea. Could always go with Crom if we are going like Halberdier or something that has backup in magic to have like primarily stronger physical attacks, but switch to backup in magic if we want to when engaged with other half and all that, and then have a little bit more control over the weapon triangle and all that if we want. Sigurd on a Halberdier can be kind of nice in that he grants additional movement so you can position around a bit better, which can be nice for pincer attack here to force you to get a double attack and then inflict more damage. So, can't exactly go wrong with that. Plus built-in canter, meaning that you don't have to inherit that, and then you can canter around while being a glass cannon here, because even if we have extra avoid, doesn't mean that we should exactly be putting ourselves into the fray. It just means that if somebody actually does manage to reach us and try to hit us, that, you know, we have a little bit of an extra safety net if it comes down to it. As for skills that we can run on Sophia here, obviously Reprisal gonna be the safest Reprisal user in the game. If she isn't Halberdier, you may as well run Lance Power. I mostly just needed the role to fill if you slap her into Berserker or something, then run Axe Power or run whatever the heck. If we want to stack with a personal skill, we can run Avoid plus 30 to make her even harder to hit. And if we do want to play into Reprisal and having lower health, why not do Wrath as well? You know, may as well do that, and then, you know, have Reprisal, Wrath be a little bit harder to hit here. We could always just equip like Veronica or Ike, have one of those things built in, inherit one of the others, and then we can just slap something on like Avoid plus 30, and then, I don't know, maybe use like an Avoid Engrave, and then just really try to not get hit. Alright, Modifiers, our default Royal Knight, that comes with an Innate and Staff, and he should already come with, like, why I don't list Lance here. He's gotta already have Lance to, you know, be in that class, right? That must have just been a mistake on my part there. He is a Royal Knight that is actually pretty not half bad. He has +1 MSM in both these. I'm fairly certain Royal Knight has lower defenses, but he has a skill that lets him wait and get a little bit more defense. So he'd have this at 29, this at 37, but this actually at 31 when he waits because he gets the +2 from Contemplative. So why don't we balance him out a little bit? And because I already planned on turning Linden into my Royal Knight, that means that we can slap Modifiers into someone else, because Staff is a pretty rare innate. So we should try to get at least one of each of the classes that can be boosted by Staff, I figure. So let's supplement into Griffin Knight, why not? Why don't we do that? We already have a Griffin Knight assigned with Louis, but we don't necessarily need to wield lances to S to wield the legendary weapons. I already plan on giving them both to Tamara anyway. So is it really going to make that much of a difference, the difference between A and S being able to wield those couple weapons that there's only the one of? Unless you can get more from the well in updates, but I don't think you can. I don't know, I never really tinkered around that much from the updates with the well onward. But boosting these might not be super duper important. This can be a little bit more helpful. This has a little bit more utility than just, here's 2 weapons that there's only 1 of each in the game that you can slap on from there, if you weren't planning them on already slapping them on other units. So, you know, having this at A is already pretty good. So why not boost staff instead? And then with our staff boosted allies, there we have the 1 Sage, we have the 1 Griffin Knight, and we have the 1 Royal Knight that all get boosted by staff. Like, excluding DLC. With DLC, I just have like a second Sage here. But then we have 1 of each. And his MSMs actually help with Griffin Knight here a decent bit. He doesn't have any negatives in strength or magic, which helps him play into being like a mixed fighter here. You know, so he's going to have this at 41, this at 39, is going to be pretty good at both of them. So he'll be able to use staffs with some good effectiveness. He'll be able to use, like, some magical weapons pretty well. The build of Griffin Knight here is going to be 14, so he should probably be a sword Griffin Knight, considering that Flame Lance, I believe, is 16 weight. Yeah, 16 weight there. Whereas the 11 sword, he'd be able to wield that without any speed penalty. Not to say that Griffin Knight would care all that much about speed penalties, but still, when we have the option to just not incur it, then why would we incur it? You know, especially considering we can then equip skills like Weapon Sync Plus, and then capitalize off of just how many emblems have swords. We could always slap them into Lance and then, you know, have more Lance users, but, you know, 1, I want to differentiate the 2 of them here. 2, like, I wanted to get no speed negatives. I was gonna say bonuses. No speed detriments or whatever the heck. There's a better word for this, and I'm just blanking out from my mind right now. And we wouldn't want to go into axe, because the only magical axe that we'd be able to wield then is the Hurricane Axe, and it's like, I'd much rather just prefer to wield the 1 to 2 range 11 sword, and then capitalize off of a magic stat that's only a couple points lower than our strength stat, and absolutely wreck stuff. Like, double attacking with 11 sword? I had a sword master in my playthrough, Anna. We'll discuss her, like, when we get to her there. She was my sword master that wielded 11 sword, considering she had the highest magical growth in the game. And with the speed to double, she was just cleaning up. But, you know, towards the end when her magic got capped out because sword master and stuff, she couldn't continue to hitting harder. Like, it was enough for the main game. But from that point, you know, I was hitting the ceiling and was kind of capping there. But Griffin Knight can just keep going. Can just keep going until it's about as high as strength, you know, 41 and 39 with Modifiers there. He's gonna be able to clean up. So even though you only have 2 flyers in the main game and 1 in post game that can wield tomes, here you'll basically have another 1 to 2 range magical wielding flyer, and 1 that's gonna be consistently doubling. Mavia has a little bit of extra dexterity. He has an extra point in defense and resistance to make it so that he can actually eat hits here a little bit better, and then contemplate for defense +2. That means that his defense is going to be at 28 with his MSMs, and then when you wait, it's going to be at 30. And then this is going to be at 36 here. So 30 and 36. He's not going to be like as amazing as a wall as like an armored unit here in terms of physical attacks, but a very, very solid all-arounder wall that is not going to get succumbed to any one hit all that easily, apart from maybe bows. You can put him in as a wall and he won't care too much. His only negative MSMs here are -2 speed and -2 luck, but if you slap him into Griffin Knight, I really don't think he's going to care. Griffin Knight is tied with Swordmaster and Fogato's unique class of Capito for highest speed stat in the game here, so -2, he's barely gonna feel. It'll barely be a tickle. He's still gonna double everything. So you can benefit from all his positive attributes here, and not really feel his negatives much at all. Maybe the luck a little bit, but, you know. In terms of speed, like his biggest downside, hell, keeping him back from doubling and all that, yeah, it really won't in Griffin Knight. And then it's gonna be a 55% growth rate if you're in Griffin Knight there. So yeah, he's gonna be leveling speed a decent smidge of the time there as well. So yeah, Griffin Knight Mavier, you could just leave him in Royal Knight, and he will still be good in Royal Knight. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it is still a good option. But Griffin Knight Sword Mavier, I don't know, it just sounds pretty spicy to me. In terms of emblem, I would probably equip Framme first and foremost for reasons like we discussed here with Rosado, where if we have a flyer that focuses primarily on physical but has a backup in magical, then great, and Griffin Knight kind of fits the bill there. Interestingly enough, Griffin Knight isn't going to be able to hit as hard with Giga 11 Sword, since, you know, the strength is a little bit lower than Wyvern Knight here, and it has lower build. But, in terms of just doing magical damage, Griffin Knight is going to be hitting harder than Wyvern Knight. Like, I would still want to gravitate towards putting Framme onto a Wyvern Knight instead, just because, you know, you're boosting strength here rather than magic, and in Griffin Knight, like we discussed there, we might want to be going around spamming the Levin Sword, and this is not going to boost the damage of the Levin Sword. It will boost our physical weapons, and, you know, we can switch to and from the both of them, between, like, physical weapons and magical-based weapons, like, no problemo, and absolutely continue to wreck stuff. But yeah, with other half here, we are going to be doing a lot more magical damage when engaged than Wyvern Knight is here. Like, I am still surprised that Wyvern Knight has as high of a magical stat as it is. Like, that there's not more of a difference here. But yeah, so 41 magic as opposed to 47, which Marvier would bring up to, what, 48? Did he have one? No, he had 2. He'd bring this up to 49, which is absolutely amazing. So, you know, you engage with the Framme, and even though you're not going to be doing as much Giga 11 sword damage, just the general magic attacks that you do from either, you know, Levin Sword, or even this level 11 sword, or Thoron here, you're gonna be mopping up, you know, especially as you're doubling there. Plus, then there's also increased utility here of having Rally Spectrum Plus on a flyer that can get to all sorts of positions and buff your allies if you'd like. You know, can't complain about some built-in freebies, but, you know, that's honestly not that good. It's more so just, you know, we'll be able to hit a bit harder physical. Our magic is gonna be insane, and our Giga 11 sword damage is gonna be pretty good too. But I would still choose a Wyvern Knight first. Alternatively, we could always slap on Ike if we do want to play into being a little bit more defensive here. Like, let's go ahead and have a look-see at Ike. It would give us a little bit more control of the weapon triangle by giving us access to axes and swords as well. So if we did go into Lance Flyer instead, that would give us complete weapon triangle control. Our defense is going to be a little bit lower than our res in Griffin Knight there. Like, Marvier is going to bring it up to 30 when he waits and uses a Contemplative there, which isn't half bad. But getting an additional 5 just for having the emblem equipped, that's not half bad. And here we're hitting harder, and, you know, you can't complain about these either. But, you know, this definitely helps balance out Griffin Knight a little bit here. Reposition can be really nice on a flyer that can get to all sorts of positions and move allies around and all that. When you're using Great Ether, here we're just gonna extra not care about, you know, about magic and such. Just put him in range of a whole bunch of magic dudos. Equip Ragnall so you have 1 to 2 range, and then just, you know, clean up and take like no damage from the magic attacks. It'll be great. Ike really does not have a whole lot of bonuses for different classes. Really just dragon, armored, and flying. And we can capitalize off of the flying bonus with Griffin Knight, so why not? Celica is an option that lets us capitalize off of both the additional strength and magic that she grants. Like, we can use both of these. But it is worth noting that we're not going to be able to use Resonance without being engaged, so we're not going to be getting extra damage off of that unless we're engaged. So, you know, might want to give Celica to someone that can use Tomes. She does come with the flying bonus here of the additional warp distance, which, you know, then we can really zip and zoom around the map if we really want to. Care even less about receiving magical attacks. But yeah, the idea of Celica on Griffin Knight Marvier is more so be able to use both of these, and we can also do like that Echo Draconic Hex build that I described on Ivy earlier if we really want to. Or we could maybe even go with Leaf here if we really wanted to. Leaf comes with the flying bonus as well, and Ike only comes with the flying bonus there while he's using his engage attack of Great Ether. He's only going to be buffing res during that. Leaf is going to be buffing res as long as you're engaged, since it's the engage skill rather than the engage attack. So this is going to give us a little bit more utility here, while also patching up our lower defense here. It'll raise up our build enough that if we did want to wield lances instead of swords, we could do that with no speed penalty. Again, Griffin Knight is so fast that you might not have to care all that much about the speed penalty anyway, but, you know, I try to avoid negative effects where I can. So, you know, this would make us be able to wield lances with no penalty while patching up our defense a little bit. And of course, we'd be able to wield Lightbrand as a magical weapon to, like, very effective use. I couldn't really words, you know how it is. As for skills that I would slap on him, if you are using sword on him, why not use Weapon Sync Plus? I mean, depending on what emblem you have equipped here, if you are using Framme or Ike, absolutely. I think Leaf counts as using sword as well, because Lightbrand as that final weapon there. So I'm fairly certain that's what he counts as too. So I scrolled way past the thingamabob here. Yeah, Leaf counts as sword. Leaf does as well. So if you are using Crom Ike or Leaf, in fact, I might just prioritize Leaf a little bit higher there. If you're using any of these three, or even anyone else wielding a sword, and you're using sword there, why not? It's just free damage. You want more free damage? Here's sword power 5. So you can be a flyer with the Griffin Knight there, wielding 11 swords to great effectiveness, doubling foes as a flyer that can zip and zoom around the map and even get into tiles that your enemies can't access, and get plus 17 damage. Yeah, there are some really busted things that you can do in this game if you're willing to take the time to grind it out. Which, you know, I was not willing to take the time to grind out. I don't like grinding in Fire Emblem Engage. It's not, like, to actually get the highest level of skills. But if you're willing to do it, go for it. Since we're a Griffin Knight with boosted staff, if we did want to play into our staff usage, we could always run Staff Mastery 5 if we want to be a more supportive Griffin Knight. With being so speedy as Griffin Knight is, can't really go wrong with Alacrity. You get both of our attacks before the foe attacks and just clean them up before they can do anything. And you can't go wrong with Canter on a flyer, especially one that's attacking at 1 to 2 range with magical hits very consistently. Like that seems pretty spicy to me. But yeah, Modifier is going to be not half bad in Royal Knight like he starts out with, but in Griffin Knight he's probably going to mop up. Man, I wish I had time in the main game to have more party slots and time to tinker around with more builds and stuff, because there are some spicy things that you can do. Now then, Vale. Vale is a very unique character in the game, considering she is a dragon unit and a magical one. She's the only magical dragon unit in the game, including DLC. Nell has not half bad, like, magic as a backup here. Her magic is not that far under her strength growth, and she can back up in magic not too bad, but she's still primarily physical here. Like 39 strength, 30 magic. But if we look at Vale with, I guess she's all the way up here as well. Like, her magic is higher than her strength. She's the only primarily magic dragon unit in the game. And considering the bonuses that you get on emblems for dragon units, that puts her in a very unique position in that she can make very effective use of some of the magical emblems. So decide carefully how you want to use Vale, because she's the only one of her kind. She can wield tomes to S, so she can wield any tome she wants, and knives to B. She also has a unique magic knife, which is pretty spicy, which, let me scroll down to it over here. She has a unique tome and a unique knife. Her tome is pretty sucky though. Like, let's look at here. Obscurite. If I just take this and I paste this next to fully upgrade Bolganon, like, Bolganon is just better in every way. Look, here's 2 points more damage. Here's 1 point less weight. It's 5 points more accurate. Like, so, you know, she got a little bit of the short end of the stick with her unique tome, which I think is really dumb. Like, even not upgraded, Bolganon will hit harder and be lighter and stuff. It's so silly. Like, why did they do this to Vale? Huh? Why'd they have to do her like that? I don't get it. So, you know, if you have access to Bolganons, there's no reason to use Obscurite. I mean, unless you want to watch the truly mighty dark magic and the cool animation, but why couldn't they have at least made it equal or slightly better than Bolganon? There's so many questionable decisions, like what they did with Clanne, for example. Like, why did they design some things this way? But her magic knife is pretty cool. Miser Cord here, however it's pronounced. Veil only, an enchanted throwing knife that inflicts magic damage and poisons hit foes. So this is the only way that you can inflict magic damage while also poisoning. Like, it's not going to hit as hard as a fully upgraded Bolganon or anything here, but if you're not able to kill anyway and you just want to, like, whittle away at a foe, or maybe a boss that has multiple health bars and you want to poison them so that every hit from here keeps doing more damage, then yeah, that is pretty good. And just by having access to daggers in general, you could also slap a silver dagger on her since she wields up to B, and then you could get some okay-ish physical damage. Like, her physical attack is not going to be, like, out of this world, but it's still pretty alrighty. So here's a primarily magic-dealing character that can switch into physical for a little bit of damage if she really needs to, if there's, like, some mages that she needs to kill. Vale's defenses aren't that great, especially as you play through the main game. Once you get it to max stats, it's not going to be as bad, but still you are going to feel it a little bit. She's going to be able to take magical hits a whole lot better, especially with those MSMs. And her speed isn't exactly going to be amazing either. You could always equip like Speed Taker or something like that to help patch it up. She has the opposite of Alear's skill here by reducing damage by 3 and boosting damage by 1 for adjacent allies rather than the other way around because I'm allergic to opposites. And her class skill is also going to give her a passive recharge of her emblem just for free. She doesn't have to do anything. As long as she's just big chilling, here's a passive recharge of her emblem. So we can take that into consideration as well. And that's why my #1 choice on Vale will be Byleth. Byleth is one of the most useful emblems in the game, like with the engage attack. It's not really an attack, but you know, Goddess Dance. Use to grant another action to all adjacent allies. So the fact that you can have Goddess Dance on a passive recharge, that's already pretty nice. And hey, would you look at that? Boosting magic rather than strength, patching up the speed a little bit to hopefully not get double as much. And it just so happens that Byleth has, in my opinion, one of, if not the best dragon bonus like possible here. Instruct, depending on what type of class you're in, it'll change what stats it boosts, and then Goddess Dance has the same effect as Instruct, just for the ones that you're Goddess Dancing for. But if you're a dragon, it'll buff all the stats. Everyone else is just one. Dragon, everything. So, you know, Vale with the passive recharge on Goddess Dance here, whenever she uses it, and whenever she uses Engage and Instructs, here's buffing up, you know, everything, all 7 basic stats plus 3. That's basically Rally Spectrum plus. So without even needing to inherit the Rally Spectrum plus skill, you have it built in when you engage, and whenever you use Goddess Dance, that's that buff applied to all those allies that just got danced for. Plus, by being a dragon unit, we are going to have access to a mirror, which, you know, Vale's not going to be doing all that much physical damage, unless. Plus, also Sword of the Creator that is raised with magic here, which Vale is the dragon unit that's going to have the highest magic stat. Also, I guess you could make an argument for mentorship if you did want to run this during the main game, since you already want to have allies near Vale anyway, because of her personal skill. But, yeah. Vale, Byleth, chef's kiss. So, this is absolutely not one that I'd be, like, debating in my head or anything. This is 100% sure, if I'm bringing Vale, I'm giving her Byleth. But if you're harder set on giving Byleth to someone else, alternatively, Veronica is definitely a very solid option here. Like, Veronica has some not half bad bonuses for Dragon. You know, Veronica's bonuses aren't super great. They're mostly on to types of characters that usually aren't going to be wielding magic. And, you know, 3 of the 4 Dragon units are going to be primarily wielding physical attacks. Vale is the only one that's wielding magic, which means she can actually make pretty good use of that. You know, boost her magic damage, which is also going to include her unique dagger there. So we can get that while also capitalizing off of this. This isn't that good. How this actually works is when you summon an ally here. Yeah, this is how it goes here. There's a 30% chance you get a 3-star, there's a 40% chance you get a 4-star, and a 30% chance you get a 5-star. But what this summons a powerful unit means is it means that you'll always get at least 4-star. You literally cannot summon a 3-star unit on a dragon unit. But how it does that is it just assigns that 30% into 4-star. So, unfortunately, it doesn't increase your chances of 5-star at all. Would be really nice if it did, but it just assigns that into that. So you have a 70% chance of 4-star and still a 30% chance at 5-star. Still nice to avoid ever getting like a kind of sucky 3-star, but it's not like a super game-changing thing. The contract, though, is really good. The other ones here, like contract with a backup unit, the one that just used contract will do some extra chain attack damage, so it'll get like a little smidge of extra damage there. Covert will buff the ally with like hit and avoid during their action, but Dragon will buff their strength, magic, defense, and res by 2 after you use contract on them. That's pretty good. So honestly, both Veronica and Byleth are really solid options. I still rate Byleth over Veronica, but Vale is probably the best unit that you can give Veronica to. But, you know, Vale is also, in my opinion, the best unit that you can give Byleth to. Like, that's what happens when you're the only character in a certain niche, and she's the only magical dragon unit, so she becomes a little bit in demand here. If you don't want to go with those, you could always go with Soren, if you'd like. Like, let's see, Soren here. You're going to be able to get, like, some crits, and you're going to be able to set terrain on fire in that plus shape if you want to do something like that, while also boosting our magic, and then we can attack across the map and all that. We can also debuff our foes if we want to here. Though, to be fair, Vale might already be wanting to use the dagger a decent bit in poisoning foes rather than, you know, using fire a whole lot like other allies with Soren might be doing. So, you know, Soren might be better to be given elsewhere from that perspective. And if we wanted to go with Celica, then we could make use of Celica's boosted strength and magic while still being able to use tomes, which means that we can make use of resonance. Plus, we also have like the additional benefit of dragon here, essentially giving us like half of Thyrsus from Byleth. So if we really want to reach far with some magical attacks, we can do that. No, I'm putting Soren under Celica. Celica is going to be better than Soren here. That'd be a little bit better suited. But, you know, honestly, Vale is probably the best candidate for all three of these emblems. If I had to look at these three emblems and decide what's the best character for each of them, I would honestly say Vale for all of them. But especially Byleth and Veronica, honestly. And you can always give, if you want to bring both of them, you could always bring one of them on the dragon unit that has the best secondary magic, being Nell, if you really wanted to. It is an option. As for skills to equip on Vale here, Weapon Sync Plus if we're using one of the tome ones. It's not going to do anything if we're using Byleth. Like, don't equip Weapon Sync Plus if you're using Byleth, it won't do anything. But if we're using one of these emblems, then that's a lot of free damage if, you know, we're using a tome. It might also not be as worth it compared to other characters, considering she's going to be wanting to use daggers a decent bit as well, namely with, like, her unique dagger there. So it's not going to be as effective as someone that's wielding just tomes, but it's still definitely worth consideration if you're going for big damage and you have an emblem that uses tomes. You definitely cannot go wrong with Cantor here, especially considering her lower defenses. You can get her in there, do some big magic damage, or maybe poison with one of the daggers, and then dip out of there because her defenses aren't very good. And the Cantor will also let you position for her personal skill here to help make your allies be able to sustain hits a lot better as well. She's really not going to be doubling with her speed stat. We can change that with Speed Taker. Like, as long as we start racking up some kills, we can start changing that and patch up the kind of speed stat that she has. And because of her speed stat, if we really wanted to, we could always go with Quick Riposte if we wanted to do like some enemy phase damage here. As long as we're not receiving too many physical hits here. But if we just wanted to get like surrounded by mages and poison them all, like, fantastic. Just equip the Silver Dagger, go in there with Quick Riposte, and just have at it. Alright, the final two characters of the main game, and the only two that you get from Paralogs, rather than from chapters like everyone else here. First is Jean. His unique skill is going to double class growths. So he's going to grow a little bit faster than other units in some regards here. Let's say, for example, that we put him into, I don't know, Wyvern Knight. That means that the additional strength granted here would actually be 40. And then add that to his personal growth rate there, and that's going to make a total of 60% chance of gaining strength there. Not going to be any bonuses there. Dexterity is going to be an additional 20% growth rate. This is going to be an additional 10% growth rate rather than 5. So on. That's how it works. Which means that if you did want to, like, really go ham on the main game, you absolutely could with him, mostly. Like, his own personal growths are really not all that great. Like, if you wanted to build him in magic or something like that, even if you doubled the class growth rates of something that gives you, like, 10% in magic, that now becomes 20%, it's still not as good as Anna's. If you went into a class that gives you, like, a 15% additional growth rate, well then, congrats. Now his growth is equal to Anna. But he basically has no skill slot at that point, whereas she does. So, you know, he will grow faster at the cost of essentially having no personal skill. Which means that if you do put him into the right classes for some growth and the way that you want to build him, then he can be pretty good within the main game. But if we're talking about maximum stats and post-game, he's one of the worst units in the game because he has essentially no personal skill for nothing at that point because you're already at max stats. Once your stats are at max, this does nothing for you anymore. This has just been rendered null and void, so, you know. So, nice during the main game, not worth consideration for, like, best builds at the end of the day. But, you know, if you go onto YouTube and you look up Fire Emblem Engage guides about, like, best characters and stuff like that, the trademark character that so many creators will say is just like, oh yeah, use Jean. He's so broken. He's the most busted unit in the game. Let's build him in this way that he's not even meant to be built, that literally any character would be able to do better than him, but we're gonna do it anyway. Like, don't worry, we didn't just blow in from Stupid Town. We're not all about that. yes, he's good in the main game, but if you're trying to get like max stats and like the best builds you can, don't bother. His innate proficiency is going to be in arts, and the only class that really gets buffed by arts is High Priest, and I guess Enchanter in DLC and all that. I slapped him into High Priest just to have variety, so I would have like Citrine as my tome boosted High Priest, and I'd also have a punching High Priest. But, you know, not being able to wield like Bulganon or Thoron or anything like that is pretty sucky. So, you know, maybe he will be better suited in Martial Master after all, which is like his canon thing here as indicated by the Felt Xenologue. But honestly, I was not really planning on using this guy at all anyway, because, you know, even if he grows faster, he's kind of suckier at the end of the day. So I didn't really go all that ham on how exactly I was going to do this. I was just like, yeah, let's just have the other variety of High Priest. But I honestly don't see myself using this higher weapon rank of gauntlets and punching over the higher level of tomes High Priest. Like, why would I really? It's Silver Spirit art is not going to be all that worth it, especially when High Priest is not exactly going to be hitting all that hard. So it probably is just going to be better to put him into Martial Master. Like, there's 10 higher maximum strength. So honestly, like, I would say just put him into Martial Master. Man, I've seen videos where people say to put him into classes where his innate doesn't even go towards anything. Just like, oh yeah, put him into this really tanky class, and he has a lower weapon rank than anyone else would have, and then lower maximum stats as well. Like, if you want to have a pretty decent Martial Master, or maybe even like alrighty High Priest that you use throughout the main game, use him, and he'll serve you pretty alright. But not really much more than that. As for skills that I would slap on him here, if we're going to be playing into his magic, let's go ahead and do that while boosting up his res a little bit, and then make it so he can eat a whole bunch of magical hits without really caring all that much. Like, his defense is not really going to be all that salvageable. We could always do, like, strength defense +5 instead if we wanted to patch up a little bit and actually make him punch harder as a High Priest or punch harder as a Martial Master. We could. So it is another option. If we did want to play into staff stuff as either Martial Master or a High Priest, either or, you can't really go wrong with Staff Mastery. Here's a little bit more heals, and we can land our offensive staffs a little bit better. And of course, there's Cancer Plus, which, you know, lets us get in there, get a heal, and then dip out, or get in there, do some punches, and then dip on out. Alright, it is now over 2 months later in real life time. I've been busy with life stuff and various projects, one of which has been editing down the past 5.5 hours of this video. I wasn't sure how long this video was going to be when I first started making it, and now I seem to have a pretty good idea, and my goodness gracious. I did cover Anna in the recording that you were just watching part of for like this last little section here, but I wanted to go a little bit more in depth, so I'm redoing it here, because Anna is our dedicated gold farming character, which means she can also be our dedicated SP farming character in post-game, because you can use that gold to buy things that you shove in the well that get turned into SP books that you then give to anybody. So that's something that I wanted to cover a little bit that I didn't really cover in the original recording. Anna actually has the highest magic growth rate in the game. I don't know why. I don't know what the developers were on when they made this decision, but that's the decision they made. It is worth noting that she is tied with some other characters for like highest magic growth rate, like Gregory over here. But it's still the highest. There's nothing that beats it. There's nothing that's higher than 50 for magic. I think Citrine might be at 50. No, she's at 40. I guess just tied with Gregory there. I think the highest main game magic growth rate then is Vale's 45, since she's like a super magical dragon and stuff. Mavier with 40 as well. Yeah. So, tied with someone in DLC, but main game just straight up highest magic stat. That they're, yeah. Her strength growth rate is pretty measly at 15, and then also having like no MSMs in strength, but having a positive MSM in magic. So she's clearly more magic focused. And then the developers decided to give her a bow innate proficiency. You know, the proficiency that literally only benefits warrior, and that's it. Where's warrior? There it is. You know, if they had just given her an axe innate proficiency, she could have easily gone into something like Mage Knight, you know, and then have the boosted axe level. But no, it just had to be bow. So, in my playthrough, I did raise up Anna to, you know, go through her unpromoted class, and then she went into warrior for a little bit and, you know, gaining crazy magic, and she was using a radiant bow and stuff a lot of the time to be able to actually use that magic stat. But, you know, while that can be okay for a little while in main game, at the end of the day, like talking maximum stats, it's not really going to be very good going into a class like that. And, you know, there's no magic classes that you can go into that don't need an innate proficiency, apart from Martial Master, if that counts with using a staff and all that. So, if we want to have her have the highest weapon levels that she can have, either put her into a warrior and really suck at it, or put her into one of the classes that doesn't benefit from an innate. But she is like one of the few units here alongside with Linden that I would actually feel like putting her into a class where she might not have the highest weapon level. But that's okay because her main point is to farm. So the thing that I actually ended up putting her in for my main game playthrough was Swordmaster. And her main weapon was the Levin Sword. And my goodness, did she kick some major ass there. You know, it has a little bit of a higher maximum magic stat there. There's really not super high magic stats from classes that don't use it. The highest is Halberdier. So you could always put her in Halberdier and then she would have a maximum magic stat of 30 if you wanted. But yeah, Swordmaster is what I went with here. You know, she had crazy speed, so she was constantly doubling with magic damage here with the Levin Sword, and it was awesome. So that worked great for the main game, but I'm fairly certain she did hit this cap, like, towards the end. And if we're talking post-game, not gonna quite be as good when there's like a hard cap on our magic stat here. Also, the main reason why I had gone with Swordmaster over Halberdier in the main game, despite the magic difference here, is because this luck stat. Halberdier has a lower luck stat. What I wanted to say was Swordmaster has one of the highest luck stats in the game. Like, what was the highest non-unique luck stat again? I think it was 38 with some class. High Priest right there. Oh, Enchanter actually with the DLC brought up a little bit higher. But like, if you're trying to farm gold and stuff, you're probably not gonna want to be an Enchanter. Rack amp kills there. You know, all things considered here, so you're probably not gonna want to do that. Could do High Priest if you wanted, and then, you know, play into the magic and stuff. She's gonna be stuck at Tomes with B. But you're gonna want to be in a class that has high luck and the ability to do some big damage. Because Make a Killing is a luck percent chance to obtain 500 gold when defeating an enemy. And we're gonna want to play into being able to farm here as much as we can. If you just want to make her like a main game unit to like really clean up with her magic stat, then either put her into Swordmaster and give her a Levin Sword, or you can actually put her into a magic class after all. She won't have as high of weapon level as she'd otherwise be able to. Like, you could absolutely put her into Sage, she'd have an absolutely busted magic stat, and then you just clean everything up. Although you won't have as high of staff as you otherwise would be able to, but it's an option if you'd like. So let's just talk about this Swordmaster build first, and like emblems and stuff. And then we'll talk about like alternatives for gold farming and stuff, and the whole setup with that, because that's something that I want to go a little bit in depth with. With Swordmaster, I would just have on a whole bunch of things like this, but you know, Levin Sword definitely being her main weapon. For emblems for that, I would go with Emblem Veronica, because Emblem Veronica actually has some nice bonuses for backup units. Also, I've since added like some things to the spreadsheet here that I don't think were in the last recording, like emblem rings here and stuff. And also, you know, full builds and stuff like that in DLC that I didn't have here before, so, you know, I've been busy on some fix-ups here. So, when it comes to backup bonuses, by using Contract, we're also going to do an additional chain attack there with the person that we use Contract on, assuming that they're attacking again, which, like, why wouldn't they? And there's also Dual Strike on the Dudo that we summon. And it's like, those are pretty nice bonuses, but, you know, how many backup units are really going to want that extra magic and, you know, be able to use these pretty well? Well, that's what Anna became for me. And then having Reprisal Plus made me really, really want to keep her at low health. I just turned her into the ultimate glass cannon there, especially with her speed in Swordmaster, where she didn't have to worry about getting hit too much. And, you know, I just kind of send her into the fray and let her clean up and stuff. It was kind of nice. Alternatively, you could use Micaiah, because one of the nice things about Micaiah, though a lot of the time you might want to put her onto a magic unit that, you know, gets you know, the magical bonuses here and stuff, and therefore is a class that a lot of the time will already be able to wield staff. But how many classes don't wield staves that would be able to be good at staves? Well, considering Anna's magic stat there, and especially like as we're going through with the main game there, like, hey, here's some boosted magic, there's some more 11 sword damage, and we can now effectively use staves on a class that normally wouldn't use it. You know, a really nice class to put Makai on might be something like Mage Knight that is straight up a magic class that doesn't already wield staves. But, you know, this is a good option as well for a backup unit. It's not like there's any backup bonuses, but it would boost her magic and give her access to staves and increase her versatility that way. And then also give her some access to tomes there and stuff. Alternatively, we could always go with Leaf here, because Leaf is actually a character with a magic weapon as well with his final thingamabob, Lightbrand. That's a magic weapon right there. Boost our defenses and stuff if we want, and then there's also like, here's a backup bonus with adaptable and stuff. Get a little bit of extra safety with Vantage, just in case like someone comes in and attacks us and we're able to clean them up first with a, you know, 11 sword or something or other. But yeah, I would honestly go with Veronica or Micaiah first, but if, you know, they're already occupado, then Leaf is another option there. As for skills, we're gonna want to play into the grinding if we can, like the gold grinding here. So, first and foremost, I would go with Tiki's HP Luck plus 10. I think this is the only character I recommend Tiki's HP Luck plus 10 on, because hey, that's 10 more HP plus 10% more chance of getting a bullion every time you defeat an enemy. 500 gold there. Why am I sniffly today? What the heck? If we're using staves, if we're in a class that can use it, then, I mean, we could always go with Staff Mastery. Why do I have this as, like, the second one here? I feel like I should do this. You know, have Byleth's Luck plus 12, which does grant more luck, but this is a whole 10 more points to HP, so there's increased versatility there. Yeah, we could just straight up get, with these two skills, 22% more chance of getting 500 gold each turn. If we're going into a complete like solo farming build that I'll go over here in a hot second, then we might want to have a different skill on for, you know, as opposed to luck plus 12 here, like pair up so that, you know, chain attacks don't wreck us and stuff if we're going like solo into a map just to farm. Considering Anna's crazy luck, especially whatever class she's going into, you could always put on Divine Pulse Plus and just very rarely miss attacks. And on a backup unit, you can never go wrong with, you know, Lucina's Dual Assist Plus. That's always going to be good there. Alright, but actually farming gold with this character and how we're going to do that, which also plays into farming SP and stuff. This is all new since the last time that I did a recording on this spreadsheet, but I really decided to deck it out. You know, when I was doing my playthrough and I got to the Fell Xenologue, it seemed darn near impossible not having the skills that I needed with how crazy difficult that got at times. So, you know, I figured it would take way too long to grind it out, considering the grinding maps in Engage are a decent smidge harder. Like, I actually still needed to strategize at the strength that I was at, and I was only getting, like, handfuls of SP each time that I went through. So, I started a whole brand new save file on Yuzu, cheaty-peated my way through, and, yeah, then used Cheaty Pete strats to get any skills that I wanted, and then I was able to go through, like, the Fell Xenologue just by negating the grinding time, just with the skills that I wanted, because I figured it'd be too much of a hassle to do it within the main game. Had I concocted this at the time, I would have just grinded it out in the main game, and it probably would have taken me less time than doing a whole another full playthrough, you know? But, you know, that's in the past now. You know, I've clearly learned from my mistakes, but yeah, this is what I would have done to get all the skills that I wanted in the Fell Xenologue. Oops. So, for this specific setup, we essentially want to send Anna into skirmishes completely alone. Have her clean up, get as much gold as she can get, rinse and repeat. I've been doing this a little bit lately to, you know, concoct this sheet, and I'll show it in-game here in a little bit as well. The best skills that we're going to want to have in this setup are obviously the ones that boost luck so that we get, like, gold more often. I have found that when you're going solo, no matter how safe you are, you're gonna still get wrecked by chain attacks if there's a lot of backup units around, so you might want to put on Corrin's pair up, or just equip Corrin as like your emblem of choice in this specific setup. And Reprisal can also be good as well, because if you're really focusing on either magic attacks or physical attacks, then, you know, there's always going to be some enemy types that barely take any damage. But if you have Reprisal, then as you take some damage, then you'll be able to do, like, major damage back. And it just speeds up the process. It just expedites it. Though, if you go into a class that can wield both, then great, and then you can always, like, switch your weapon types, you know. Though, depending on what engraves you put on, you know, you might have the extra avoidance engrave on your magic weapon, but not on your physical weapons, so, you know, you might be a little bit more susceptible when you switch over to your physical weapons, which you might also have to do as well, because in Maddening, enemies will not attack you if they don't have any chance of damaging you, so that can be good as well. It'll make more sense when I show it in game. So, you are going to want a lot of avoidance. So, high speed. So that's one of the things that we're looking for in classes. We're looking for high luck, and we're looking for high speed. And ideally, ability to do, like, big damage with either physical or magical where we can get it. And then putting, like, some sort of avoidance increasing engrave on would be really good. Can also put her into tiles that will increase that further, as long as we're not, like, choosing a class like Griffin here where you're not going to have the tile bonuses and such. Yeah, there's that note where it's like, they won't attack you if they don't have any chance of hitting you, so you're going to want to have, like, a few different weapons with different avoidance boosts, or lack of avoidance boosts to actually get enemies to attack you. Because if no one's attacking you, and you have to go around, like, killing all of them instead of letting them come to you during enemy phase, that's a lot more time consuming, and that is going to greatly slow down how efficiently we can farm gold here. You know, ideally you just want to have it all happen during enemy phase. So what kind of class options do we have here for this? Swordmaster is what I've mostly done here. Where it's like, hey, that's the second highest luck that she can get, if we're not counting Enchanter. I guess I did just have a look at classes earlier, and, I guess I can change this to say third highest luck. And Enchanter, 42. But don't choose that. The offensive and defensive stats of Enchanter are really not exactly super great, you know. And you also won't be able to hit with magic with that. There's no magic dagger apart from Vale's unique one there. Got the highest speed, so you're gonna be avoiding stuff like No Tomorrow, so, you know, that could be a super nice there. You can attack with Strengthless Magic with the 11 sword. You're just not gonna be hitting very hard with magic, is the case. Yeah, the lower magic stat. That can be a little bit sucky there. We're gonna be capped out at 26 considering her MSMs, but it's still not a half bad setup. That's what I've done for the most part while doing this grinding setup. If we go into Griffin Knight, we're still gonna have very high luck stat at 35. We're also gonna have that exact same speed stat, you know, which is really nice there. Griffin Knight has really good magic stat, quite frankly. Like, we have 37 here, just a few points behind strength, so we're gonna be able to hit very hard with the magic stat there if we're using something like 11 sword, you know, and we can easily switch between the two there. Wow, this is being cut off. Can I add, like, more rows? I'll figure it out later. In case anyone wants to read that during the video rather than having to, you know, pull up the spreadsheet outside the video, then there you go. But if you're a flyer, you're not getting any terrain bonuses. You can't exactly move into, like, a fort or, you know, a forest and then get more avoidance. So your level of safety is just going to be kind of constant throughout the map, and you can also get wrecked by bows. So, you know, that can suck there. If we want the highest luck stat in a class that we can actually do damage in, then we could go on High Priest, which also has, like, really high magic, so we'd be able to, like, really mop up with some tomes there. We wouldn't be able to use tomes like Bulligan on. We would be capped out at B rank tomes, considering, you know, the innate proficiency that Anna has and such. And you can still attack with strength in High Priest. If you want to do something like Sage, you'd only be able to attack with magic, but in High Priest you can attack with strength as well using gauntlets. You know, it's not going to hit super hard, but it is an option when you really need to. The speed is a little bit lower. I think it's at like 30, something like that. Whoops, that's the emblems page. Let me double check here. 32. I was close. I was pretty close there. It's not trash, but it's not great. You're going to be getting doubled sometimes, you know. So that could be a little bit sketchy there. And, you know, if you do get hit, you have one of the lowest defense stats, which means that you can't be taking many hits. And, you know, our avoidance might not be super great with our speed that low. So I'm a little bit sketched out there. We could go with Royal Knight that has at least above average luck at 32 and above average speed at 40. You know, the defense is pretty okay-ish. Like, it's pretty solid. It's above average. I shouldn't say that's pretty solid. It has really good resistance. It can attack with strength or magic at 1 to 2 range and has increased movement. You know, there's all that stuff that comes with it. Considering the build set and weight of these, you wouldn't be able to wield the Flame Lancer Spear without speed penalty if you want to wield, like, the hardest hitting 1 to 2 range magical and physical weapons here. You would be incurring a penalty to your speed, and if there's any Cavalier Slaying weapons, you do have to keep that in mind as well. Lately I've been trying out Wolf Knight. I've done Swordmaster for most of this, but lately I've been using Wolf Knight Anna. It still has, like, very high luck at 34, and it still has really high speed, like it's a few points behind Griffin Knight or Swordmaster, but it's still very much up there. You can still attack with Strength Magic, like if you want to use 11 Sword. It is a pretty low magic stat. It's 1 point higher than Swordmaster, so it's about the same there. I don't actually know if there's any Cavalier Slaying weapons within the random skirmishes. I haven't run into any myself, so these might not actually be too much of cons. But yeah, that can be a potential good option there, and then increased movement can help us get to avoidance tiles and stuff like that. You know, when it comes to avoidance tiles, if you went into something like Thief, you would have the highest avoidance, considering the terrain bonuses are doubled, but then you're stuck with physical damage. You're not going to be able to use magical. We're going to want to just use classes that can for sure use magic if they need to, you know. As for the emblems that we might want to use with this build, this is the ones that I most gravitate towards. The one that I've used most often is Veronica, considering she boosts luck, she boosts magic. As I make a note here, like, I'll show it when I'm in game, where it's like, she apparently boosts luck, but, you know, I don't actually see the stat boost. I don't know why I'm stumbling on my words so much today. Words are hard, I guess. She boosts magic, which means that we'll be able to hit harder with magic there. She has built-in reprisal, which means, you know, if things are getting a little bit slow and we're getting swarmed by enemies and, you know, we're taking on some damage, we'll just be able to mop them up faster, which makes our grinding, like, more efficient. And if we're in, like, a really bad starting position and we need to, like, make a mad dash to some fort or something like that, then we can just summon a unit to just go be bait, where the enemies will be like, oh, look, the weaker unit, let's go after them. And they can just, you know, be the bait, the sacrifice, while we go to, like, a forest tile or a fort or whatever the heck we want to go to, you know? In case anyone wants to see, like, my full description there, like, there's that. Oh yeah, and level boost. I kind of forgot about that for a hot second. My second option would be Corrin, considering she also boosts magic. She comes with built-in pair-up. You don't really need to bring pair-up every map, like maybe there's a map that's just filled with, like, a whole bunch of flyers. But on any map that has quite a few backup units, you're gonna need to run pair-up, or else you will die to chain attacks. It has happened to me a lot while using this setup. And so I've learned, and I'm passing this knowledge on, to use pair-up. So either you need to use it in one of your 2 skill slots, or just have Corrin equipped here. We also have a little bit of extra safety, considering quality time plus here, so we'll always be gaining, like, a little bit of HP that way without having to use, like, HP restoring items, assuming that we're not on a fort tile. If we're on a fort tile, we'll have, like, passive HP regen, but you won't always be so lucky with each map, and you might just be in, like, a forest tile or just in the open. And I've just, you know, brought a whole bunch of elixirs and vulneraries and stuff like that in our inventory. How I do this setup is I have 2 swords. I have the leavened sword and I have a silver sword. Like, if I'm doing something like Wolf Knight or, you know, Swordmaster there. And I would just fill up the last 3 slots with healing items. With Corrin, you have a little bit more of a safety net because you have, like, an HP heal with that. If there's any troublesome foes, we will also have built-in Draconic Hex, so that'll debuff them and make them a whole lot easier to kill. And, yeah, depending on what class we're in, maybe this will be useful. It's situational, though, depending on what class we're in. There's also Erica as another option here, considering she boosts luck by a metric shit ton. Boosting it by 10 points here. She also boosts magic, which is really nice to make sure that we're hitting a bit harder with magic damage. Because we have Solar Brace here, we can always get a heal that way, so an alternative to quality time here. And when we engage and have Eclipse Brace, and then we're getting, like, extra damage and the heals, you know, that just means that we're getting more heals. Byleth is another option here. If you want to boost luck by the most that you can boost it, Byleth boosts it the most, with 12. And he also boosts magic and speed, stats that you can't go wrong with. I guess you could also make an argument for, like, Divine Pulse Plus here that plays into the luck, I guess. But really, other skill-wise and stuff that he has built in, there's really not much that's going to help with this specific grinding setup. It's mostly just his stat boosts that he's worth noting here. Micaiah also boosts luck and magic. If this is another option for recovering HP, we can engage and then use Nosferatu and then get some heals that way. Although we won't have any extra avoidance, considering, you know, we won't have any Engraves on that weapon. Well, I guess we can get 10 extra avoid on Nosferatu. Or you can always go with Tiki. That is also going to be boosting luck by a lot. Same amount as Erica here by 10 points. Is very much going to help with our defenses and offenses when we're engaged, what with like the stat boost that she grants, and allowing us to hit like multiple foes at once with the breath attack, which can speed up the process when we're hitting multiple foes at once, and just like decrease the time that we're spending in a map so that we can do more maps at the same time and therefore get more gold. Plus, we also have Life Sphere plus that is going to allow us to get HP that way. Doing this in post-game, I found that, you know, Anna needs a decent bit of training before she's strong enough to consider soloing any maps. So it took me a little bit of building her up to get her to the point that she was, you know, confident enough to be doing that on her own. And even still, at like max stats, there are still some maps that it's like, yeah, this isn't happening, let's move on to the next map. But yeah, you need to have a little bit of patience and build her up there. As you're doing this, first and foremost, you are going to want to max out, like, your donation levels for all the places, so that every time you clear one of these maps, you get, like, the maximum rewards. And then once that is done, and that takes a little while, I found, once that's done, then you can go ahead and start using those funds to start SP grinding and getting whatever the hell skills you want on any of your other units. To do this, we are going to need to use the Ancient Well. And if I just go directly to, like, the page that I got the data from here, you know, like, I love Serenus Force. Serenus Force is awesome. After I get rid of that. How the Ancient Well works is we put items in. We can put 1 to 5 items in. And based on, like, the total value of the items, that'll affect, like, the star ranking here. So, if you put literally anything in, then it's 1 star. If you put in at least 1,000 gold worth of items, then it's a 2-star. If you put in at least 5,000, it's a 3-star. Put in at least 10,000, it's a 4-star. Put in at least 20,000, then it's a 5-star. It is worth noting that there is no changes, as far as I can tell, like, for adding value between rankings. So if I put in 4 items, and it just gets me up to 2-star, because it just reached 1,000, I put in, like, a 5th item that's worth, like, another 500 gold, and now I'm at 1,500 total. That's not going to increase the odds of stuff that I can get, unless I put in something valuable enough that brings it to a 3-star. So if you're at a specific star rank and you know that you're not going to be getting to the next one with the other items that you intend to put in, then don't. Just save it to deposit the next time, because there's no point adding more value than an exact amount. Like, where it can be avoided. You might have, like, weird value mix where it's like, whatever. The items that you'll get from the Ancient Well, how they work is they're kind of like growth rates, where you have like a percentage chance of getting each of these. So for example, if I put in just like a Vulnerary and that's it, and there's a 1-star thingamabob here, then when I check the Ancient Well for my rewards later, then there's a 20% chance of there being a Slim Sword, there's a 20% chance of there being a Slim Lance, like yada yada yada. 2% chance on some of these things here because I didn't put in something all that valuable. We scroll down to something like 5-star, and it's like, oh yeah, look at these books. I'm gonna for sure get at least 1 novice book. I'm gonna have a 50-50 shot of getting a 2nd novice book. I have a 90% chance of getting an adept book, and a 50-50 shot of getting an expert book. Wow, the drop rate for the stat boosters sure is rare. 1%. Wow, I feel like I should be a little bit higher than that when you're dropping that much stuff. But hey, at least you can get them infinitely, even if it's really sucky there. You know, we have a 1 in 4 chance of getting any of the, like, food weapons and stuff here. You have 15% chance of getting, like, any of these weapons here, 10% of any of these weapons here. This is the only way that you can get additional notices here. In fact, I think it might be the only way that you can get additional of lots of things. Like, I think some of these things are limited in the shop. Like, it is also worth noting, things like blades, like the smash weapons, there's only a finite amount of those in the shop, and so the well is the only way to get infinite of some of these things. But the things that we're interested in are these books. These books are going to be granting SP to any units that use them. So, essentially, by farming with a little gold munchkin, we can buy stuff from the shop, shove it in the well, get books, and then feed those books to whoever in our army to get SP and then, like, get the skills that we want. Which I kind of wish I had done in my playthrough of Engage, but I didn't concoct this at the time, so oops. Now, whenever you deposit something in the Ancient Well, you're going to have to go do a battle, like have time pass that way, in order to get the rewards and then be able to put another set of stuff in. So we can't just, you know, sit there shoving stuff in and getting rewards over and over again. It has to be between battles. So with that in mind, what is the most efficient way that we are going to be able to do this? because we are going to be wanting these books. The Expert book granting 1000 SP, the Adept book granting 500 SP, and the Novice book giving 100 SP. So we're going to want as many of those as we can get. Now, in terms of the average SP gain here, we can do a little bit of math. So Expert SP book at 5-star has a 50% chance of dropping, so we can add like 500 there, because 50% of, 1000 is 500. So on average, we're gaining 500 SP in Expert books every time that we do the well. Adept book, 90% chance, so that means on average we're gaining 450 SP each time that we do 5-star. So using those averages, this is the average SP gain across each of the star ranks. So 1 star, 100, 2 stars, 225, 3 stars, 450, 4 stars, 775, and 5 stars, 20k. I mean, 1100, not a 20k value here. Now, you'll notice something rather interesting here, and that's, despite the fact that, you go up a star rank here, and this is literally double the cost, go up a star rank here, and this is double the cost, go up 1 here, and it's 5 times the cost. These, if you double these by comparison, it grants you more. So like, for example, 775 times 2 is going to be 1550. That is more than this. So it's like, oh, why wouldn't we just be doing the lower ranks over and over again here, right? I guess this one is actually breaking even, but this is 5 times the cost here. And then this is like 200. So it's like, why wouldn't we just do like more of the lower star ranks here and just spam it? And that's because, as I mentioned, you can only do this like between battles. So we need to determine like how much gold we're getting on average per battle, and then choose like whatever is the highest star rank that we can do consistently, like between every battle. Like, it's not worth it to save up 20k and go for the 5-star over and over and over again. It's most worth it to do whatever the highest star rank is that we can do consistently between every single battle. Like, if it's 3-star that we can do the most consistently, then that's just what we're gonna do. If it's 4-star that we can do most consistently, then that's what we're going to do. Like, I don't think that you're gonna be able to pull off this setup in a way that you're gonna be able to do, like, the 5-star every time. Like, it's just not happening. Or maybe you're gaining gold in such a way that, like, most of the time you can use the 3-star, but from time to time you can afford to do the 4-star, and then great. Then do that. Also, there's a really easy way to buy the exact items that you need to hit things like 4-star and 5-star. Because you see, you look at seal weapons, and those are always going to cost 2k, so 5 of those is going to add up to 10k, or exactly a 4-star. As long as you put in 5-star steel weapons, you're always going to be at 4-star. Whenever you put in 5 silver weapons, you're going to be at 5-star, since 4 times 5 is going to be 20. So, maybe sometimes you can save up and get the 5-star when you can afford it by buying like a whole bunch of silver weapons, and like when you can't, just be shoving like a whole bunch of steel weapons in there. I don't think I've done a whole lot of the 5-star shoving silver stuff in myself. I haven't gone too ham on this grinding method, but I basically just go to the shop and buy like a ton of steel weapons, and then get depositing them between battles and play into that essentially. Alright, time to show a little bit of how it actually works in, like, my actual thingamabob here, this file. On the world map, if you can encounter gold corrupted, then great. It just means you're getting even more gold. Won't always be so lucky, and you should be able to get a decent few even just from the, random battles, considering her skill there. This is silver corrupted. Let's see here. Here's a gold corrupted. Let's see if this seems like a feasible one. Again, there will sometimes be ones where, like, the map or the opponents that you're facing is just the kind of setup where it's like, yeah, this probably isn't happening with Anna solo. In which case, just depart the map, find another one. It's fine. It happens. Now, let's go with Corn, and then we can have, like, both the luck boosting skills. Let's go ahead and try it out here. So, yeah, unit selection. Gonna go ahead and only bring Anna. We are gonna go ahead and not need pair up anymore, and we can go ahead and do this, methinks. I do also have things like Avoid there in case I really need it, but meh. I should also have, like, Reprisal at the ready there. In terms of my weapons that I have here, one of the nice things about Wolf Knight is that they can use daggers as well. So, here's my silver sword for just, like, some sword, like, good physical damage. I have 1 to 2 range physical damage here. That's something that I should add to the spreadsheet now, is that's one of the perks of Wolf Knight as well, is 1 to 2 range physical damage as well, without needing, like, a spear or something like that you're going to be incurring, like, a speed penalty to in some of these other classes. You see that I have both of these engraved here to be able to give them both some extra avoidance. And if my avoid is so high that nobody wants to come and tussle with me, then Silver Sword. That's been my system here. Sometimes you have to be a little bit wary of Wyvern Knights. Sometimes they have certain blow. Looks like they don't. Maybe I'm thinking of other flyers, which will increase their chance of hitting by like, they get like 40 extra hit when they initiate combat, which can kind of screw with you sometimes, you know? So I don't really have any forts or anything that I can use on this map, anything that's going to be giving me any heals, which is probably a good thing that I'm using Corrin then and not Veronica for this map, considering I'll get some HP regen. Well, my bond still could use some work with Corrin here. It's not quite the 10 HP. But yeah, we'll basically just have to use these forest tiles then. I could potentially go into over here. If you're in these maps and you have the opportunity to get these purple tiles, like, do it if it's, you know, feasible to get without screwing with your strategy. Because sometimes they give steel weapons, and then that's just more fodder for you to shove into the well. You know, may as well start there. Always save before each of these. And let's... No! Dang it. Let's give it a go. And then always have combat animations off. I mean, always engage too, if we really want to. In terms of, yeah, not really going to be able to do a whole lot of damage here. So I guess I'm not really breaking through you and getting over to there. So, let's just do what we can. Let's actually stay equipped with the Silver Sword right now, because more people will come over to us. Again, if they have 0% chance of doing any damage to us, they just won't come. So, yeah, let's get some of them coming on over. Come on down to Funky Town here. And then as things look a little bit sketchier, we can switch to some of these safer weapons. So let's see here. If I go here and then I switch to like my highest avoiding weapon, which is the Levin Sword, and just start attacking there. Stuff. I guess I can always, you know, engage here. Yeah, 2% chance of hitting, but it's still a chance. Too bad that I'm barely doing any magical damage. Yeah, look, my avoid is so high that nobody has any interest in doing stuff here anymore. Dang it. That's what kind of sucks about doing this on Maddening sometimes. If I use the Silver Dagger and therefore decrease my avoid just a little bit. There we go, 500 gold, nice. Will some of them come on over? Oh, this guy's coming now. Okay. Yeah, this is where pair up is handy. There we go, get that guy out of here. Get that gold that he was carrying. Sweet. But I didn't get any gold from the personal skill this time. That's too bad. Here. I usually just skip these. Hey, look. More gold. Sweet. You'll love to see it. Oh, I should have shown my gold amount before I started this map so that we could do like a before and after. Oh, well. Here, let's do this for funsies. Sure. There we go. Now there's water over there. Alright. Yeah, it looks like this is a really good amount of avoid that I have with the dagger. Like, it's just enough that a lot of people are coming over. That's handy. And, well, maxed out. No more stats going up. Most of my stats are maxed. I'm fairly certain my strength isn't yet because, like, her strength growth rate sucks. Let's see here. Yeah. If I can check details. Yeah, she's still building up that. Everything else here is maxed. But, you know, considering Anna's strength growth rate, it takes a little while to build that up. But, you know, this will get easier and easier as she gets closer to max stats. And I'll be able to hit harder with, I don't know why I attacked you there. I mean, at least it does that, I guess. But yeah, as your stats get higher, as you manage to do this, you know, it will get easier and easier. Here, let's attack you. I'm going to try and get this Poiple and see what happens. If I go here, then I don't think that guy's going to be moving. If I go here, he's going to come on over. Thunder. Neat. Yeah, that's the equivalent of steel. I can shove that into the well. Physical then? Physical then. What I better do. Alright, and then next turn we win here. Here, sure, engage again. Why not? There we go. Perfect. More gold. And more bond. Also, I'm going to want to change class and probably just reclass her into the same thing again, methinks. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the Wolf Knight setup here. Wolf Knight and Swordmaster, I think, are my favorite setups here. Yeah, the sword one. I don't know why the axe one is at the top there. Alright, I got a novice book and an adept book from this thingamabob here. And I got, like, some silver weapons and stuff that I can always put back in if I really want to. Alright, so, yeah, I just bought a whole bunch of, like, steel swords. It looks like I'm running out here. I can use that Elf Thunder that I just got from the map. Let's see here. Elf Thunder. Bam. We're at 4 stars. Let's go ahead and confirm. Transform. Drop something in the well. I'll check back next time. My current money is 14k, it looks like. I don't know how much I was at before. Probably next to nothing, because I probably spent everything on the steel weapons there. Sweet. There we go. And then corn. Yeah, I think if I had gotten this set up online during my actual main playthrough of Fire Emblem Engage, this would have actually been the much shorter method to grind out the skills that I wanted, as opposed to starting a whole new save file on Yuzu, bum rushing through the game with cheaty peach strats and literal invincibility, and then just playing the Fel Xenologue, like, legitimately, but with the skills that I want, just the grinding time gone. You know. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, I got about 10k that time. So, yeah, if you keep on doing this, should be able to pretty consistently get 4-star, maybe sometimes 3-star. I did just do 2 specific gold maps, so I am also getting additional gold from the fact that, you know, a bunch of corrupted there have gold stuff. Whoops, not support bond. It's such a weird submenu in my opinion. Quickly showcase here. I just went and took, I hate how long it takes. I've built up, I just took the time to build Gold Mary's bond up to 20 with Marth and Lucina, considering there were skills that I wanted from both of them. So if I wanted to get Gold Mary, the build that I wanted within Fel Xenologue, which would be really nice on her with, like, Hero and the Brave Assist and such there, I wanted to play into Avoidance so that she can, you know, stay at full health a little bit longer and get that Brave Assist. So that's 4,500, and then the Dual Strike plus, let's see here, or Dual Assist plus, that's what I meant. So 6,500 in total is what I need. So let's have a look-see here. Then I go ahead and I go to Gold Mary, I manage items, and then I go to my books that I got here, and then I use. I'm gonna use a whole bunch of books. Time to get some hard reads. Look more like scrolls than books, but what do I know? Let's do some of these. Save some of the expert ones. Okay. So then I just need 2 novice ones, I believe. I will use that. There we go. Novice book. There we go. I don't think I ever used Gold Mary at all in my playthrough, apart from the chapter where I got her. But, you know, as a solid hero unit, I do realize how solid she would be. Wait. Inherit skills. And I ended up using her in the Fel Xenologue in my Yuzu file, and if I ever ended up doing it here, I could see myself using her again, because she very much came in clutch for me. Boobity bop. Inherit those. So then, I can go here, and then manage skills. And then bada bing, bada boom, I now have the build that I wanted for a certain character, just from grinding gold with Anna. That's essentially how it works. So, yeah. Alright, after the insanely long discussion, that was the Anna grinding setup. Oh, she's gone right now. That happens sometimes when there's a lot of images load. Just switch to a thingamabob and then back, and then it usually comes back. So I move on to the DLC characters. First and foremost, it's worth noting that you are not really going to be able to plan out builds or setups for the Fel Xenologue with them. All these characters you can customize a decent bit during the Fel Xenologue in terms of, like, their skills and their emblem bond levels and stuff like that, how you want them to be geared. They will be set within, like, one specific class in the Fel Xenologue, so that's not going to be customizable. The DLC characters, though, you can't inherit any skills on them until you unlock them as main game playable characters after completing the Fel Xenologue. You can't even get any emblem bond level on them during the Fel Xenologue chapters. So, you know, builds and stuff that are outlined here are going to be very different than what you would actually want to do in the Fel Xenologue. This is more of like general main game kind of stuff here. And we're talking about like Fel Xenologue, then you basically need to keep these guys protected as best you can with your other stronger units, especially Nil here. Nil really likes to get wrecked in the Fel Xenologue. It's kind of really annoying, but we got through. So, starting out with Nell here, it is first worth noting that Nell and Nil don't actually have any maximum stat modifiers here, because they're weirdos, I guess. And Nell is in a very unique position here, in two regards. One, she's the one dragon unit that can actually become a dragon and use, like, Fel Spark and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. I don't really know if that's something that we can factor into build plans per se, but the other cool thing about her is she is the best physical with a secondary in magic dragon unit. So, you know, there's 4 dragon units in the game. As I hold up 3 because apparently I don't know what numbers are sometimes. You have 3 dragon units in the game that are primarily physical, and 1 that's primarily magical. The primarily magical one here evidently being Veil. But in terms of those 3 ones that are primarily physical, Nell is the best one at having like a secondary in magic. So her strength is at 39 and her magic's at 30. That's really good for a class that typically does not use magic. Nil here sucks the most at 13 magic at most. You know, I kind of like to call Nil the general of dragon units here, essentially. But yeah, Nell is, you know, pretty good physical with a secondary in magic. Amazing speed, you know, is very much up there. You know, that's speed tied with Wolf Knight. Nell has a really interesting, unique skill here. If a foe initiates combat against Nil, grants crit plus 10 to unit for 1 turn, which is really sucky in the Fel Xenologue considering how frail he is, but when you get him into main game and he becomes, you know, your dragon general here, like, that's good. Just have Nil wall, and then Nell can come in and clean up with like a whole bunch of crit and stuff. So in terms of emblems to put onto her, that made me think, what kind of emblems are good in physical but have like a backup in magical? So my first choice, Khorne. In my opinion, like, Nell is the best character in the game to put Khorne onto. I still kind of like to put Khorne onto, you know, my unit just for the sake of, like, I always have to bring my unit into battle and stuff like that, but Khorne is going to be better on Nell. Because let's have a look at Khorne here. I talked before about how Khorne and Camilla are the best kinds of units that you can slap on dragon units, considering you can choose any Dragonbane effect. You know, every emblem comes with spicy bonuses for dragon units, but almost all of them are only going to be like extra spicy effects when you're engaged, like extra stuff with the engage skill and engage attack. Whereas Khorne and Camilla have increased versatility throughout the entire battle, because you can always use Dragonbane. But every single one of these other types is going to be restricted to one type of Dragonbane, but Dragon can just choose any of them. So all these options are at your disposal to use your turn on to create any of this stuff. Khorne's stat boosts are HP. She boosts magic, which Nell can actually use in the secondary of magic there and like wield a flame lance super well. And then there's res that'll patch up her slightly lower res to be actually 1 point higher than her defense at that point. And all of Khorne's engage weapons are physical weapons, despite the fact that she boosts magic here. She doesn't have any magical things. So by putting her on Nell, you have now a primarily physical unit that can, you know, use these physical engage weapons to good effectiveness. Certainly doesn't mind that magic boost, considering we have a good secondary in magic and we can wreck stuff with a flame lance, and can go ahead and use all the Dragonbane effects. You know, if you put her onto someone like Veil, then you will be able to capitalize off of the magic and all the Dragonbane effects, but she's gonna suck at this. So yeah, in my opinion, Nell is the best unit in the game that you can give Khorne to. Also, Nell is an alrighty wall. She's a lot better as a wall in like the Fel Xenologue, considering how much Nil sucks. But she's a decent-ish wall, and this can help her become even more of a wall. But yeah, I mean, the main things are, you know, this that you can use to full effectiveness here. But because Nell is in the unique position of being the best secondarily magic dragon unit in the game, you'll notice that, like, potential emblems here is kind of like the longest that I'm fairly certain I have for any character on this spreadsheet. My second option will be Framme. I still feel like Framme is best equipped on a Wyvern Knight, but this is pretty good for an option 2. So let's scroll down to Crombo here. Framme is going to be boosting strength rather than magic, and that's what Nell is going to be using more often than magic anyway. I mean, depending on how you play her, but probably going to be using strength more often here. Hey, let's boost our hit rate and get like some more crit and stuff like that out of the deal when we already have a personal skill that boosts our crit. And, I mean, this might not really matter when our speed set is already as insanely high as it is. But yeah, with Framme, when we go ahead and engage and get other half, that's magic plus 10. And then if we're at max stats, our magic actually becomes 1 point higher than our strength at that point. Which means that we are going to be able to use like the Levin Sword to insane effectiveness. If we're using the Flame Lance, we can use that to hit like a truck as well. Our engage attack of Giga Levin Sword is not going to do the very most damage that it can do. The most damage that it can do is either in the hands of Alear or Wyvern Knight here. But 63, like 4 points behind, that's still pretty good. And even though Alear is hitting a little bit harder with the engage attack with Framme than Nell, but with, you know, the half of strength and Alear having higher strength than Nell, Nell has a decent smidge higher magic than Alear does. You know, here's 3 point higher strength, but here's 5 point higher magic that Nell has compared to Alear. So if I was debating between Alear or Nell to give Framme to, yeah, Nell is the better candidate. But, you know, so is Corrin, so maybe, like, Corrin to Nell and then Framme to Alear, I don't know. I do wish that Alear had a better secondary in magic. Nell's secondary in magic is really good. It is also worth noting that on Nell, we do also come with Brute Force built in. Brute Force is honestly a pretty sucky skill if we go to like the damage calculations here. Like, you need to really get up in terms of damage to be doing more than the boost that Strength / Magic plus 5 would be giving you. And it's only giving you extra damage if you're getting a crit, being like 4 times damage instead of 3 times. So I would never equip this onto a character in like their 1 of 2 skill slots that you can choose what skill you want to go in there. But if it's just built in here just by nature of having this emblem equipped, then it is worth noting that that is an additional boon on a character that's going to be critting a lot more than your other allies, assuming that you're bringing in Nil and letting him get, you know, attacked. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned this earlier, but Nell's unique class is going to have a build stat of 13, whereas I believe it's 16, yeah, 16 weight here for the Flame Lance, which means that she would be incurring a speed penalty of 3. So if you do play into like your secondary in magic and you use like the Flame Lance a decent bit, then you might want to put on an engrave that decreases this weight. Or maybe you just literally won't care considering how good her speed is anyway. Like at -3 at 42, that's still the same speed stat as the Thief. Anyway, next emblem, Camilla. Because as we've talked about here with, you know, Corrin a second ago, you can use any Dragon Vein effect, and that is going to be really, really nice. There isn't strength or magic boosted here, instead it's HP. There's speed, which our speed is already going to be really good anyway, so that might not matter as much, and then make our res a little bit higher than our defense. We will also then be able to use the Bolt Axe and Lightning to some pretty decent effectiveness, considering, you know, our 30 magic there. It is also worth noting that Camilla comes with a built-in, like, bonus for crits as well, what with Decisive Strike here. If you initiates combat and lands a critical hit, deals 10 damage to foe after combat. You know, assuming that 1, you got a critical, and 2, the critical didn't kill. So, again, that's another skill that I would never equip onto somebody, but when it's built in as a sync skill, may as well note it on a character that's going to be critting more than other allies, typically. So, I would say that Corrin is a lot better to have on Nell than Camilla is, but Camilla's not a half-bad option either, and still comes with a lot of versatility here, and some other means to use that magic stat. You know, if we're using Corrin, then we're restricted to just the Flame Lance in terms of our magic weapons. Here we do have a little bit more versatility. We can also go with Byleth. Byleth is another emblem that boosts magic here that, you know, Nell can capitalize on. We get magic plus 3 there. Speed, our speed is already super insane, so that might not matter too much, and I don't know how much we really care about luck, but the main point is magic there, and the bonuses that come with being a dragon unit. So, in dragon unit, this is what happens with Goddess Dance and Instruct, all 7 basic stats plus 3, as opposed to just being like one specific stat up by a lot with any other type. So, in my opinion, Khorne, Camilla, and Byleth are the 3 emblems that you especially want on your dragon units. You know, everyone comes with like extra spicy bonuses for dragon units, but those 3 emblems are definitely the spiciest, because all 3 of them are just like, hey, here's one specific thing you get with the other types, but if you're on a dragon unit, you get all of them. So if you do have an army with 4 dragon units, and you can get Byleth, Khorne, and Camilla on, you know, 3 of those dragon units, that's gonna be pretty strong. Plus, you also have access to things like Amir here. Plus, there's also the Sword of the Creator here, which is going to raise damage with the user's magic. I do genuinely believe that the best character to give Emblem Byleth to is going to be Vale. Boosting the magic, having like the magic boosted thingamabob there, having like all these thingamabobs where she can be like a more supportive unit that plays into her personal skill, where she can be a little bit more of a supportive unit. And Goddess Dance, as OP as it is, can then be on a passive recharge, what with the Fell Spirit here. But I would say the second best character to equip Byleth onto would be Nell. Oh yeah, and I guess I should talk about these. I don't think that her resist emblems is anything to write home about. It's just like she can eat some emblem damage a little bit better. But if you've already cleared the main game and the Fell Xenologue, you know, how much are you really going to use it? Another option that we can go with here is Emblem Veronica, who is another magic emblem that I wish had like some better bonuses, but doesn't have all that great of bonuses relative to classes that I actually want to put her onto. But Dragon's a not half bad one, and here's a dragon unit that can actually use that magic. And then, you know, res gets a little bit higher than defense. We can use the magic things here to not half bad effectiveness. If we use Contract on somebody, we're going to be granting them strength, magic, defense, res +2 for this next action here, which isn't half bad. And then there's someone here, or someone's a powerful unit that just like makes it impossible to summon a 3-star. The 30% there is going to get allocated into the 4-star here to make this 70%, and then that 30%. Oh yeah, it says it right there. So by giving Emblem Veronica to Nell, we can get some not half bad bonuses here. We can use that magic with the Flame Lance. We can engage and get access to some other magic alternatives here. We can become a little bit stronger with things like level boost, and we're already going to be hitting like a truck, especially if we're getting like crits, and we can hit even harder with Reprisal Plus if we really want to play into Glass Cannon here. And final option that I feel like is worth noting here is going to be Emblem Micaiah, who is another magic emblem here. If I scroll to her, and we're going to be boosting magic, going to be making our res higher than our defense, as a lot of them have, give access to some other weapon types here, and is going to give us access to staves. The highest level of staves here is A. So the best dragon unit that you could give her to would probably just be Vale for like the highest magic stat, and then being able to, you know, use staves on a character that isn't typically wielding staves. But, you know, with this not half bad secondary up to 30 in magic there, being able to wield both staves, lances, breath, and then staves, that gives us a lot of versatility with this unit, and then we can use that good secondary in magic to have her also be a support unit when we want her to. Because we're on a dragon unit, when we're engaged, we'll get an additional staff range. So if we need to just like reach past a wall of allies towards like the allies that are actually holding off the foes, like if we have a wall of allies holding off foes, a layer of allies that are like sniping them or something like that, and then we have Nell behind there, well, she can just like reach over with the staff and still heal the Dudos in the front. And then there's this, which is okay, it's meh. It's not like a big game changer or anything like that. I mostly just list Micaiah there as, hey, let's use that secondary in magic to be able to wield staves and increase Nell's versatility. So there's clearly a lot of options here, and you can even make arguments for some of the other magic emblems that she'd be able to use not half bad. Like, you know, you could say make an argument for Celica here, for example, where Nell will be able to use both that strength and magic that not a whole lot of units would be able to do while having these bonuses here. You know, but then the reason I don't outline Celica, though, is because you won't really be able to make use of Resonance unless you're engaged, and that just feels like a little bit of a waste. But you can make arguments for all sorts of emblems here. As for skills that I would equip on Nell, Alacrity, absolutely. considering she literally has the speed stat of Wolf Knight, why would you not be using Alacrity ++ here and then be able to clean up foes before they can even counter and, therefore leave yourself a whole lot safer? Lance Power is another really solid one, considering that's her main weapon that she's going to be wielding. She's not like Nil in that she only has one weapon of the axe. Like, she can use the dragon attacks as well, so it's not like she's only ever going to be attacking with Lance. But still going to be attacking with Lance most of the time. And, that's also going to boost the damage of something like Flame Lance, so, going to be hitting really hard with physical or magic damage with the Lances there. And if you don't want to run like those two, which are the two that I would run, you could always run something like Cancer Plus that you can't go wrong with either. Position yourself after you've attacked in whatever way you want to. Get in there, do some big damage as Nell likes to do, and then dip on out. Alright, as for Nil, our general dragon unit, outside of the Fel Xenologue, where he's like the weakest guy that you'll ever see. His unique skill is when an ally within 2 spaces defeats a foe, grants crit +10 to unit for 1 turn. So, if you do play into him being like your dragon general here with, the super high strength, the super high defense, sucky res, a lot better speed than a general would have. Like, hold on, if we go ahead and grab this for a hot second and actually compare it to general, who is right here, 1 point of strength underneath general, dexterity a decent bit lower, speed is like basically double what a general would have, 13 points lower defense and a little bit higher res here. So not quite as insanely tanky as a general would be, but you could argue that he's sort of tankier and that he might not be getting doubled, so maybe he's sustaining less damage that way. So I'm still gonna call him the Dragon General. His personal skill can kind of play into that in that, make him a wall, have him get surrounded by a whole bunch of foes who attack him, that then also activates this, and then when player phase comes over, then have some of your other allies come in and clean up some of the foes, and then that's gonna boost his crit as well, and then he attacks towards the end of the turn, and then he gets a crit, and maybe Nell gets a crit as well, and you just mop up. His unique class skill is also going to be Spur Emblems. The start of player phase fills adjacent allies' engaged meters by 1. So, essentially, it's like Veils here, except it's something that's granted to adjacent allies. So if you're walling with him here, you want to surround him with dudos that might not mind having their emblems essentially have like a slight passive recharge by nature of being next to him. So to play into him being the super crazy dragon general, I want to consider what emblems are going to make him the tankiest here. So I would say that he is probably one of the best candidates here for Emblem Ike if I scroll down to him, because Ike doesn't actually have a whole lot of bonuses here, but he has some good dragon bonuses. Going to be boosting HP, strength, and defense. All things that we would very much like on our dragon general. Let's make him more tanky. Let's make him more tanky. Let's boost his already highest dragon strength stat in the game to even higher amounts. His main weapons here are axes, which, Nil already has access to, so it's not like he's gaining anything brand new there. He will gain access to a sword, though. For the dragon bonus, when we're engaged here, we're going to be taking even less damage that plays even more into our general-like nature. And when we activate Great Ether to, counter a whole bunch of foes who are attacking us, we get a little bit of extra damage off of, everyone that attacks us. Too bad I'm allergic to everyone attacking us and stuff. We also get a little bit more defensive with things like Resolve here, when our HP is 75% or less after combat. Here's more defense and res. He has a personal skill that makes him crit more, so why not just let him crit even more? So honestly, in my opinion, Nil is the best candidate in the game for Emblem Ike in general. But in case your heart is set on giving Ike to someone else, some other options here might be Emblem Tiki. Emblem Tiki is really good at making us a lot tankier as well. Oh, with, hey, here's a bunch more HP, here's some more defense. I'm not even trying to patch up the res with, like, Nil, just keep him away from mages and stuff. And luck that we don't really care as much about. We do get access to Fog Breath, which, I don't really know much of the point of creating fog across the whole bunch of your foes is. It just kind of gives them more voice, so I don't really care that much about the Fog Breath. But when we're considering, like, the additional tankiness, the engaged skill of Draconic Form, where we get, like, +10 max HP and +5 to build and all basic stats there, to really, really play into him being, like, a really tough wall that's difficult to take down. that's what makes Emblem Tiki a potentially good option here. You know, this is meh. There's nothing additional to Draconic form, but just the fact that he'd be able to assume Draconic form kind of like his sister and get, like, more tanky here, that's what it's all about right there. And then just being able to, like, hit some more foes with Fog Breath, even though that Fog Breath is, like, probably one of the worst ones here. Tiki is also going to be coming with built-in skills like Life Sphere, where it's like, oh no, Nil's missing a decent bit of HP, but I want him to wall over there. Just go do it anyway, wait, and then get a whole bunch of your HP back, heal status effects like poison or whatever, and just keep on walling. Nil also wants to be close by to other allies, what with the Spur Emblems. Look, here's another bonus to being adjacent to allies. It's going to make him even tankier with an additional defense/res +5, and to the other allies nearby that are, you know, around the wall that you're making. So even though the one bonus here is really not super great, and the Fog Breath isn't super great, everything else here very much plays into what Nil likes to see. For another option, we could always go with Emblem Rivals here. Rivals is going to be boosting our strength, we like to see that, and our defense. Rivals is going to be boosting our strength and defense, which are things that we want to be boosting with Nil, and we can't go wrong with dexterity either. There are some pretty nice dragon bonuses here. So, I've talked before about how Emblem Rivals, you ideally want to be wielding like 2 of their 3 weapon types, and then you can capitalize off of weapon sync plus like 2/3 of the time as opposed to 1/3 of the time. There is no dragon unit that fits the bill with that, and you can't just reclass them, and they'll count as the class type that they reclass to. They won't count as dragon anymore. They have to be in the dragon exclusive classes. So, you know, the best that you can get is 1/3 here, where it'll just match one of them, and he'll match the weapon of Emblem Edelgard, and, you know, be able to get more weapon damage off of that with Weapon Sync Plus when she's around, and he's wielding axe and all that. But the dragon bonuses here is just like, here's more damage, here's more damage. And that's something that we can't capitalize on while having 2/3 of the weapons, you know? We can get more damage with, like, one specific thing, depending on our type here, but just in terms of, like, general overall damage, this is the only way that we're getting that. You know, there's all the gambits here that anyone can use. On a tankier unit like our, you know, general dragon here, Shield Gambit can maybe be a little bit more useful than on characters that aren't as tanky. Maybe, you know, it is a little bit of a stretch, though, since he's only around, like, 1/3 of the time. But yeah, if you want to play into more damage as opposed to tankiness with Nil, then you can always go with Emblem Rivals. And lastly, I would also like to mention Emblem Sigurd here. In terms of dragon bonuses, Emblem Sigurd grants additional movement while engaged there, and also more damage in general, just with Override. While engaged, he would also be granting Nil full weapon triangle control, since he already wields axes and now has access to lances and a sword. He's going to be boosting defense, which is something that we do want to build up with Nil to make him as physically tanky as possible. We have, like, some more positioning ability now, in terms of, like, where we want to put this wall. You can't stop him by freezing him when he wants to get somewhere, although, I mean, how much are you really going to see? Dude is trying to freeze you. And, I mean, also just the fact that he has built-in Canter here, where it's like, attack this foe over here, and then move into this position where we want to be, you know, the Dragon General wall. As for Nil's skills here, I want to play into him hitting hard and being really tanky. So, first and foremost, we can't really go wrong with Axe Power 5, when that's the only weapon that he can wield anyway. He can only wield axes. He wields axes up to 8 in his unique class here. That's it. No special S like his sister over there. Does mean that he might be sustaining a little bit more damage because, like, avoid -10, so if you really just want to make him as wall-like as possible and don't care as much about the counterattack damage, you could run something else instead. I would definitely want to run Tiki's Geosphere here, considering that just makes him even tankier, sustaining 5 less points of damage, and grants that to adjacent allies as well, when, you know, he already wants allies to be adjacent, with his Spur Emblems. I guess he's not really going to be activating this when he doesn't have any adjacent allies, but considering his unique class skill, why wouldn't you want him near your allies? Like, you should always be having him near people, and then be activating this. We can always go with Strength Defense +5 as well to increase our damage by 5, and our defense by 5 as well. It wouldn't be increasing our damage if we're using something like the Hurricane Axe, but you would have to be out of your mind to run Hurricane Axe on him. You know, don't do it. Enchanter is a really nice skill as well for its positioning abilities, especially for a wall like this where it's like maybe we want to take out this one foe and then position over here to form a wall. Or if we want to have him be kind of going solo and not really be around allies, then just run Gentility Plus instead and take 5 less damage in general as opposed to needing to be around Dudos. Alright, as for Celestia here, her unique skill is going to be Friendly Boost. When unit defeats a foe, grants hit plus 20 to allies within 2 spaces for 1 turn. So ideally, you want to have her around allies and killing foes and, buffing your allies. Which her unique class is pretty good at doing considering it's a flyer. It is one of 3 tome-wielding flyers in the game. With, Ivy's unique class and Hortensia's unique class. There is no tome-wielding flyer in the game that just anyone can go into. It's only these 3 characters with their unique classes, so their importance cannot be understated. Especially when you're trying to get damage. Ivy and Celestia are going to be your go-to gals for that, considering they can wield up to S in tomes, whereas, Hortensia is S in staffs and more of like a support role and can't wield all the high level of tomes. And being able to wield tomes and swords sounds really good. Like, tome at S, sword at A. That on paper is amazing. But her unique class skill just, nerfs her really hard. Soul Blade. When attacking with a sword, damage is calculated using the average of foes' defense and res. The whole point of having a class in Fire Emblem that can wield both magic and physical attacks is you can attack with whichever, defensive stat the foe has a lower of. So if they have really high defense and really sucky res, like a general, attack with magic. If they have really amazing res and really sucky defense, like a mage, then attack with physical. But, and you can still do this with the magic, that just affects swords. Like, if there's a really high defensive unit that has really sucky res, you can attack with, tomes and then, still absolutely wreck them. But if there's someone with really high defense and really sucky defense, or the really high res and really sucky defense, and you attack with a sword, well, screw you. That res stat is still gonna screw you over, I mean, it does mean that you can hit really high defensive enemies that have really sucky res with a sword harder than you normally be able to, but you can just hit way harder with the tome in the first place. Like, what is the point? Why did they make this skill? Like, I think it's so that when you're facing her equivalent in the main game, so that, she's always gonna be hitting, at least alright in terms of damage. If she's just wielding, a sword, I don't remember what she wields in the main game. But, actually using this, it just, completely takes away the point of ever really using this mixed class here. It's so dumb. So yeah, the general rule still follows of, if they have high defense, attack with a tome, if they have high res, attack with sword. But let's say that anyone else was using this without this skill and they'd be able to attack harder than her. And you'd still want other units in your army to clean up those high res foes, considering that res is going to continue to screw over. She can't attack with physical without still getting screwed over by res. It's really dumb. If this was on a character that only wielded swords, maybe that might be interesting then. Getting, pretty consistent amounts of damage. When you already have an alternative. Anyway, it's dumb. I try not to use, swords all that much with her in my plans here. And I don't really play into her being mixed because she's, too much at least. Because she's the suckiest mixed in the game. So I'll still list, here's some thingamabobs that you may as well equip, but, you should be sticking to your guns here. My first choice is Emblem Celica. Because my first choice was Emblem Celica for Ivy, for, that Get Screwed build that I have, where it's hey, we're a tome flyer, which means that we can capitalize off of this, we're going to her additional magic, and we can echo to, Draconic Hex 2 foes. So have the skill on of Draconic Hex, and then with the fact that we can use Echo here, lets Draconic Hex 2 foes to mark them for death in 1 turn, and make it really easy for our other allies to clean up. I would say that Celestia is the best unit in the game for Emblem Celica here. Just by nature of being able to use that Get Screwed build, where it's Draconic Hex, let's mark 2 foes for death, and the fact that she can actually use this strength stat boost, unlike Ivy, who can't, who I was running this build on for the main game. she is going to still be sucky at it and not really want to use that strength stat all that much, but at least she can use it, unlike Ivy. Plus, then with Celica, we also have Resonance, so the main thing that we're relying on of our tomes just gets extra damage, and we can't go wrong with that. Here's a weird option. We can always go with the Emblem Ike if we want to, because as I mentioned before, Ike does not really have a whole lot of bonuses. One of his bonuses, though, is Flying, where he grants, like, extra res here. So if we really want to take on, like, a lot of magical attacks, then, hey, we can do that, I guess, with Great Ether, and then counter with, you know, Ragnar, which, again, isn't going to be as good because Soul Blade's going to activate. But, hey, if you want to be spicy, if you want to be a weirdo, you can do that, and you can play into making her a little bit more defensive if you want to. Because her defense and res is actually pretty nice here. You know, it's not like someone that's a class that's absolutely specialized towards one or the other. But in terms of, like, both of these together, you know, they're pretty close to one another, and they're not half bad. So if you want to play into making her tankier, you can do that and be weird and stuff. Plus, reposition is actually, like, a not half bad positioning thing, even just to boost some characters' movement, like 2 tiles that way. On a flyer that can get around to all sorts of places, you know, you have a lot of options for that then. And also making her defense higher than her res, and making her a little bit tankier that way. We can also go with Emblem Framme here if we want, considering, you know, we can use that strength boost that he grants, although not super well. Boosting our speed here, as, you know, our speed is pretty good, but not, you know, anything to write home about. That'll make it, you know, into the realm of, you know, getting close to 40 and, like, pretty good speed at that point. We can actually use the magic weapons here. We can capitalize off of, like, the flying bonus here. Also, apparently, I don't know how numbers work when I made this. That is going to be 55 for Celestia, which is still on, like, the lower end of stuff here, but, at least she's getting a bonus. We also then have Rally Spectrum Plus on a flyer that can get to all sorts of positions to be able to pop that for your allies, which is pretty nice. And then when we're engaged, be able to hit like an absolute truck with magic. Or finally, for another alternative to being tanky, we could go with Emblem Hector here. Emblem Hector is, yeah, this away. Boost the strength that we'll use sometimes. Boost our defense and make our defense higher than our res, and be able to wield like some heavier weapons and stuff. We would then be able to use physical weapons without worrying about Soul Blade. And that's something that I should have mentioned with Ike as well, and I kind of forgot about for a hot second, I'm going to be honest. When we're using the axes that these characters grant, we don't have to worry about Soul Blade, because then we can use axes while engaged and just get straight up good physical damage, considering, like, her strength stat is really good. You know, 40 strength and 39 magic. Her strength is 1 point higher than her magic. That's so wacky. So it does give us the option to engage and actually hit hard with physical attacks. Rune Sword was using like half of strength there as a magical attack. And then with Soul Blade, like, oh my goodness, talk about like wimpy damage there. You would never want to use Rune Sword on Celestia with Hector. But Wolfbale and Armad, that could be pretty good there. And same with the Hammer and Urvan with Ike. But, you know, maybe Ragnar not as much considering Soul Blade. We would get the flying bonus here of, like, additional res. So by default, our defense would be a little bit higher than our res. But then when we engage, then we get, like, higher res than defense. I was clicking on the wrong thing. And we become, like, a little bit more of a defensive playing into kind of character when we have things like Quick Riposte that are going to allow us to... We don't have, like, any speed boost here, and we were talking before about how her speed's kind of okay, but might not be doubling a whole lot, depending on what kind of level up she gets and what level your foes are and stuff like that, how close they are to max stats. But this could allow us to, for sure, get some doubles on enemy phase, which you can't go half wrong with, and also just be, like, tankier this way as well. This can potentially be useful here if you want to stop foes from getting past certain tiles, and on a flyer that can get to several different positions while also being a tanky flyer, that gives you a decent few options. As for Celestia's skills, absolutely with like Celica there, Draconic Hex and Echo, and even if we're not using Celica, just on like a Tome Flyer, Draconic Hex is still great to just get around and mark certain enemies for death, not allies. Cantor is also really good on a flyer unit. I would love to run these two and then Celica and, you know, dip over here, mark a couple foes for death, and then dip back to safety. You know, that's pretty nice there. Depending on what kind of emblem we have equipped, we could do Weapon Sync Plus. Like if we're using Emblem Celica, then hey, that's just extra free damage that we can't go wrong with. Speed Taker from Lyn can help bring her into the territory that she is going to be doubling, and if we want to play her into, you know, the tankier flyer build, we can go with Geoseer from Tiki instead. Alright, Gregory, aka the best dodge tank in the game, I would say, considering his unique skill here of Survival Plan. And we're also now in the territory where you have to figure out what kind of class you want to put them in. Not having, like, unique classes like these guys have that you would want to keep them in. So that begs the question of, like, what kind of class should we put him into? And his innate is Staves, which, you know, means that since it's not one of the main 3 weapons, we can't really put him into one of those that's really going to play into being a dodge tank all that well. And for him to be a dodge tank, he needs to be surrounded by more foes than allies, so he wants to be running out there solo. So what might we want to do there? And I eventually decided Griffin Knight Sword is the way to go. So this still lists, like, him being in Sage is what this is still listing here. But I eventually was like, I think I'm going to make him my Griffin Knight. So Griffin Knight is a class that can boost several different things. I still have that box highlighted there. You have to choose which one of the 3 weapon types you want, and then you're going to have Staff as, like, a secondary thing. And if you have an innate in one of these things, then you're going to be able to have that get boosted to S. But there's only a finite amount of S weapons in the game. It's not like something that you can buy from the shop infinitely and then stack on everybody who can use it. Like, there's 2 of each of these main things, I believe. And you have to choose, like, who's getting them. You have to make your choice across the normal thingamabob and the smash thingamabob. And is that something that you're really going to be wanting to be giving to your Griffin Knight? If the answer is no, then that boosted to S is basically doing nothing for you. There are some slight stat boosts, I believe, but by, like, your weapon level, but it's not going to be anything to write home about. The more beneficial thing to be boosting in Griffin Knight is going to be Staves, being able to bring that up to B, which is going to give you access to a lot more things than boosting a weapon up to S there. That is going to give you access to use Recover, going to give you access to use Warp, and Rescue. So that can be useful to, you know, move your allies around in different ways that you want to. Oh yeah, and Fracture. I don't think I ever used that staff, I'm going to be honest. But that's the more useful thing to have boosted there. And the way I had these plans laid out was like, hey, here's my weapon boosted one of Louise, whatever the heck. And Mauvier, that would be like my staff boosted version. But then I came to realize, Mauvier would be like the best physically tanky version in terms of like he can eat hits. Also, this is annoying me, so if I just copy paste a blank cell, there it goes away. You know, because he's gonna help balance this out, and you know, he has the weight and get extra defense and stuff like that. So he'll be able to take the most hits, but if we did it with Gregory instead, he'd be able to avoid the most hits, considering his personal skill there of avoid plus 20, and the fact that Griffin Knight has highest speed stat in the game, tied with some other classes, but still highest speed stat in the game. So all in all, that's going to be giving Gregory like a pretty good chance of avoiding things. In a flyer class, he isn't going to be able to capitalize off of terrain bonuses, so you won't be able to put him into woods or like a castle or something like that and be able to get extra avoid off of that. But is it going to really matter at that point, especially if you put on an avoidance engrave? So if you want a super dodgy flyer, turn Gregory into a Griffin Knight, honestly. He's clearly meant to be in like a magical rather than physical class, but with like the 3 magic and the -2 strength. But just give the man like 11 sword and watch him clean up. Like this will go up to 40 and then this will go up to 38. So he still won't be half bad in physical, he can use it. But yeah, have like the super high speed 11 sword spamming dude running around there. Because a lot of the time I found when I was using mages, they would usually be a lot slower in the game. I wasn't really getting a whole lot of doubling magic attacks when I was playing through the main game. And I mean, I guess we wouldn't be able to talk about the main game here, what with, you know, Gregory being exclusive to after you beat the Fell Xenologue, so I don't know how much that reflects into Tempest Trials. But still, being able to run around like double attacking with magic attacks here with 11 sword. And that'd be pretty nice. I choose like the sword variety because build of 14 here means that we wouldn't be able to wield like the Flame Lance without incurring a speed penalty since it's at 16 weight, if I recall here. Yeah, we would have to incur a speed penalty. whereas we wouldn't for 11 Sword. And 11 Sword is literally just a better version of the Flame Lance. Like, look, it's 3 points hits harder, it's 5 points lighter, and it's 10 points more accurate here. So, between the two of them, you would definitely want to go with Sword. Like, the speed penalty might not matter that much when we have that insane of a speed stat, but, you know, when the 11 Sword is even hitting harder, why wouldn't we go with that? And then, like, the only magical axe is the smashing one, and we don't really want to, you know, be smashing there. We'd rather attack at 1 to 2 range and be able to just, you know, murderize people without having to get hit ourselves first. So, yeah, turn him into the sword-wielding Griffin Knight and watch him avoid a whole bunch of stuff, be able to warp and rescue allies around however you see fit, and then, you know, avoid stuff until the cows come home or whatever the heck, I don't know. As for emblems that I would slap on him, how about Lyn? Lyn does not have a massive ton of bonuses here. Call doubles have extra avoidance, and then, you know, there's Asher Storm here where it's just like, here's some additional range for these types, and Key Adept breaks the target, which really cares when you're attacking that far away. I'm honestly not sure how this works in the calculation of, you know, if there's more foes and allies within 3 spaces grants additional avoid, or if the doubles have the personal skill carried over. But, I mean, as you lose the doubles, maybe there'll be more chance of this getting activated as, like, more foes come in or something like that. But I just thought that it'd be kind of fun to play into making the doubles harder to hit and being able to fly to a certain tile, place them down as, like, a sort of wall. Because that's what I use the doubles as most of the time, was honestly not for damage, but just to distract the enemies. And, you know, let's make them harder to hit here. The stat boosts probably don't matter too much here. We would get access to bows and swords to mix up, like, how we're doing damage here. And again, he wouldn't be half bad in strength, which would basically be his secondary at that point. But also comes in with built-in Alacrity++, which on that insanely high speed, we can't go wrong with that. For some other options here, there's always Emblem Framme, where I talked about Griffin Knight would be, like, my second choice after Wyvern Knight in terms of classes to put him on. But, you know, that would still be a very good option there. Let's see. Framme here. Boosting strength, which I'm fairly certain... Let's see. What would the strength be at, then? So, -2 would be 38, but then +3 would be 41. So, he would have 1 point higher strength and magic at that point with Emblem Framme, which would make him, you know... I mean, even as is, without the stat boost, he would be really good mixed, but, you know, especially so. Like, very slightly better in strength. You know, those -2 strength MSMs aren't gonna hold us back, don't worry. Oh yeah, and I forgot to note that, like, -2 speed that he's not really gonna care about in Griffin Knight, but he might care about if he actually went into something like Sage. Which, yeah, there's also nothing wrong going with Sage here, and then just being, like, a good, you know, support unit while hitting hard with magic and stuff like that, with that magic growth rate and MSM, but I'm hooked on the idea of Griffin Knight now, honestly. But yeah, he'd be able to hit a little bit harder there. He can use all these to good effectiveness. He can engage and hit like an absolute truck with the other half at that point. And then not be half bad at this here. And boost that by no points because that's strength based. I guess subtract 2 points there, but yeah, it's still good. Plus, if you're tiring a little bit of being a dodge tank and want to dip in back to your allies and stuff like that, you can always, you know, have this high movement of a flyer and be able to rally Spectrum Plus in the tiles that you want. The other sync skills, I don't think that Gregory's really going to care all that much about, though. You can also go with Emblem Camilla here if you want. That is also going to have some options for, like, both physical and magical stuff that we can do here. We would have access to pulling down the Healing Glow. There's also an engage skill bonus here with flying, where it's like, here's granting an extra movement in case we need to get farther for one reason or another. But yeah, if you're out there, like, being a dodge tank and stuff like that and want a little bit of a passive heal, there you go. Actually, wait. If that, if being a flyer unit means that you can't capitalize on it yourself, then maybe not. But still, the other things are worth noting. And you can always go with Emblem Tiki here if you really want to. If I scroll up to Tiki, where it's just like, here's patching up the lower defense a little bit. And it is nice that he doesn't have any negative defense MSMs, but Griffin Knight still, you know, doesn't have the best of defenses, helps patch it up a little bit. If things are getting a little bit sketchy and we're getting hit with a decent few attacks, then we can assume Draconic Form with engaging here. There's no flyer bonuses or anything like that. Flame Breath isn't, you know, as good in terms of damage, but it does set the area on fire, which can be handy and then get more damage that way. we would also have built-in Life Sphere ++, which means that if we're just chilling solo, being like a dodge tank in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, we can just keep waiting and like restoring our HP, you know? For Geosphere, unfortunately, we do need to be near allies. But if we're doing a thing where it's just like, hey, here's Gregory and another unit that he's next to as like 2 dodge tanks, then you can capitalize off that. Or maybe even just he's a dodge tank and they're a physical tank, and he'll still get the bonus here, as long as there's more foes and allies within 3 spaces. So, you know, it would need to get up to like 3 foes in that radius before this activated, but it's not like it's that much of an ask for this to activate still, considering it just needs there to be like 2 foes. So like the first guy runs up to you and you don't have this extra avoid, but the moment the second guy comes up, assuming you didn't kill the first guy, then hey, there's that extra avoid. As for skills that I would put on him, let's make him avoid more. This is more so for Sage, considering, you know, Sage isn't gonna have as good of a speed stat there, whereas Sage, yeah, at 30, and then like with a -2 bring it to 28, he might not mind Speed Taker to really help patch that up. Depending on what emblem you're using, you can use Weapon Sync Plus. Like if you're using one where you're gonna be getting extra damage off of that, then great. But if not, like you're using Lin or something like that here, then there's no point. If we want to be hitting even harder as we're taking potential damage here, as the enemies are sometimes squeaking out hits, then use Reprisal Plus and get a whole bunch of extra damage. And this is more so especially for Sage, where it's just like, here's another way to patch things up. And finally, after all this time, we made it to the final unit here. Madeline, one of the best walls in the game here, and she's clearly designed to be like an absolutely amazing general, what with, you know, the 3 strength, the 3 defense, and then not as great stuff here, and also like the insane growth rates that are in these. So her personal skill here is Knightly Code. If foe initiates combat, a unit is adjacent to an ally, unit takes 2 less damage. So as long as you're just near other people, that's just less damage that you're incurring. In fact, you can do this as like a paired up, like tanky build in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, and that would be great, because he's avoiding a whole lot more and she's receiving less damage. For her class, you can just, you know, play her into general like she's meant to be. Great Knight is a pretty good option too, though, considering Great Knight's class skill here. So, you know, swap is okay, but allied defense with Great Knight, if unit is between ally and foe, reduces damage to unit by 3 during combat with foe. And you're also subtracting 2 by, like, the ally that you're adjacent to, and you're receiving 5 less damage in that situation. So I'd be very tempted to make Madeline into a Great Knight, honestly. The defense isn't quite as high, like it's 4 points lower here, so might be receiving some more damage that way. You're probably still going to get doubled either way, so I don't know how much that really matters. I'm going to be hitting harder in general. But, you know, that allied defense is worth noting there. You know, if anyone comes and attacks you from the side, then you're not getting allied defense. Like, it needs to specifically be ally, her, and then enemy, like, in a row to get that allied defense. Whereas this is just as long as you're adjacent to an ally. But, you know, still, it's still worth mentioning there. In terms of emblem that I give her, my first choice would be Emblem Hector here. If I go ahead and scroll over to him. Here's more strength. Here's more defense. We can wield some harder hitting stuff, or some heavier stuff. That might also be harder hitting, but mostly caring about these thingamabobs here. Get access to this, I guess, for a magical alternative, but, you know, we can also just be using Weapon Sync Plus when we have Emblem Hector on, if we're using axes, which we probably should be, considering that's where her innate is there, and then be getting a whole lot more damage that way. If we are in armored, then here's a whole lot more defense, and there's not a whole lot of armored classes in the game. I'm fairly certain it's just, in terms of promoted classes, just Mage, Canonneer, and General, because Great Knight counts as Cavalier first and foremost, so we'd be able to get this bonus with Emblem Hector if we're in General rather than Great Knight. And we're not really going to be doubling foes, but this will ensure that we do, as we play into being the best General that we can be, while also being tankier. So yeah, absolutely, Hector would be my first choice on Madeline here. Alternatively, we can go with Emblem Ike. That is going to be granting us axes and swords here. I'm fairly certain he counts as sword first and foremost, like counts as whatever the final weapon here is, so not going to be able to use Weapon Sync Plus in that case. But hey, here's an armored bonus, here's some more defense stuff, here's like a perk to losing HP. We can't go wrong with that. Or we can always go with Emblem Tiki here, that is going to make us, you know, more defensive with the stat boost here, with like more HP and defense. We're gonna have Draconic Form, we're gonna have built-in Geosphere and Life Sphere, and just be like the best tank that we can be. While also having access to Ice Breath, since, you know, armor, you're not gonna see a whole lot of armor around, and you're gonna be able to freeze foes and keep them there. While also negating terrain damage with the terrain bonus here, which isn't... There's not a whole lot of instances where that's gonna be handy, but, you know, she doesn't really have a whole lot of bonuses there, so it's worth mentioning. As for her skills, just make her take less damage. Just pair it with, like, her unique skill and potentially the Great Knight Thingamabob and just take less damage. Here, take less damage for you and others that you're around. Here is another option for taking less damage. Here's a way to deal more damage on enemy phase, and here's a way to, like, deal more damage and take less damage. You know, like, I don't feel like that needs all that much explaining. But yeah, with that, after, what, like 6 or 7 hours here, however long this is going to be at the end of the day, we've covered now my optimal build for every single character in this game. Holy crap, I had no idea this video was going to end up being this long and this much of a workload. I really hope that you enjoyed this video. If you want to find this spreadsheet, it'll be linked in the description below. You can use it to refer to, and you can even, like, you know, go to File and make a copy, and then, you know, delete stuff like this and, you know, fill in your own info here to plan out your own builds. You know, you don't have to go, like, for sure off of what I have in here. In case you want to see, like, my reasoning for any one of these, you know, you can click on here, and, you know, Alear's one of the longer ones here, and you can see, like, my full, you know, rundown here in case you don't want to refer back to the video. And I hope that this ends up being, like, a good resource for you. If there's anything that you feel like should be on this sheet that isn't, then let me know in the comments and I can add it to the sheet. And yeah, I hope this helped. I am not gonna touch Fire Emblem Engage for a long time again because I'm pretty done with it now. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video, and yeah, good luck taking on the maps. I couldn't decide if I want to say taking or tackling. Whatever. Take care. Bye. Level forbidden knowledge kind of stuff. Please don't crit. Dang it! I was gonna give the experience to somebody else, but Caspar, you big meanie, you just wanted to kill that dude for yourself. I can't believe you. I hate Caspar. He's too strong. I hate him.
And I'll keep getting stronger.
Of course he says that after I complain about him being too strong. Shut up, Caspar. I don't want to hear it.